Futures back in negative territory here this morning, coming off a pretty impressive post-Fed rally that we saw yesterday. So we give all of that back and a little bit more. We're back to essentially the lows from Tuesday right now for the S&P 500, trending back to the downside as well. Weekly jobless claims numbers just out there. 1.3 million was the forecast. It looks like comes at 1.3, in line on the continued claims number. So basically in line for weekly jobless claims. We'll get that to you in a second here, though. But let's get right into things, shall we? Because a lot to discuss this morning. Coming off what we saw yesterday, pretty impressive rally, as we said, off of Jerome's comments. All three U.S. indexes closed sharply higher at the end of the day yesterday. We're back to the downside this morning as that pesky recession word gets used a little bit more frequently here this morning. We get a fifth straight interest rate hike from the Bank of England this morning. The ECB, meanwhile, continues to panic around what it's going to do coming up in July. As far as individual names are concerned, we're having a look at Apple this morning, another positive note from JP Morgan. Tesla on watch, another price increase for Teslas in the U.S. and Twitter as well. Elon going to be making some comments apparently today at an all-hands meeting for Twitter. So we'll get right into what the overall market's doing here today. It's Thursday, June 16th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Look at red numbers. As I mentioned, they're 2.2 for the NASDAQ, leading the way right now. 1.8 for the S&P, the Dow, 1.6%. Bottom end of the board there, some negativity continuing to creep back in as well. Ethereum, 4%. Bitcoin, 2% right now. Again, the initial jobless claims numbers just out there, 229,000 on the week, 217,000 expected on the continued claims. Was kind of in line with expectation. 1.31 million versus 1.30 million expected. So kind of in line there. A lot of people on Twitter this morning talking about what if this jobless claims number was way higher than expected. But basically in line. Welcome to a Thursday. It is a negative one, as we said, but there is a little bit of a base, maybe, guys. Good morning. Welcome to, I mean, it's an interesting day in the sense that, as I said, we're right back to the lows from Tuesday. So, I mean, yesterday basically didn't happen. The Bank of England raises rates now for the fifth straight time, and the ECB doesn't really understand what it wants to do.
Yeah, the ECB's, I don't even want to get into the ECB because they're looking for additional tools to handle things. Welcome, everybody. We saw some fireworks in the afternoon yesterday and today. Look, the only thing different between last rate hike and this one is last time we actually opened on the highs and then reclaimed the lows. Like, it was so different. Like, we got the rally. Essentially, you were barcoding in a range on the ES, and then you broke to the high on the Fed release, rate release, and then you opened the next day, held the high, and then took out the bottom. Managed to stay within the range, and then broke the range actually on the Friday. And then the Monday was the bad day where you broke to the downside. So if this was going to be the same thing, we'd have opened near the highs, tested the lows. Instead, we're actually already gapping down into the lows and then holding the recent bottoms. But there's a lot of similarities there. And what we did see, it's essentially like the whole sell the news, which in this case was buying the rally. And now we're right back on these bottoms, which does, I mean, look, you're going to set up with just not an infinite number of names, but a lot of names that are going to be just resting or testing back to some support that was successful, you know, already this week. So, you know, we got to buckle up and get ready for that. Crypto obviously going to be on the move as well. Revlon done, I guess. So I guess, I don't want to take a shot at that one. I think they're halted, but they're actually going through Chapter 11. I mean, how many times do you hear rumors of Chapter 11 and then you don't have it actually happen? So, you know, that one's going to be gone. But I think a lot of the names we're looking at yesterday still in play. Beyond Meat was oddly strong, so I'll be watching yesterday. I'll be watching that a little bit here today because it had a little squeeze-ish to it yesterday. But, you know, right now the futures are trying to bounce off these lows. Check that 3,700 on the ES, man. It's been holding like a champion this morning.
Yeah, 730, 750. What's up, guys? Yeah, it's going to be a good day. Thank you so much for yesterday's support, man. I mean, we had record viewership yesterday, and what a great day to have it. I mean, we absolutely had great success there, trading a couple of those names into that number, and what a great rally that was. And then today you're giving a little bit back here, down 2.2%, as Neil said. A name that I'm going to be looking at for a little bit here today, I think, is going to be Amazon. I mean, the consumer can't be any stronger today than it was yesterday. You know, the 4.75 now, the rate there at the banks, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt mortgages. We've talked about that. I just don't see retail doing too much here. So we'll see if we can respect this 109 top. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near there. So what I'm looking at is like a 106, 107 area to start to build a short. So I'm going to be looking at Amazon today. I mean, there's going to be lots of stuff going on. Oil down 1.3% right now. The NASDAQ kind of ripping right here a little bit. When I was first looking at it, you're down, you know, you're almost up now 150 points in the last, I don't know, last 45 minutes or something. A nice little straight side move here. Big movement to the downside here as Europe and all that start to open up and get washed out a little bit. Now you're trying to take out some of these levels. That's pretty key to take that out right there. This 11,400. Let's see if we can stay above it. And you guys know the way I trade. As long as we're above this 50-period moving average, then we're going to try to find some decent longs to pick up. Hey, maybe we even get positive before this market opens. I don't think so, but this is a nice little run up, man. I mean, when we started the show, we were at 2.3 or something. Now you're 1.8. So in 6 minutes, we've just made back 0.5% here. Let's see what this NASDAQ really wants to do. I have no orders out right now. We have a couple good ideas. I really like the Alibaba long. I like the Amazon short, and there's a lot of news. I like that Revlon. Let's see. It's not, like you said, it's not even open yet, right? So
I think they're done. I mean, they're
actually gone now.
I'm kind of looking for.
So we're looking for the pink sheets.
I'm looking for OTC. No, well, I mean, it's okay. So first things first, like it's not. There's no guarantee when you get bankruptcy like this what the next steps are and necessarily the timelines. But you know, traditionally you get halted on the index, you get a delisting, and then the next place you would end up is in the OTC markets. Now we remember what happened with Hertz, right? That's the only reason I'm even bringing it up, because Hertz was gangbusters. Luckin Coffee was crazy. That was a different situation, but yeah. Luckin went crazy for a few days as well. So that's the only interest in REV. I don't even know what's happening or what the timeline would even look like. I would imagine not today, though.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to shoot a note to our Jeff Mendel just to see if we can't get a symbol at least for Revlon if it is going to actually be on OTC today. There was a Philly Fed number at 8:30 there that was better than expected, seemed to help the market as well. Again, initial jobless claims kind of in line with expectations also. A lot of people were suggesting that that number might come out a lot higher. But it did not. So, yeah, a little bit of positivity coming back in here. Let's get into what you need to know here this morning. I mentioned in the pre-market video there, this R word continues to pop up. A lot of the notes I was reading this morning contained, that recession idea sneaking back in. So seems to be the major kind of talking point here this morning, and a lot of the reason why we're down so much. Crypto just popping up here a little bit back to the upside as well, guys.
Oh, the R word. What are you talking about? There are no signs of recession out there, Brendan. No. Look, we always say the R word, but we never actually say recession. No, I'm paraphrasing because I know a few people have been making that comment. Actually, Kevin O'Leary was commenting that the traditional signs that you would see of weakness in the economy aren't necessarily there for talking about like the recession. But we have to remember, this is a technical definition. So a lot of times people say, well, we're in one, we're not in one. Oh, Target, daily traders, and what. I wanted to pull up Target to show you guys, but you guys remember what happened with some of the retailers. I know Sean just mentioned it's hard to imagine them catching. If you couldn't hold a bid yesterday, it's hard to imagine things looking a lot better for them certainly today. And rents going up, oil issues, inflation where it is right now, it's hard to picture how the consumer isn't redistributing where they're putting their money, and that can put a lot of traditional names under a lot of pressure here, and I think that's what we're seeing with the retailers. We know the job market is probably going to catch up with all these layoffs that everyone keeps talking about, so that could creep up, and Powell even said it, like, you're 3.6 now. He even said if unemployment goes to 4.1, he didn't say it was acceptable because no one's going to be happy about job losses, but he did say, that's certainly within the realm of what they might expect. And he got serious. So if they're going to keep pushing rates to slow things down, and that includes having unemployment go up a little bit, I mean, the chairman just basically said he's cool with that, right? And it's not that he's okay with it, but that's an acceptable outcome given where they are. They can only affect the demand side, right? Like there's nothing they can do about supply. And that might mean actually hurting the job market a tiny bit.
I want to give you a shout out. I see Shakib active in the chat right now. What's up, my man? Hydration Nation. We're starting it up right now, trying to get rid of this frog again in said throat. Had a good night last night, and we're going to have even a better day today. What a wild look. Regardless of what you think about inflation's coming, going, whatever. I mean, the market's in a bear market right now. We were just down 21% in the S&P. We got a little rally back yesterday. Today, though, it doesn't seem like that's going to be helping much out. So I don't really want to even, like, what does that recession even mean at certain points, right? I mean, it's like, it's not like the market's going to change course here or anything like that. So I'm a little weary of it. I mean, we had that report the other day come out of here in Canada that it was like 1 in 4 house owners, and I think someone said this yesterday too. I think it was New Zealand and Canada, something like that, the most sort of on brink of having a collapse in the housing market and having defaults out the yin yang. So I don't know how that's going to look down south there in the U.S., but like here in Canada, apparently people are predicting that there's a lot of housing prices that were just exploded in the pandemic, such housing, like outside of the GTA and stuff like that, people were paying crazy amounts for housing, and now, I mean, hopefully they were able to lock in at decent rates. I mean, that's part of the problem here as well, is that if you didn't get a fixed rate, your variable mortgage rate might kill you here. Apparently, that's the report was that 1 in 4 may suffer close to a default kind of situation here, which is not going to be good. And so if that hits Main Street the way I think it's going to, then yeah, we have a little bit of a bigger problem here. I mean, not only can we not afford food or gas, but maybe now we can't afford, I mean, the rental market is still huge, high. That hasn't come down one bit at all. So yeah, you lose your house, food, gas. It's not great if we go down that path. So let's hope that we can avoid the recession and some of this negativity.
Definitely. I mean, it's a good point in the sense that even if people are on a fixed rate, if you're 2 and a quarter, and then you have to go up to 5 or 4.5, 5, like that's a huge jump. It's crazy. Kroger reported earnings this morning. Big move down here, even with a decent report. One that can give you a decent move off of major events like this on earnings. 48, wanted to point out on the daily chart, ends up being support here. If you look at a daily chart, pretty obvious why. This is a decent report, though. They beat top and bottom lines. They increased their forecast for the remainder of the year, but negative so far.
Yeah, it's like, look, that you're right about that line in the sand for them. But I mean, I'm looking a little bit deeper than that. I kind of feel like in this market, like when we talk about prices sort of coming to you, and you can always get lower, that type of thing. Just extend back to like 47. Look at these absolute like wick bottoms. Anything that hasn't broken a shelf on a day like today, like that's what you want to line up for, because you break something like this, you're going to get destroyed. Obviously, you can hold some of that support there and catch a bit of a bounce, but sometimes it doesn't matter necessarily the report or the news. It's real about the environment that you come into. So as much as I can talk about this, having that big May low, truth of the matter is, does 3,700 hold on the ES? Like that bottom we just rallied for on the NASDAQ, does that hold up? Because if that's not true, it's really not going to matter a heck of a lot what your support levels are on some of these names. So, that's what I'm eyeballing today, man. 37 was our floor on the ES before this. Sort of before all of this, we just basically gave back to it. We've already had a rally. I think that's like that line in the sand. There's going to be plenty of names that are on, they're like you call it like a life preserver or on life support in front of like these last ditch areas. We have huge gaps to the downside. And do we break them necessarily today? I pointed out at the opening of the show that really last time they raised rates back in May, it was the Friday that the floodgates opened up. And even then, you didn't have the full breakdown until Monday. If you follow that pattern, then we might be getting ahead of ourselves thinking everything's going to break these shelves this morning.
Someone's asking to explain what a shelf is, but I was going to look at gold here. I know we have Rahim Alani's in the building, so we're going to talk a couple names with him here. But this is like a shelf is basically just like a support area. Like you've built this kind of a shelf right there. Once you crack down below it, it's just kind of like when you're barcoding and you get a sort of a shelf and you're sort of breaking lower, breaking down below it. But look at this gold chart here. I mean, I expected gold to be moving a little bit differently here when we're talking about recession. We're talking about depression, things like that. All these asset classes. Bitcoin, is that even an asset class? All these equities getting hit here. Energy going up. I mean, today we're back up to 114 now. We were just touching 113. Now you're trying to rip up to 114 as the NASDAQ pulling back in. But gold is not doing anything right now. Again, like you can go all the way back to a month. We're at the same prices here for gold. So maybe gold is starting to turn into, I mean, it's been a safe haven forever. You're not going to get these huge rips. You had a monster one back there in March, took down 192. This is just the GLD, so you can trade it as an equity. But I wonder where gold's going from here as well. So that could be something here, generally known as a flight to safety. Will people sell out of some of this if they need to raise some capital? So lots of questions and hopefully lots of answers starting right now, Brendan.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Group's back in the building. We're going to have a bit of a discussion here once we get a camera set up about some mining stocks. The big mining conference actually going on right now in Toronto. And a lot of the companies involved in that in the city as a result. So we thought we'd take the opportunity to touch on what has been a pretty impressive year so far for not only metal prices, but individual mining companies, specifically gold and silver, but also some of the battery metals. We've been kind of mentioning, just as a secondary note when it comes to mining companies and mining stocks in general, the battery side of things, which is going to continue to produce all kinds of opportunities going forward. As mentioned, Rahim Alani, great to see you as always.
Likewise.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Let's jump right into here, into things here this morning. There was a big move yesterday in gold, obviously off of the Fed. It's one of those things that people jump to safety. They want to make sure their money's okay when we come in this morning and we're down so much.
No, it's true. And what becomes interesting with gold is it's viewed as a proxy against some of these things that we talk about, whether it's inflation or CPI indexes or however you want to view the world, and especially with interest rates. Now you got to look at two different things. You've got to look at China reeling in spending. You've got gold that's in Russia that may or may not be able to come out of the country. So how does that affect gold prices? But in theory, when a move like yesterday happens, a move towards gold as a hedge is definitely something that has been seen time and time again.
On the battery metal side of things, this is still kind of early days as far as demand is concerned, and still exponential opportunity to come when it comes to this. In this country specifically, what are the major things we should note and be aware of when it comes to the battery side of things?
It's a great question. And when everyone thinks about the Teslas of the world, they think, okay, batteries, but they don't think about the components and the metals that are going to be needed to produce that. So lithium, copper, and zinc are in our opinion, some of the top three metals that are going to need to be produced, mined, to support all of the EVs and all of the things that you want to talk about in the world. So those are really important. Lithium, as an example, on the spot basis, is up 900% year over year. Then Goldman came out saying, well, maybe there's oversupply. So the thing that's different with lithium versus copper, lithium you can get going into production a lot quicker than you can with copper. So maybe there's a way to mitigate some of that potential oversupply or not have oversupply. Copper takes a little bit longer to get going, but copper, I think, as a metal that you may want to take a look at as well as zinc.
Okay, we'll get into a few names here, individual companies that we can look at just as far as opportunities go, maybe on the gold side, maybe on the battery metal side. One that I'm sure everyone will be aware of, Kinross Gold, been around forever, very well-established company.
Yeah, no, exactly. And the reason we thought Kinross was interesting is they completed a sale of an asset that they had in Russia to a Russian gold company, just on the basis of they needed to exit Russia for a variety of reasons. So they got the deal announced and completed yesterday. They got $340 million from the Russian gold company. $300 million of it paid up front, and $40 million is going to be paid over time. It's a little lower than what the number of people were expecting, simply because 13% of Kinross's gold was expected to come out of that mine. But now they are fully funded for the next, I believe it's 4 years minimum on the balance sheet. So something to look at just because of that big cash infusion they just got.
Endeavor, EDV, here in Toronto, but this one's actually dual listed over in London.
That's correct. Yeah, it's listed in London. Again, that's a name, for our friends that are watching from different parts of the world. It's a larger gold company. It's focused on West Africa. They're in production. They're obviously generating a lot of revenue. Stock has dipped off a bit simply because it is one of those ones that proxies with the price of gold for sure, and. They announced a share buyback a little while ago, so that's something that we have talked about on the show a few times. Whether it's an M&A candidate or whether you're doing a share buyback, those are some things to look at as an investor. You may be interested to see what the company's doing there, and they believe in themselves enough with the cash that they've got that they want to go out and buy back their shares.
On the smaller side of things, Karora Resources. This is one that does have an OTC listing, KRRGF in the U.S.
Yeah, correct. And Karora, that's one that didn't really, catch anyone's radar on our side. The stock did tail down a little bit. It was in the 5s. It came down to the 4 1s. The reason I thought it was interesting was simply because they announced a bought deal for $64 million. So for a smaller cap company to get a cash infusion of $64 million right off the bat, not off the bat, but coming onto their balance sheet is going to be quite helpful, especially given when the stock is down, 15, 18, 20% from a few weeks ago. So that tells you something in the market.
And another name in the in the gold space, I should say.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. GCM, which is GCM Resources.
GCM, again, just one that we thought looked interesting simply because it is a smaller cap name. It has dropped off not in correlation to the price of gold, but it has tailed off a little bit. It trades decently. It's got gold in Latin America, Guyana, and Colombia. And just if you're looking at that decline a bit, it may be a buying opportunity on that basis.
Another one in the gold space, El Dorado, which is another one that I'm sure everyone's well aware of.
So same thing. The reason El Dorado thought might be interesting, they operate in Canada, obviously, but in Turkey, Greece, Romania. It's a gold company that has been in production for some time. And again, if you see that price decline, and depending on where you view your life thesis on where you see gold going, maybe some of these names are interesting to look at as they proxy with gold.
When it comes to the battery side of things, I want to go back to just to cap things off here. Where's the opportunity, in your opinion, as far as going forward, maybe this year, maybe 5 years from now? Do you look at some of the smaller names? Do you look at some of the more established ones?
To be honest, if you're looking at, again, the three that I mentioned, lithium, copper, and zinc, you may want to take a country view when it comes to that as well. Lithium is, there is obviously Canadian resources that are lithium based, but there has been a lot of work in the US and in Chile. We actually had a few meetings about that this week with our geologist friend that I brought over here today. Hi, Miguel. We talked about that. Now, you may want to, again, just do your homework. Chile is going through a constitutional review, and that may or may not affect the way Chile operates its mining companies, or allows its mining companies to operate in country. And that's also a very big country for copper. So, take those sorts of views when you are looking at an investment. Look at all the factors that go into it, whether it's governmental in country as well as environmental and all those things. But you may want to look at some of the lithium and zinc, copper names for sure.
And as we said, early days still as far as what is to come for demand. Great stuff as always. Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. Appreciate it as always.
Anytime.
There we go, guys. Some mining opportunities.
Great. Yeah, absolutely. It's always looking sharp and fresh and clean.
He always does. I mean, that's the thing. Like he always comes
like
here.
Golf shirt,
looks the best everything. Rahim Alani, great interview there. And the thing is, we always talk about these stocks, right? But they're driven, like Teslas of the world. They need this mining to get going, right? It's very interesting about Chile there. Huge opportunities coming through in all these markets. So, often we'll talk about NASDAQ names and tech names, but that's why we sort of take a little bit of a deeper dive here into some of the mining and gold related names and things like that. And sure, a lot of those names were maybe Canadian listed, but there's a lot of opportunity to trade these on the ADR side. We had an example there as well over there on the OTC market. So, look, we all want to buy Fisker and Lucid and all this, right? Do we though? Yeah, but what? It's the batteries, right? I mean, there's going to be a need to recycle batteries and different names coming through here, and you need to pull things out of the ground to make these things work. So, thanks to Rahim Alani one more time for coming through and just looking so sharp and always making us look bad. So, thank you, Rahim, for that one as well.
I always say, like, when Raheem's on, I was actually thinking in my head, I'm like, man,
here, Raheem.
when we
There
have
he
guests
is.
at the desk with Brendan, it's like, take some notes from Raheem and engaging right there. People call him like, oh my goodness, he's like Chamath. I'm like, no, man, Chamath wishes he was Raheem.
Yeah.
That's the other way around.
And good,
Of course, exactly.
And good luck with the conference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great.
I think we always have like the upgrades and downgrades, and there's usually a few interesting names on there. Oddly enough, and this is a weird segue, but there's a name on that list which is at front of my mind coming up for Father's Day. Because
Denny's?
Was
that the right one?
And it has nothing to do with me. I'll tell the story after we get to the upgrades and downgrades because my dad's weird.
Okay, let's hear that.
There it is. To the downside, yeah, Citigroup over there, Expedia, Etsy as well. I have no idea what National Vision is. Boeing, I wanted to mention here, Citigroup with a positive note on Boeing today. You remember 2 days in a row, we've had a lot of positivity surrounding some Chinese data, some Chinese resumption, I guess, of that 737 MAX for China Southern. Also, some delivery numbers that we got earlier in the week for Boeing back in positive territory. Dollar General, top of the list here, Morgan Stanley saying that regardless of what the economy does, regardless of what inflation does, Dollar General, DG, one that we can always count on, guys.
Raheem is giving us shit right now for not giving him a call last night when we were down in his hood. So I apologize for that.
No we about that.
And then I told him that I was basically in bed by like 10:30. So, I sent a picture to the group, and I was in the Uber, and I think it was 9:50 or something that I sent that picture through. So thanks to Raheem, and next time we'll get him a call because, he has that big budget.
Well, yes.
So the thing is, like, if I give him a call, then it's like I'm drinking for free and everything like that. So yeah, I'm gonna give Raheem a call. But no, a great friend. We've known Raheem now for it must be a decade, if not more than that.
Easy.
So,
Easy.
Yeah, it's always good to get out. Yeah, let's tell the story about this.
First things first. We'll get to the downgrade on Denny's there. There's a new IHOP in Brampton where I'm at, and like my dad wants to go to IHOP for brunch. And it's like, look, I'm not crapping on IHOP or Denny's or any of those chains, but like that's not where you go for like a fancy, nice brunch or anything. But you know what? You get what you want, right? Like it's his day. My daughter's probably gonna absolutely love it. But on the other end of that,
What would your daughter get? Like pancakes there or what?
Oh, she gets in these moods. It gets either pancakes, waffles, or French toast. So it's whichever one is like.
Yeah, that's kind of all.
It doesn't really matter, but IHOP's okay. I've been to it a few times. I just kind of feel like there's way better places to go for brunch, as you know. But Boeing, man, Boeing catching the upgrade.
Wait a minute, way better than IHOP? No.
Come on,
no.
You know exactly
That's
what I'm talking about.
We don't even. A Denny's
I can
opened
make
up.
No, anyway, it doesn't even.
A Denny's opened up near
I don't
my
wanna-
place, and we've gone a couple times. And to be honest with you, yeah, it's not my favorite place, man.
You get a lot of food, which I guess.
Especially when like you said, I even like these little hole-in-the-wall places.
That's
man.
what I'm saying. Like
yeah,
every neighborhood actually probably has a really good, solid,
Yes.
like
Yes,
local
they do.
breakfast place you can go
That's
to
where you
where
should go.
atmosphere is really nice. No, there's a couple. We're not going to those. We're going
I
to
know.
IHOP. So catch
right.
me at IHOP on Sunday, the new one in Brampton. Apparently, that's where I'm going to
Waffle
be.
House.
Don't. I'm trying to talk
you gotta
about
get some fried
Boeing and how
chicken, too.
strong
You
they
gotta
are, and you're
get
going to
that.
get my mind on chicken and waffles. Don't do it, bro.
Leo,
It's
what's
too
up to
early. It's
Brampton?
too
Brampton
early.
represent.
It's too early.
Neil, myself, and Brendan, and Prad, all from Brampton. But Neil and Prad, the only ones left.
Prad and I.
Prad and I.
Prad
Well,
and
that's
I.
you. I think
Yeah.
Neil and Prad.
Yeah, you say Neil and Prad. I say Prad. Quickly on Boeing. Boeing super strong yesterday. Actually managed to sustain and hold that move. Relatively strong in today. So we had some good news for them coming out of China. As well, and I always look for some relative strength here. It's got a good, strong upward bound to it. That 25 breakout, if things got out of hand, I think we could see that. But I'm way more concerned with where we found support in the early afternoon. Like, look at remember what happened on the Fed number. We went to the highs, and almost everything rallied back to the lows, and then came back to the top. Boeing went halfway, held this 130, so like 29 to 30, held that, and then broke back out. Broke the high, double top, closed higher, and is actually holding above that support level. So as far as I'm concerned, the relative strength is still on for Boeing, even though it's down that 1%, and they happen to catch an upgrade. That's not really the point. I care more about how it behaved in the afternoon.
All
Yeah,
right,
interesting week so far for Boeing. Back to the upside, we'll have a look at some of the airlines as well. I saw there was a note on UAL and AAL just coming across. Before we do that, let's bring in Arun. Get a check of the overall market, brought to you by the Small Exchange. Once again, so easy to get involved with futures trading, guys, with the Small Exchange. Very, very simple and easy to understand contracts. There's less capital required, no PDT rule involved as well. All well there, guys? Okay, good. Let's bring in Arun. As I mentioned, get a check of the market here. Back towards the lows we go, Arun.
Yeah, this is going to be buckle up, because this is going to be one of those interesting days where if it's a complete reversal of what you had today, it could get rough very, very quickly. So yeah, okay, market rallied after post-Fed. We fell off a little bit, but around 4 o'clock, just after 4 o'clock, we did rally in the post-market session all the way up to like 35 or so. And then 1 a.m. hit, and here we are on a huge sell-off to the downside, taking out any support levels that the Fed may have given you. Remember, 37.20 was a level that we were looking at before the Fed. That area held. I think we hit 25 or so. We bounced up, so that 37.20 looked good for the most part. All that's gone down the drain now. But the flip side is when something like that happened, it opens up a good range now with tighter levels that you can actually work some trades in. Remember, 37.20 was the level that we were looking at. 37.20 held for the most part, and then overnight it got broken. Some volume coming through as well on the way down, and we just went up there into the 30s again and failed again. So that 20, 25, 30 area, that's going to be the area that I'm going to work with. I've already picked up some shorts here in that area because that's the level that we've been looking at since yesterday. Just because it's broken doesn't mean you can't use it anymore. You can use it on the flip side, which is going to be the broken support level. Looking at 37.70 now as your stop on this, if on this short that we're going to work with here. From 20 going all the way up to 70, I'm going to work that entire zone for shorts and see if we can actually get a move down towards the bottom. Flips and the breakdown would be 3,700, even big round number. I'd be careful about anyone going for shorts right off the break because that is too obvious. Too many stops are down there. I want to see how well this market can handle stops going off. If the stops go off and the market bounces back, I'd be concerned. It just gets the stops out of the way. If we actually move up a little bit and then get back underneath, then that's more likely, hey, there's going to be continued selling. So then maybe we can step in and work some shorts underneath 3,700. But for the time being, I think that 37.20 going up to 37.70, that's the zone you want to work with and play with and stay away from if you're going to go long. But if you're going to go for shorts, I'd be trying to price something somewhere in there. For now, it's a wide range, right? So you do have to be smart about how you're taking your risk and what your risk profile is for a short. But if anywhere in there works, as long as the setups are good, for the most part, it does look good as of right now. But again, things change at 9:30. So we'll see how this one works, but just keep that level in mind.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Just watching Apple here. Was moving around on a bit of volume, but back to the downside. That's the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single day before you join us then at 8:30. Absolutely free every single morning for you. All you need is your email address. Top of the list this morning, tech stocks. We saw them attempt to lead this rally yesterday. The question being today, can they attempt to lead the rally or the move back to positive territory for the overall market once again? Apple bouncing around here. Still down 2%, but some volume here on Apple, guys.
Wasn't there the upgrade for Apple or something? Today?
Morgan's been all over.
Yeah, Morgan. Yeah, another positive note from JP Morgan saying payment services on track to generate about 4 Bs in revenue by 2026. So that's good. 5% of total projected revenues. So good for Apple. But look, I mean, Arun just talked about it right there. I mean, some of those levels, you can basically just use them for Apple. I mean, it's kind of a proxy for the market if you're going to trade anything with a close beta there, 1-to-1. It's not going to be 1-to-1, but close enough there. Walmart boosting technician pay to $20 an hour. Okay. I think it should have been more than that to begin with. But okay, Apple right there. A nice move. And if you're going to look at it for what it did yesterday here, let's have a quick look at what Apple was doing. So we didn't trade it too often or too aggressively yesterday. We were looking for shorts in the middle of the day there. Then the market started to go up. We were able to get out of those shorts. It was still a positive name for us. And then we covered our last little bit there before going short again, then hitting a little bit of that long back to the upside near the end of the day. And then Fed came out, or before Fed, not near the end of the day. And then Fed came out and we sort of went bonkers here with Apple up to 137. again, like, you know, that 150 level is very key for Apple. I'm not sure how key 140 is, but if we're just gonna, I don't think we need to even go too far back into what I'm gonna be doing here today. There's that bottom of 131.6, right? So 131.75, that held right there. I think we were a little bit lower in the morning when we traded it again short, and then we ran into the long. So yeah, Apple was actually pretty good. But this level right here held 131.50. That's what we're looking at right there. So if you have 131.50 right there come through, let's just put the chart a little bit forward here. That's that 131.50 we held again this afternoon in the pre-market. So for me, Arun mentioned going down, testing some of these lows, and then possibly getting stopped out. We have another one. Do we have AMD ever talking about that here? No, we don't. So I'm going to do AMD, the same thing here. I'll call it up in a minute. But I feel like you want to get down here and look at those lows and then see what happens next. I do want to be shorting Apple, but for me, the short in Apple has to be somewhere around here, this 135 area, kind of where we got going when the Fed came out. You see a 135 top right there. Then we busted through, held that 135 right there on a dip when Fed came out, and then ripped up to 138. Came back in again magically to 135 and stopped. So, you know, if we get that rip, I think you have to look short Apple 135. I mean, into 135, and then maybe get rid of it if it does break that. You're looking at maybe a top of 136. But this market's going to have to turn green for that to happen. So I'm not sure that's going to be the play. So I'm going to be shorting Apple into this 134, 135 area. And before I go over to Neil, I just want to show you quickly here, AMD, basically the same bottom. This would be like one of those shelves we're talking about here, down to $85 and $86. If you bring that out even into a 20-minute chart here, where is my 20? Here it is right here. Why is it still on Apple? Nobody knows. AMD, okay.
Got to do it twice.
I know, but look, even my day didn't change. I don't know. Okay, so maybe there's a linking issue here. But if you do look into AMD right here, you can go all the way back to mid-May, where we are now. Or no, sorry, this is mid-June. What month are we in? Mid-June here, where 85 and 86 held, right? And so again, you're going to try to test some of those levels. I am sitting here trying to take a little bit of a long on AMD if we do come in here, just to look at this 86, 85 level. So I feel like there are a couple names that are at some interesting levels today, including Apple and AMD.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned 31 and 35 on Apple, and it's just one of those, you know, it closed at 135.43, so that's the only reason I'd short it, probably to 35.50. The other name that's going to be in play is Meta. Look, Meta had one of the stronger moves. Of course, they also had the news in the middle of the day, which had them leaning. But we essentially made a double top. This is what I mean about things not breaking out that second level. So we just got to the weekly highs and then reversed. But you still have a higher low here at 164 on Meta. So it's not really challenging that 161 bottom that we do see. You got a 164 level. If it holds this, it's got tons of room. More room than most names, I think, to get into the upside. One thing that's worth mentioning here on Meta, I think I heard Lucas say it, and we both mentioned it as things were moving fast in the afternoon. Since it got changed over from Facebook to Meta, nothing has changed in the stock, obviously. But the spread is almost always larger. I don't know I'm not sure why that is, but it consistently has, for a liquid stock, it consistently has 5-cent spreads, sometimes 10, and it's things like in the afternoon yesterday, you see 20-cent spreads at times. So just be careful with your stop orders. You probably on this stock need, instead of crossing like 10, 15 cents like you would on Apple, you just have to be a little bit more aggressive sometimes to make sure that you get those fills. But I look at 64 support. Holds above there. It's just a good risk to reward, given how much room you have to resist, and specifically on Meta. NVIDIA, I'm looking 56 and 58 for some dip buy potential. Remember, as long as we haven't broken the bottom on the futures, you know, a lot of these names have appealing levels that buyers had already stepped into this week.
To crypto stocks, we've been kind of monitoring them all week long as the slide in Bitcoin continues. Not only are we back to the lows here for equities, but BTC guys trying to roll over here as well. So the S&P trying to test the lows on the session here. But Coinbase, I wanted to mention here first, down 4%. 52 though was a big level if you go back to the past couple days.
I was jumping around there. I had Coinbase up, and then we started talking a little bit about BTC. But let's just do that real quick here for Bitcoin. So Look, it's been pretty violent, man. We got up to 23,000 right there last night, and then it's a big move to the downside right here, coming back in and retesting some of those bottoms. I don't know where this chart is here, but some nice moves back into the downside, back to 28.4. And I believe if I call up like a 15-minute chart, probably, okay, so it's not... This is definitely not loading properly here, but we do have these bottoms of that 20,000. So I still think that you kind of just trade in the middle here for a bit until we get to 20,000. So, you're forming again just another bit of a wedge here, like 23 to 20. So you're back and forth in there. That's like a 15% range back and forth. We make the tops a couple times before testing the bottom, made that top. Now the next move down would be to test that bottom. So nervous for sure here about Bitcoin. And even at like the dinner last night, everyone's asking, what are we doing with Bitcoin? And nobody has any idea. Like, you have some people that are going to trade it, where I think it is a good active trade to, why not? I mean, there's liquidity there. It's 24-hour market. I like that idea. Get onto an exchange where you could put in stop orders and things like that, which should be all of them at this point. And then you want to look at trading Bitcoin through that 20,000. I think it's a great, like the minute you see 19,999 on your account, I believe you should probably short it if you're going to be day trading, maybe a little dump down to 18,000, something like that. But that's what I think is going to happen. I think you're going to get a flush back down through 20. I think the stop could be 10%, so that'd be that 18,000 down there, and then maybe a bounce back up. And when that happens, Neil, I know you have Coinbase up right now. It was a good short for us the last couple of days, for sure. We definitely banked in on it, but there's the levels that Brendan's talking about. I'm going to go even a little higher than that 52. I mean, 52 would be good for a break down to the bottom. But I think if you're going to look for shorts, we've gotten our faces ripped off a couple times shorting this 53, 54 area when it went up to 56. I know Prad had a good one yesterday, short into that 55.
Yeah, the thing about Coinbase is it's actually trying to take that gap almost every single day that it's filled in since breaking 60. And every single time you go to short it, you just have to maybe give it a little bit more room. Worth mentioning, if you get that 20,000 break, someone mentioned it in the chat yesterday, really, there is room all the way down, just looking over the Bitcoin chart to confirm, it's about 16, 17,000 where the next sort of obvious technical level is. Now, I don't know what that means specifically for Coinbase. That's anybody's guess. But if you were to get that kind of a move, this was a $40 stock before. And I think until it's back above and filling in this gap, it's one of those like short the pop situations. It hasn't given you many chances on any kind of liquidity to get these lows at 48. They've all been pre-market lows. That's what's basically been happening here. You've been chasing moves, if you like, the long, like you're chasing it $3, $4 away. In this case, in the open, like you were really chasing and got burned. So that's why we look for those shorting opportunities. I think until it gets to fill this gap in, that's a 58, and then the top of that range is about 60. I want to be shorting into those. Just more patience needed. This feels like a morning where let volume come in because volume is relatively low, which means you want to be looking at that open or just real clear solid levels like we've seen on Apple, Nvidia's, AMD's, Meta's. Those have clear, clean levels that we can play off of. For everything else, I just want to see this market open up. What's the volume going to look like? Can we actually hold the floor in the futures?
Just looking at some of the banks here, it's worth noting, guys, if you are following along on the watch list, Twitter on the list this morning, simply based on the fact that there's that all-hands meeting that is going to happen today, apparently, where Elon is scheduled to make some comments. So just keep that maybe in your back pocket as far as Twitter is concerned. If anything positive comes from that, could see a move back to the upside for Twitter. Banks, though, as I mentioned, basically all of the big banks in the U.S. going immediately to 4.75 for mortgage rates and prime rate after the Fed comes out yesterday with their 75 basis point increase. So, yeah, they're down here in the pre-market, but could be a group to watch today.
Yeah, I think, on the day of Fed and on sort of the day after, and then around earnings are the times that we pay the closest attention to the banks and other financials. And it's a very similar story, I do think. Obviously, I'm going to pull up Wells Fargo. You can talk JPM. They're both down about 2% right now. These ran away from the 50 period. I think we talk about this on the daily charts all the time. Like that 50 period sometimes gives you a signal for how strong or weak a stock has been. But I don't know too many names out here that have, since breaking below, there was a chance to break back above. Look at this. It's like reject it, and then you got little tiny little wick, reject, and then we're right on the precipice, and then another breakdown. A lot of times that signals you're going to take out these lows. But you know what? We haven't broken the low yet. 37 even stands out there. And as long as, look, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place it can go. Yes, you've got a shelf underneath some of these names, and 37 is going to qualify for WFC, and I could pull up any of these charts, you'd probably see something very similar, but there's room to rally above them. Now, obviously, $40, you get to $40, and that's where you get put to the test. But if we have one of these inside days, last time Fed raised, they didn't break the range to the bottom until, well, it kind of broke it a little bit on Friday at the end of the day last time, and then it was Monday that things fell apart. If that's what happens again today, and remember, the afternoon yesterday was pretty much a mirror copy of it, so I don't see why we shouldn't prepare for this. You could have an inside day, and if you do, play off of your support and play off of your resistance. Don't get too caught up expecting that things have to break out and that it has to be either, we rally and turn green and go up 2%, or we end up down 5%. I want to be prepared for the opposite or the other end of that, which is if we have an inside day, I know where I'm going to be scalping. You've got some support on the banks. WFC 37 is sort of an obvious level, a round number we can stick it in.
Okay, just before I go on about this, we're going to throw this up here quickly, that we still are looking to replace Miss V. And, if you do have any broadcast experience and a passion for the market, it'd be nice to have both of those. We're realizing that this is harder to find than we thought, but please apply. It's marketing at tradertv.live. Marketing at tradertv.live. There it is right there. Up on the screen. So please, guys, it'd be better, obviously, if you are a resident of Canada, as we've had issues in the past getting work visas, as you guys would know. So I just want to thank you for that, guys, by the way. So if you know anybody or you are in the GTA, please apply. Why not? Okay, so I just have the 10-year up here. We talked about that yesterday. And I actually just looked back here. This is going back to October or so of 2018, where the last time we were sort of above 3, and what a big move up there. So you go all the way back, you're breaking this level right there. That's not good. And I was sort of saying yesterday that this 10-year has to come back in a little bit here if we're ever going to see the light of day again on some of these names, the higher growth names there, the big valuation names. This is sort of, look where we were back in January when the market was at all-time highs. You're down to 153, 15, 14, 16, and then all of a sudden now 341, right? And so we all know there's reasons for this. We know what the Fed is doing right now, but look at this little bump up, even just in, if I can load this up for 5 days. We were just 3.2, then you make this march back up to 3.5 intraday, settling, and then another bump back in here today. So I think if we're going to talk about banks and stuff like that, you got to sort of look at the 10-year Treasury. We talked about that the other day. So I just want to bring that note out, because when you're looking at this, again, we've had monster moves. I mean, this is back to 1982. That's why we're looking like a 5-year. But right there, it's just late 2018 was the last time we sort of breached this 3 level. And it came, rifling back in there as the market started to go back up to the upside. And now we're sort of seeing these levels hit again here, 341 on the 10-year. So watch out. It's actually moving, not huge right now, but every little point up, you're going to see little things happen here in the NASDAQ. So as this sort of starts to tick higher, you're going to see the NASDAQ kind of go the other way. So I just wanted to bring up the 10-year to people's attention, because we did talk about it the other day.
To Tesla here quickly, to the downside as well, 4.5%. In fact, not sure why that's open. 4.5%, trying to test the pre-market lows here. They, for the 3rd time, I believe, this year, have raised prices in the U.S. right across the board. It looks like on their website, anyways. Not a huge increase, but Tesla back downside with the overall market.
Yeah, well, it's weaker than the overall market right now. I think we talk about the relative strength and weakness. That's why Boeing maybe a little bit more attractive for a long. But look, Tesla, much like everybody else, you're going to have raising input costs, rising costs frankly, employment costs are going to get even more out of hand likely. So they're dealing with all that. They're raising prices, and the question becomes when do you start to see this reflect on their earnings, right? Like when do you see the slowdown? They don't have blowout numbers, and suddenly earnings revisions come to the downside. It's one thing, we talked about this before, to have multiple contraction and have stocks sort of correct back and get cut back for that reason. But during this entire move, when Tesla had blowout earnings, they've still been churning through and having solid numbers, right, and beating expectations. So the question becomes, when you start getting revisions to the downside, if you start getting revisions to the downside, that's the other leg that can start to come in for them. I have some levels I like on Tesla. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we come into play here at 685. It broke out in the afternoon, fed through that number. That's where you had the break. It got to 7. I think that's kind of returns to your first resistance point. If they were going to pull a rug, it would be there. That's 666. Wouldn't mess with that. You're back to looking at maybe 650s and 645s for Tesla. Too much diddling in the middle. It hasn't really been as clear as it was when we were off these levels like last week, and they were really good. So Tesla probably has to pop pretty generously before I'd want to short it. And I don't really like the long at 666. I think your risk to reward, quite frankly, stinks. And it's relatively weak today, right? Like it's double to the downside what we see the S&P.
I want to, for Miss Perkins Life, I want to talk about this. Tisha, what's up? AERC here, up 10% today. If you're looking at this name, obviously this is Aero Clean Technologies. I mean, they've been absolutely nuts the last little while. If you look at a daily chart for these guys, yeah, what was up with this? $80 up to $125, and then an absolute destruction all the way down. I actually don't even know what the story is with this, so I'm not going to comment on what exactly happened here. It almost feels like, I don't know, was it a SPAC or I don't know, did it turn into something, AeroClean there? I mean, I got to find some more information about what's up with that. But this was just $1 a couple months ago, and it's very nice to see it at $21 right now. So again, without knowing too much about the story, I can't say to sell it here or buy it here, but what I'm going to do is quickly look at this little bump up here. This happened basically just before the Fed yesterday at 2 p.m. We ripped up to there at $23.50, $24, and then got hit back in there on very, very much volume there. Huge volume coming through. A lot of buy candles. The buys definitely outnumber the sells here. So it's a big time movement back up to the upside. And then as attention focused on some of those names that were a little more active when the Fed came out, this kind of drifted back down. Now, the only thing about it is we closed yesterday at this 1850 mark, then we held 1750 before all of a sudden now ripping back up to the upside. Obviously, this is going to be a low float name, but you know, when you look at this sort of high of 2350, that's still 10% more plus. It's 15% from where we are right now. So, I mean, is this name going to go up 25% today? Sure, we've seen that happen many, many times. This 2150 area right here for everyone trading that's, I mean, I guess it's really 2175, let's call it. That, to me, would be the next area where you're going to test it on a break. So for me, if you're long this name or you're looking to get long, right now you're barcoding in here. So if you're going to trade this long, right now into this, you know, you say, I'm not in position, let's just say, right? So if you're going to get into position, I think you hold out for a 20 break right now. So that's 85 cents worth of downside. And then I wouldn't necessarily take this break. I would take the break right here of what I told you. So instead of taking 2150, I'd almost wait until 2175 because we ripped up there to 24 yesterday, pulled back, bounced off 2175, went down again, ripped back up, stopped at 2175 again before making this move. So it kind of looks familiar to this. Up to 2150, back down. Let's see what we do at 2175. So to me, that's the indicated key area. And then obviously if you're long, like I just said, I don't think you want to be in this name if we break back down below. I mean, if you want to get really aggressive, it's like 2020, 2025. But I like to use round numbers there. The 50 period's at 20, VWAP's at 1980. So I would watch out for AeroClean today. Obviously on watch, 1 million shares. But that 2175, Tisha, is something that I would definitely look at if you are trading AERC.
AMC, guys, worth a note here this morning. The last time, I was reading an article a couple days ago, last time they had an investor day, did give you kind of whipsaw action, a lot of volatility in the stock. Today is another one. So today is the annual investor day for AMC. Not a lot to see here in the pre-market, but definitely sitting around some key levels as well.
Yeah, it's got 11 and 1150. I think we've been talking about these levels as the apes get them going. I still need to see, I need to get back to the theater at some point. The Jurassic Park movie had me enticed. But the 11 and 1150 for AMC, I think that's pretty simple. Keeping it simple with some of those levels of support until we break them, right? Until the shelf breaks, you might as well sort of stand in front of it for that day trade. ADN here, just popped up. They got new funding, and the key here is, I want to check it. It's about 17, depending on your source, 13, 17% short float. Only 30 million in the float, however, and I haven't checked on the price of locates, but up 170% on increasing volume. Like, volume's actually been sort of going up as it broke this $3 level. You pop the daily up, and what you see is, okay, you're at what a previous maybe bag hold level, but I think $4 is clearly the more important level. If it manages to hold above this previous consolidation 3, that's a pretty good sign for this bad boy at the open. But I don't, when the float is this tiny and you have like that share, when you have this, the short float as well, I've found recently that it almost has to take 2 or 3 levels out, or 2 or 3 failed reverses for where shorters might come in. So you might have put one in there at an obvious level like 3. I think it would have to open up, maybe fail quarters, fail 50s before I would want anything but 4 for the short side of the trade. 250 looks like it had some genuine support. Like, the volume really started to taper off when it sold off of this 250 false break and then just ramp right back up above it. So if I was looking for a dip, I think that's the price I'd be looking for on ADN, Brendan.
All right, one we were talking about yesterday, SIDU. A couple things to note on this. 78 million market cap. They got a $3.5 billion with a B contract from NASA yesterday. So very, very strong. Day 2, here we are. This support area initially was $8. So that's $8 right now. Struggling to get back above $8. If it does, probably see a lot higher, guys. This next stop up would be 1150.12. On the daily chart for SIDU. Very active once again today.
Every time I looked at that stock on the higher time frame, it's just like any level I liked felt like it was like a 50-cent range around that level you had to be concerned with. I did take a break on this, and when I say break loosely, I mean I used the wrong stop and it didn't trigger, and I manually punched into it when it took out a 693 high, but I scalped out of it instantly. What was going on, just to give you a quick story here, when it was failing 750, as it was trying to get through 750, there were multiple buyers posting 46, 48, 47 for lots of like 40, 50,000 shares when there was nothing more than a few hundred on either side, and they were getting filled heavily. That, to me, that's a signal, oh man, it's going to pull back. It then tried to pull back, got like 10 cents, and then you see the rest of what happened. And then at the same price, we just came back to it now, the 740 to 750 area, it's managed to catch another bid. So that tells me for now there's buyers at that 740 to 750 on SIDU. That's the level of interest for me. If it's going to try to hold this level, I think there's room, like you said, Brennan, past 10. Past 1150 to 12, actually a huge level there. So that's what I want to see off that open. I'm not really that interested in fading off the pre-market highs. Usually that's a play I'd look at, but that 850 is kind of random. If that was more like $9 or $10, I would at least give that a shot. But that's what I'm looking at, because what I saw there was lots of buyers, and they've stepped up support with only 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, we're getting close here. SIDU made its way to the sticky note. Some people asking what's on it today. We have 105 level key for BABA. I believe that's going to be, we'll just see what the market does. It's either going to be, looks like it's going to get that's going to be a short level right there. AMD, we talked about that. I'm already sitting on the bid here of AMD. Amazon, we like the short, and there's that SIDU 8. But Brendan and Neil just went over that. So sticky note at Trader TV, Sean. I am going to take this 850 break. So we're going to go long if it breaks through 850, and then give it back to 750. So we're going to give it $1 worth of room here on SIDU. My long will be at this high of the day, 850 there, back down to 750. I think you could go long now too against that 750, but we're almost open here. So I don't know if we want to be stepping into something right this second. There could be like a big flush or the big move to the upside. So either way, let's just watch out. But right now the momentum is a little bit lower, as you can see, lower highs being put in right now. Neo Ford on watch there. Alibaba, actually Alibaba there as a sell. So this is starting to turn the other way now. 1.48 million shares right now, and looks like it's going, there it is, the downside move. So we just wanted to take this 105, a very, very key level. We talked about that yesterday. So 105 coming into play right now for Alibaba. I still think we could take it out. But it's a nice move to the downside. Look at the market just fading out right now. So we'll have to watch out for some of these names as they come in. AMD's
Meta's breaking.
Which one is?
Meta.
Oh, to the downside, I guess. Yeah, so watch out here. AMD's starting to, make some moves back down in. We are sitting on the bid. Neil's talking about Meta breaking right now. Apple probably starting to head. I mean, this is going to be a bad day. We already know this. So watch out for this 130-150 here on Apple to see if that gets tested as well. But here we go again, guys, with only a minute to go. This is going to be a really exciting day, I feel like. I think Arun was on with that. We might test some of these bottoms, see where we go from there. But if you take a 31.50 as a bottom, you should really be taking 31. So watch out for Apple going down to 131 with only a minute left. Did you get into Meta, or it was just...
No, it's breaking. I'm on the bid in front of that previous low. It was like 160. So I'm on the bid in front of 162 on Meta. Someone just asked if BOBA goes through 102, is it done? I mean, I don't know what your definition of done is. That's not a gigantic shelf, right? Like, I think, look, BOBA through 98 is a heck of a lot more significant than that. But, if it gets through there, it still has support from earlier this week at about 101. And remember, since gapping below 100 and reclaiming it this week, we haven't retested 100 even on Alibaba just yet. So I don't think the writing's necessarily on the wall for that, even though it is down that 5%. And we know what happens when they catch a bid in Alibaba. The buying is feverish. It's a little bit insane. The algos get to the long side on Alibaba, and when you want them there, they're fantastic. So I always look for initially that long trade. We got Tony LT grade because he's wearing the orange today.
Oh,
on
God.
the bell.
Yeah, it's almost
4,
time.
3, 2, and 1. That was quick.
All right, thank you, Tony, for that one. The Tequila Man is in the building. Okay, here comes Apple right to the downside right away, almost. There it is. We are long something, and it is AMD right now long. So we are long AMD at this 86.15 level. We'll see if we can't get something out, obviously on a little bit of a pop-up. We won't be long here a big amount of shares. Why? Because we're trying to look at this 85 bottom. So let's wait to see what happens through 85.
Oh, that was
if
so
AMD
fast.
takes down 85, then we will get out of it. But right now we are long on Advanced Micro.
Yeah, it was so fast. Obviously we know when the market is opening up there, but instantly 58 to first level on NVIDIA just filled. I want to get back over to Sidhu because this opened right on that shelf. That's that 77.50 area that we're talking about. Like, we opened pretty much right there and then failed break to the downside and then came right back up. So it looks like the buyers just stepped in off of the open. I just wanted to see them come in there, and I'll see if I can catch something. I want to make sure that, if it breaks down below VWAP, I can definitely get out of it. But, for now, the buyers look like they are en masse over there in Sidhu. I'm looking at Redbox, pretty much nothing. Did I just get wicked out of NVIDIA? That's a little bit frustrating. Yeah, it looks like I got wicked out. This did not get to 157.50. No, it did not.
I'm not sure, but we didn't get wicked out of anything right now on AMD, as both of us kind of trading the same sector here in the semis, but they came down to some nice little levels. So now we're 50 cents in the money now on AMD. So let's see where that goes for right now. We just took a piece out at 30.40s or something like that right there. But now you're starting to get back to the upside. We do appreciate that only went to 86.70 right there. So we do have another offer ready to go on the upside, but looks like we're trying to break higher now. So let's go AMD. Let's make a winner out of this trade to start the day. And there it is, man, 86.80. Come on, give it to me. We're waiting at 86.80. Sometimes gimme never gets, but let's see if we haven't learned our manners yet. Up to 86.80. You know what? Forget it. You win. I'll take an 86.67 if we can get it. There it is right there. So we'll go again. Yeah, catapulting ourselves here this morning with a nice 40-cent winner to start the day.
Yeah, Sidhu does pull that rug right through 8 even, so I actually made sure I got a decent price at 65. I'm not sure it's going to hold this 7. Looks like they're going to do one of those classic rug pulls. I'm out of it. And again, I didn't really want to chase this one. It had to hold that VWAP area. Instantly, you get a huge reversal. I'm looking at Tesla quickly as well because that just put on a wick top at, no, not to 80, 675. So we're not going to be able to get that short. Coinbase, another one that we're looking for a bit of a pop. Not quite to the prices we wanted to be able to fade. Got to be patient with Coinbase, I do feel. Like, last couple of days, if you got in too early, you got absolutely burned. Meta does make a bounce. I was sitting bid closer to that 62 level. It looked like that's not real. It did not print 169s, man. It looks like it tried to challenge that pre-market high at 166. It cannot get through the tops as well. Looks like they just initially had a bit of a buy, then a rug pull. Probably no worse than Sidhu.
We're going to look at Amazon when we get back from Brendan.
IX, big mover here, guys. There was a Hindenburg research report that came out early on in the pre-market, worth noting, but it's done nothing but go straight to the upside ever since the market opened there. So EBIX, big mover, back higher.
Okay, I'm just going to go short here. If we break out this bottom of Amazon here, I mean, I know it's 103.50, but we're going to go short right now. 103.89 break. There it is. So now we are short Amazon right now. Much bigger position than our AMD. So I am short right now. Amazon, good amount of shares for me. Close. Not really a full position, but it's a good amount here, so we'll see. I just want to see about this 105 area, right? This 105.50. Like, if we can take that out, then fine. We'll be wrong on this name, and then we'll wait to see about a 107, 108, and a little bit higher than that. But I'm going to try to hold out for this until we get back to that 105.50. So that means averaging in around this 105 area if it does come back up for us. So right now, it's a nice little short for me, 13 cents and so on and so forth in the money. But we do activate right now Apple. So Apple long right here. We'll see if we can. I mean, I don't think I like this long anymore, so I said we'd have to look for 131. So if 131 gets taken out, then we're going to be gone on Apple. I'm just putting in the stop order right now because it looks like it's going to try to do that right in front of our face right here. So Apple to the downside, but look at Amazon, man. We're cashing in on that one. Oh, man, that sucks about AMD and everything in Apple, but right now Amazon, there's the short, man. We just took that on right now. This is what we wanted. Amazon looks like it's going to be the big one here on a downside move. 50 cents in the money. We just put it on. But Apple is out of the money 20 cents. So, we've got to deal with both of these.
Yeah, and here comes the incoming Meta. Got back into NVIDIA. Looks like it will now challenge that 56 previous bottom on NVIDIA. Meta is now screaming to the downside. So I'm going to check all your stop orders. Be very careful when you have these wicks going on to be sure you do not want to get wicked in or wicked out. But we're starting to scream to the downside. We just took out 3,700. That takes me on the ES, I should say. That takes me over to Square. Square has now broken. I'll show you here, guys. Square is now breaking this floor at 59. It looks like it's trying to chew right through. It's a multi-level break on Square, so going to get into the short break. I thought maybe we'd be popping on this and then shorting a pop. That is not the case at all. So I'm going to try and get, it's SSR. It must be SSR. That's why I didn't get
Square,
that.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
No,
it's not. It would say on your screen.
No, I just had to, yeah, it's not. But I just had to chase it a little bit. But I look at this as breaking that floor and now saying, okay, there's so much room beneath this. Just quickly pull you back. There's so much room beneath this on the daily chart that it's basically air below that. But we get a little bit of a bounce off on NVIDIA at 56. I want to go quickly to Tesla, which just put in a huge wick to the downside at 665. And then came right back up to 670. So it's still just chewing you up and spitting you out in the middle of this range. It's got to be 680, 685 for the fade. It's got to be 650s for that name. Otherwise, you're just getting destroyed. Back to Sidhu for a brief second here, guys. It is holding below, but it's not exactly flushing. So there's still a chance this could go. Maybe give you a chance off of that 650 area. I don't think it's necessarily dead just yet. NVIDIA, like I said, bounced off of that 56 level, gets back above 58, and have to start taking some profit here. You've got some crazy wick bottoms on a lot of these names. So if it gives you this scalp trade in the morning, I think you just need to start taking it a little bit. I think we might have trouble getting back through these highs, like 160s, 159s. Those are looking pretty appealing with the ES where it is still on those lows. So when you catch a bounce off your level, you better grab some of that profit before it gets away from you.
Yeah, we had Amazon short, Apple long, AMD long. We did reload that Apple at a beautiful price down there, so we're able to take a little bit of profit here on Apple as Amazon's getting away from us. What's up, Brendan?
GGPI, which is the Polestar, the EV maker Polestar SPAC. Big flush here off the open, guys, from 980 all the way down to 860. Trying to bounce, but heavy volume and selling on GGPI.
I think there is some little bit of warning shots here on some of those names there, GGPI, Fisker, things like that. I feel like the best investments would be with that Tesla as far as an investment, but as far as a day trade is concerned, some of these names, Polestar, so on and so forth, some big movers, but down 10% there for Polestar, down to 850. We can definitely have a look at that one when we get ready to rock and roll. AMD still long 86 and change. We were at 86, 85.30, so we missed that reload at the bottom there. So far, so good on this trade. We've already taken the profit and it just came right back up. So pretty lucky that this is working out for us right now. It's funny because AMD's ripping right now, and you look at Apple, we basically did buy the bottom there in Apple, and it came all the way back. So AMD is going to be the name that we're going to want to take longs on for sure on AMD because, again, it just looks so much stronger than everything else. Apple's going to test these bottoms, and we're going to get out, man. If this breaks through 131, we're gone. That should be okay. okay for us because we have the Amazon short that we already went short here at 104. Well, we're 103, what are we? 103.89 right now. We just took it out at 58. So that was a good trade for us there. Apple, see ya. Apple right there, crushed to the bottom side, just took down 131. So yeah. That's a bad trade. We're gonna make up for it with hopefully our Amazon short here. But yeah, Apple just clocked us out through that 131. Maybe that was the wick bottom there. I don't think so. I don't think we want to be long anything anymore. You could.
I'm actually gonna think of a cover name. We're not getting anything past 158 on Nvidia. I'm just gonna get out of it. It doesn't look like we're getting the bounce we want. These shorts are now holding below 3,700. Once that shelf was gone, I don't like some of these longs. We can always regroup at better levels. I'm watching the only long I think I'm looking back for is that Boeing. Boeing is actually still only down 1%, which is exactly where it was at the open. So the relative strength of Boeing definitely sits there. It just never got to 130 to give me an entry.
Okay, so here comes Amazon right back down. And I mean, I'm pretty happy that we did get out of that Apple, obviously, as that is still continuing in downside. We do not, I repeat, we do not have very many AMD shares right now. We are trying to get more, though. We're trying to get more down near that 85.30 just to see if we can test that 85 bottom that we think exists. So we're going to see if that one can come into play right now again today. So that is that. Amazon doesn't seem to want to go down. Even though this market is going down, we may have picked a bad name to short right here. I just thought the consumer's weak. I don't think that any news that we got from the Fed yesterday helped out anybody whatsoever. But right now, Amazon still remaining pretty strong, so we may have to regroup on that one and on that short idea anyways. Short idea on Amazon, correct. But other than that, looking at Netflix, 174 and change. There's Tesla at that 670 marker again. Meta down 3% and a bit, so much more than the market right now. Yeah, Meta down nicely here today. As Neil was mentioning, breaking in the pre-market. It's trying to find a way near 163, but either way, man, these are all pretty low names here. You're going to basically get 52-week lows on a lot of these names here today. So watch out for Meta taking down 163. And right now we're just cruising, like as much money as I'm in on Amazon and out on AMD. So both these names, long one, short the other. I really like the AMD long though, especially if this market holds.
Yeah, I'm getting close to hitting Sidu again. It looks like it's holding that 650, but now Tesla's starting to come back into the upside. Worked into Square. I got a 59.5. The resistance level is up at around 62s. Tesla is trying to make that bounce. Like if it gets back to those highs, there is a chance to be able to fade this. We're still below 37 and at the lows on the NASDAQ. So I feel like you want to be fading some of these, a little bit of these pops here. Meta in particular, if you look at this, like it just cannot get down to that bid where I like it. And you're not really retracing back into 165, and that leads me back over to Alibaba, which was...
Oh, yeah, Alibaba.
Yeah, that was the name we're kind of neglecting here. It didn't get to 105. That was at big level the last couple of days. We are actually bouncing, finding support at 102s. It does feel relatively weak for now. You're still beneath that pre-market low, which is a huge shelf at 103. So if we do continue lower from here, there is the 103 level that I can play off of at least first, and then go back to working that 105. But we're below 3,700. I did want to favor short trades here. It's just odd that we're not falling. So many names are not falling apart. I got to find what's actually dragging us down on the ES, because I suspect the banks and travel might not be doing as well as I think, Brendo.
Let's go to the energy group, guys. Vivacor, VIVK, up on a deal to acquire some assets in the U.S. In the oil basins, or major U.S. oil basins anyways. VIVK up 41%, just broke 250 there to the upside.
I can hear Brendan again.
Yeah, exactly. Good. Yeah, you can hear Brendan again. So all is well here. We'll be able to throw back and forth now accurately. So that's good for us. Okay, I just want to give a quick little update here on what we're doing with Amazon. We just got another piece out there when it came back into 106.30. Like I said, it seems like it's a little stronger than we had hoped for on Amazon. So that's going to be one that we're going to start to get out. We are out of 30% of that trade. AMD, man, super strong to 86.50. I think we want to go long here on an 86.50 break. For AMD, as yeah, it's a strong name here. Do we want to go long into this market? I mean, that's really the question. It just took out 86.50. I didn't punch any more long. We are long. This name 50 cents in the money right now. Yeah, big time bounce off those lows. Maybe we got to take an 87 like up here break. I don't know. When AMD starts to go, man, we know how much we like that name. So just be careful here on anything like that. It can go like crazy when the buyers step in, kind of like how that BABA goes right now. So we'll take. I mean, that's a nice.
Forget BABA, Neo.
Neo's going right now. Okay, So I just want to take out another piece of AMD there as we just bounced off that 50 period.
So two things I just went over, and of course, diddling in the middle in Alibaba made me miss out on Sidhu. I said I was going to try to get into Sidhu there. It was holding 7. Sidhu's halted to the upside now at $8. So we'll get to that when it opens back up. But NEO is starting to break back out towards $8. So this looks like it's one of the strong names. I did double check. The banks are crushing. Wells Fargo broke that 37. That's why I think we're seeing some pressure on the ES, despite the fact that you're seeing a lot of names not flushing, but NEO breaks high a day. It's starting to get close to that 20 to 22 area. This breaks 2050, and man, NEO, I can't pull back far enough to be able to show you the amount of room that it has if it were to take out 2050. So NEO starting to churn through some obvious big levels. I think I want to get into this one on the dips. If you're finding something strong, counter trend, NEO seems like it's it, besides Boeing, I guess.
Yeah, I'm still in the same positions, man. I mean, let's go back, look at Apple. I mean, Apple made that bottom at 130. I'm wondering if that is something there. It's going to be hard to sort of look at a daily chart because we're so low. We never touched 127, but we're well below all of these levels right now, right? So for me, that's a little bit of a concern, obviously, as we go here for Apple breaking back lower. I think this is going to be a good opportunity to reload some of those shorts. We know Apple is weaker than the market. That really tanked off the open, man. We tried some of those longs and then got out. So this is actually how you want to make it look like when you lose. Average in, get a piece out, take a better piece, and then get out basically where you got in again. So that's working out for us right now. Microsoft may be a strong name as that's only down 2% right now to match with this AMD. AMD's down more than the market, but I just feel like it has a bid behind it. I don't know why, but what's up, Brendan?
Tesla, guys, also holding up better than most right now. Market at day lows. Tesla still 4.2. Just saw a note, heavy call volume right now on Tesla.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and that's what gets it going. Now, NEO super strong, Tesla super strong, Coinbase breaking out a little bit. Now, remember we said how patient you need to be with Coinbase if you want to try to catching the short? So it's nowhere close to where I would like it. Like Square entered the pocket because it broke that floor and showed more signs of weakness. That's why I'm sitting in it. But, you know, you got to get at least up to 55 before I'm thinking about that. I just put in the chat there for you guys the indicated open on Sidhu, which, you know, we're 1 for 2 on Sidhu, trading the same range. It's like ridiculous. I get in here and out there, and then in here and out there. But now $8, the indicated open, $7.98, basically flat. This still has a chance to break out the highs. If it opens up and gives you a shot at the breakout, I think you got to be looking for it there. I should have had the 7s. I said I was going to get in there at around $7, and then just got sidetracked by Alibaba a little bit there. But we are getting a bit of a rally, and I do want to go back over to looking at some Coinbase at 55. And NEO, of course, showing all that strength. You want to make sure that we're getting there. We just reclaimed the NASDAQ, the lows. So NASDAQ held the lows. The ES is trying to get back above 3,700. Once that happens, you really want to be thinking about relatively strong names if you can start playing off those bids. I just got into NEO on the dip. I want to go back over to Boeing because that's about to break out. This is the strongest name I can find in the market. It never came to that 30 level I liked. But heck, if it wants to put the breakout, I missed the breakout yesterday. Not going to happen for me on Boeing today. If it clears 34s, I'll take it. We couldn't get those 29.30s because they never came in. This could be green in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, Boeing's been pretty strong our last couple of days. We did get over there into Microsoft right now, so we're pretty happy with that trade. We're not happy with it. I mean, we're flat on the trade right now, so we're happy to find it. Let's see if it wants to get going again. We know that Microsoft does have that 245 bottom. We sort of talked about that a little bit, and it sort of held that. So that's what we're going to play off of. I want to find a strong name that if there is a rally coming through, that we're able to take advantage of it, right? So Apple did find its ways getting back upside now, but you could see the market's breaking, man. The market's breaking. There we go. Let's go, Microsoft. A big win for us. We just put this on, baby. Microsoft right now up. Wow, up $1 in the money now on Microsoft. This is what I'm talking about. Find the strong names and murder them. Like, that was happening yesterday, man. Someone said, oh, trade AMD, trade Apple, trade all the names that are working for you. Yeah, we found a good one here in Microsoft. We just took $1. Now we're getting more out on this name. So a good trade here for Softy, as that's showing some love to the upside. Amazon, though, again, like, we're out of the money 30 cents here. It's not the end of the world, but this one, as the market rips up, you could see Amazon starting to go back up to the upside a little bit as well. AMD, Microsoft, Amazon, all names that we're looking at. And then I know Neil's talked about that Sidhu. But again, a nice little move back up.
1 minute for that.
Yeah,
Oh,
1
sorry.
minute until that one opens back.
15 seconds, my bad.
That's okay. I'm going to cancel my buy through 850. That's what I was going to have there because I don't really want to get into something right when it opens exactly. But it's tapping 797, so we could stay here and see. There it is. So it opens up right now. Oh, here goes 850, probably coming through on Sidhu.
Yeah, it's, oh my goodness, is it going? Is it going? Come on, break, break, break. Yeah, it broke. Did I get it? Did I get it? Did I get it? No. As usual.
Yeah, I should have taken that break as well. We are long now at 860.
Oh, yeah, now I get it.
Let's see where Sidhu goes now. Long 860.
Oh, it's just a slow message.
We wanted the 850 break, so we're long here at 860. Manual trade. We'll get this out if it takes out 750 right now.
So, I mean, what's crazy about it is, like, I was able to fire after when the stop doesn't break and then able to get 40s. Now I'm just adding to it because I wanted more shares. Now we're going to 9. We talked about 10, 1050, 1150 as possible levels for Sidhu. The frustrating thing about this is I shouldn't have been out of it, and even though I got out, I should have easily jumped back in at 720 to be sure. So watch out, Sidhu. If you are short, it just put a wick high through on this break, but the buyers have been stepping in at about 35 every single time. So we'll see if it happens again, man. Like, this halt price is going to come into play as well. Oops, I just got an overfill there. This halt price is going to come into play for support. That's going to be at out this 8 even area. Again, they pull the rug. It's like you take some profit and they rug pull again on Sidhu. This stock is dirty, man. It doesn't want to go. I feel like it's almost Deadsville. Boeing is running. Square is. It's weird. Square is flushing here for me, and Boeing is running. So in big cap space, I'm not sure what's going on, why Square would have just dumped about 60 cents and Boeing running up through the high of the day. I grabbed that as Sidhu. That's twice since the open that this has been an absolute rug pull. And halted to the downside. I'm not getting trapped in one of those, man. It's not going to happen. Thankfully, we were able to get some out on that pop. I got nothing. I was looking for over 9s. It didn't want to give it to me. So Sidhu, you may be a good friend, but you're not a good stock for me. Since the open, it's been an absolute just gong show. I'm going to cover some of a Square as it gets back down to that 59 level, and actually going to have to start getting out of some of this Boeing, as Boeing really showing a lot of strength here. It's absolutely churning through. Like, this is crazy how strong Boeing is, because guess what? As we broke the high at 34, the ES reclaimed 3,700 and to the downside. So the market was actually failing when Boeing broke out. Brendo.
Right.
Just going to mention that, guys. There's a volume alert there on Boeing as we head back towards yesterday's high, which is basically coming into play right now for Boeing. Now positive on the day as well.
Didn't hit because it didn't fill
No,
yet. I was going to say, I would try to get out of Sidhu as well, but it halted before I could. My out price was going to be 750. It's not that the stops didn't work or anything. It's just like my price didn't get triggered. So that's the problem right now with Sidhu. So I am stuck in that name, and yeah, not overly happy about it either right now. So that's not good. Like Neil said, not really a friend of ours here today. SIDU.
I hate you, Sidhu.
AMD is testing right now. We did get that long. We thought that we had a stronger name here in AMD, but as the market just retraces back up and then booms itself back down, yeah, we're going to be in a little bit of trouble here on that name, as you can see here with AMD breaking back down through 85. So unfortunately, we're going to have to give up that one right now, as it's going to break. Hopefully it's going to break. Not hopefully it's going to break, but hopefully we're able to be here when and if that does happen. But right now, that's sort of on my mind as AMD back down through 85. This is really the area of concern for me. So let's see what happens. Takes that down. We are gone through 85. That is AMD. So right now, long 85.40. We do have to get some of this out.
Yeah, I just want to quickly show, like, Square through that shelf. Like, you can see we're kind of flushing here. Block, it's Block. The company's name is Block. Breaking through that shelf. We do have a 59.75 price. I mean, the previous bottom was like this 59.50 area. So I did want to price sort of close to that. I jumped in when it initially broke and allowed it to pop up with the rest of the market. Now I'm just waiting for 58s to come in. And from there, I'm thinking 55. Just because it's a round number, these longs that were strong before, now Square is going to be the one. These longs that were strong before, like Neo, yeah, we got a little pop-off VWAP. Now we're retesting these lows at 1930. I'll try to pop back in at that price, but I took half out, and I want to be patient buying any dip. Even Boeing, which was showing you all that strength when it broke back out, right back into evens, right back into this VWAP or just above it when we got the breakout. So I might buy a dip at 133, but even Boeing at some point, if the market continues lower, I don't think it's going to be able to hold fort forever. So I'm willing to hold on to Square pretty much, not ever, but as long as we're breaking lows, that's going to make a lot of sense to me. It's really weak, but Boeing, these longs, yeah, they've been tricky. I'll jump back in at this same price, but we're going to have to give this up if we can't hold VWAP. Hang on to your shorts, it looks like. I'll get to Sidhu when it opens back up, which looks like in about 2 minutes or so. However, Tesla weakness, man, wow. Tesla, which had that jailbreak, I'm too patient with Tesla. I wanted 680. It had to be 680. I wasn't willing to short those 70s, and now you're seeing it fall. So the only price that makes any sense to me is, can it bounce off 650? Can it bounce off 635? Those could be interesting lines in the sand. But other than that, Tesla falling with the rest of this market. I only have Square short side. I wish I had something else for you guys. Meta still hasn't hit any of my bids. So I'm still waiting to test support on Meta. At least we've been relatively patient with that, Brendo.
Wild one so far this morning. AERC, we mentioned briefly there, halted downside initially, but look at this, right back to the highs again for AERC.
Ooh, okay, that's really a nice little name there. AERC. We did break that shelf, obviously, here on our friend AMD, but we're going to wait just a little bit longer on this one. This has just been a nasty little name here for us. So not a great one. We thought that it was strong. Sometimes you're going to make those calls and they're just not going to be right. And then so here it is. It's just going to get dumped out right now through 84.75. And again, yeah, not super proud of that trade, obviously. But we tried it. We thought it was going to be long day there. This is not a long day. Sorry, we thought that the long on AMD, for example, was going to be something that we'd have to look at. But yeah, unfortunately, not coming in right now. So a little bit lower than this, and we will get out of our AMD. It's kind of the good news is at least Amazon's coming back down. We had that short. We were waiting for a little bit more aggressive into that 105 to reload it, but that didn't come through yet on the reload. So for right now, we're kind of just holding out hope that eventually it comes through. But other than that, man, Microsoft makes that move down to 245 as well. We've reloaded that position, and there goes AMD to the downside. It's a hit. It's not a big one because we don't want to be into too many longs. We're just testing some of those bottoms. We talked about that, man. Test right now just to see if we can get anything going. But right now, let's go over to Brendan and see what he's got.
Accord or Accorda Therapeutics, a little penny stock trying to go here, 85% back to the upside. Positive data out on one of their treatments. Currently in trial, guys, this morning.
So I did get ticked into Met finally. Acor, big mover, breaking out to the upside, but I finally got into Meta. I've been waiting all morning for it to get to 162. We do get the initial bounce off that price, at which if we're below 3,700, then I'm going to be making sure we take profit where we lie. And if we're going to get that quick 50-cent scalp, that's the first shelf that we put in. I want to make sure we grab something. We get to that range. Sidhu just opened back up. And look at the crate. Look, give me a break. Now this $8 price looks like it's another floor. I want this after 10 o'clock. See all the whipsaw action?
Yeah, probably.
Screw that, man. I'm not messing around with this stock till after 10 o'clock. Let it slow down. Let it show that it can open up and actually hold for a couple of minutes without another halt. And then I think I'll like the liquidity. I just got the next leg down on Square. So I got some shares out there at 58.20. That's looking like it's continuing to flush into the downside. Boeing never gave me the reload, but it is testing back toward the highs. If the market's going to have any shot at being up today, I'm pretty confident that Boeing is going to be having a good day. Like, it's just so strong relative to everything else that I can't ignore it, right? So it's got to be the only long. If I get one reload here in front of VWAP, great. I don't like too many other reloads outside of this. Meta is at our support level. That's why we jumped into it. But it's been absolutely flushing. Like, we're going against the grain over here in Meta, Brendan.
Key move so far in some of these today, guys. Here's Gores Guggenheim once again. GGPI right back up. So we get all the way down to 850, bounces up back to 950 now on GGPI.
Okay. Nice little move there for GGPI. All right, Microsoft's still at that bottom there. Yeah, I'm still in that Sidhu. Obviously, it didn't break that 7 shelf that we were just talking about as it got loaded back up there. So this is a name, obviously, that we'll be watching here on a nice move back to 8. I mean, we're still stuck long there. We have our targets to get out if it does break back down below this like 740 area. I don't really want to be in it because I feel like you can get another halt as it breaks back down through 7 one more time if that does happen. So Sidhu right now on my mind, but hopefully not on it for too long. Hopefully it can come back up, and then we can deal with a halt to the upside is what we're sort of looking for there. Microsoft, we did take this trade obviously here. I like this trade on Softy to the long side. We've seen it rip our faces off when it gets going. So this is definitely a name here that we like. It's one of the ones that actually didn't break a shelf yet. So I think if we're going to play off that kind of a strategy, then this is a name that we have to look at. So here goes Microsoft. We're long right now at 245.90. I'm going to try to hold this as much as we can, like at least back to the, well, I mean, we're right there right now. I was going to say, let's hold this back to that key level where the 50 period is, but we kind of just got there. So we'll put out an offer here, see if we can get some out. It's 50 cents in the money. There it is. We did take a piece out there. So good trade there for me. I like that. We'll see where we go from now, but nice little move upside for Softy. We have that one. We did get dumped out, of course, on Apple when that broke through 131. That's kind of battling right there as well. Let's check out Alibaba, another name. I don't know if you've looked at Neo yet, but some of these Chinese names.
I was about to show Neo.
Oh my God, there's that 105 level Neo that we always talk about.
Yeah, and 20 on Neo, by the way.
Look,
and 20 on Neo as well.
It's the #1 name on the sticky note, Alibaba 105, and I sit here and trying to bottom pick some of these other names. But who gives a, you know what, when Microsoft is now in the money $1 off that move, and yeah, buddy, we're cruising right now today. Great day here for us. A couple missteps, but there goes Microsoft right back up to the upside. We're really, really happy with this one. Let's go, Softy. You can do it.
I was going to quickly show Neo. My stop was at 1925. I got back in at 30s, and it was this little support I wanted to see hold. With the ES below 3,700, it's a tight stop for everything as long as below that range. And we're still below it right now. Meta's starting to bounce to the upside. I did get that first leg. Oh, goodness, that zoom function. I did get that first leg out on that 162 bounce. So that is, we had to wait for it really patiently. And patience is a bit of a virtue. But if we get back to VWAP, I think you got to take a little bit more profit there. Square is still working to the downside. Even with the market bouncing, you're still at the lows on block. So you're seeing a lot of weakness in this name. I go back to Coinbase. This could have also been something. We talked about being patient with Coinbase. Probably too patient. Short the pop on Coinbase, much like Block. This is falling like a, it's like a bat out of hell now. It's
almost you had a perfect opportunity there.
It was, it gets
much like Block. It's falling like a
rock. Oh yeah.
There we go. There we go. On the ones and twos
that's
over
not
here.
Bad.
I think that's great. If you would have just flowed that in there, that was great. Great call there.
Oh my God, it's so
But yeah, some of these names, Block is a great example there. Continues to make the move to the downside, which is why we are, guys, getting out of Dodge here if we can on Softy. I mean, it's been a big run up. I'm going to take one more piece out right here in the 30s. Maybe I don't even get that opportunity. We just offered 30 there, and it just went back down in. So nice trade for me on Microsoft. But again, we don't have everything out. So let's see if this one can continue to run. I like Softy here. I also like Amazon when it tanks, and here it comes right now. Amazon back into these 60s. Let's put a bid, bang, right there on that. Spin the money on some of these trades today, man. Microsoft, Amazon, big ones. The only thing we screwed up on was Apple and AMD, and I don't even consider that to be that bad, to be honest with you. But here we go. Let's go over to the big screen. It's happening now. I'm going to go with Brendan. I'm new here.
It is 10 o'clock.
Hey guys, yeah, happening now, brought to you by The Funded Trader. Check them out today, thefundedtraderprogram.com. Check them out. Use a QR code on screen right now. Here we go. Very red board, unfortunately, to show you once again today. 3.37, 3.33 for the NASDAQ Composite and the 100. That is about all you need to know right now. Everything else following suit. But the NASDAQ leads. The Russell very weak, almost 3% for the Russell 2000. S&P and Dow 2.8, 2.27. So as we said, here we go, back to lows for the week right across the board here. A few things we were noting in the pre-market if you joined us. Banks, what were they going to do after that interest rate increase yesterday? The answer, sell off sharply. Goldman Sachs, 3.6%, just taking out day lows right now. Not a lot of volume, it's worth noting, right across the board for the banks today, but very red so far as a group. Redbox Entertainment back on watch this morning. Was doing all kinds of volume in the pre-market, but has done nothing but go straight to the downside here, back to this 1150 area, which came into play earlier in the week. Guys, back over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the super chat. I think it was Dominic there. And Bear Bulls, thanks for doing a great job. Obviously, the market's moving fast. We can't quite get to every single message, but LYT just halted downside here. That's not right. indicated open $19. It halted at 25. They indicated open. Sorry, there. It just caught me off guard. It's indicating a $19 open. That's why the pause here. That didn't compute. It was just 29 bucks, 25 halt, indicating a 19 open. That's a little bit extreme, obviously. Sorry, that was my 15. My daily's not really loading, but I just pulled the rug huge. It does have a halt price from earlier at about $21. That would make a little bit more sense if it were to find support there. Usually these halt prices, they end up being where you find liquidity on the way back in. I would expect that it's now 1945. I'm going to suspect that as we get closer to 10:06 when this opens back up, that you're going to see that start to claw to the upside. Or like that halt price is going to start coming up and probably end up in the 20s because that's a bit extreme there. Yeah, now it is about $20. So bit of a rug pull on this name just now. I'd be looking for support a little bit closer down to that 21 area. Now that it looks like it's calming down a little bit. But the liquidity, to say it's Petetra is a bit of an understatement there, guys. Like, this stock is not for the faint of heart. And if you're in the money, usually we say take your money and run. Because if this does open at 20, that's dirty, man. That means you were sitting in it through a couple of halts to the upside and just laughing 50% up, and then you might not make anything depending on where you bought it. So watch out for this one opening. Now it's back under 20 for an indicated open. That would be an ugly rug pull if that's actually true.
Yeah, some of those first day, first week kind of like names
That ain't
are
right.
very, very dangerous to trade. I think that we all understand that for sure. So thanks to Dominic for throwing that out, and thanks to Bears versus Bulls, like Neil just mentioned there, for bringing that up and to our attention, obviously. So thank you so much, guys, for that. Okay, we just took some more out, man. Let's spin it again, man. These shorts are paying today, boy. Right now, Amazon, nice little move to the downside here, obviously, for that name, as we are now at day's low for Amazon. The only problem for me, and 99 problems, Amazon ain't one. The other ones was started with an A, Apple and AMD, but was that we didn't reload it up there. We were waiting, and again, the market I thought was trying to blow up a little bit there, and I was like, am I wrong on this Amazon? Remember when we were short, and I was like, it looks like we may have shorted the wrong one. Nah, we didn't. Right now, Amazon down to the downside. Obviously, a lot of names are starting to flush right now. That Apple testing, I was going to say, we have to look at that Apple testing 130 flat, but it's not really there yet. So, yeah, maybe Amazon was the good one. Amazon's at day's low right now. There's not too many other names. The NASDAQ's at day low. Look at AMD.
Crypto names.
Yeah, AMD definitely falling off the face of the earth. What's up, Brendan?
Jan 1, little squeeze name, low float stock. Remember, 2 million on the float for this, so tread lightly. 10% just popped up on volume as well, guys. No news that I can see on this, but JAN.
So it's a good thing we took some profit on Meta because it comes right back into that low, and it looks like we're about to break the bottom. So everything's taking out the floors at this point. So you hold on to the shorts that have worked for you. Tesla 650 incoming, by the way. So that's another one which is about to get to a huge level. 650 level in about $5 here. Maybe it's worth a little bit of a bounce. Some levels that we've sort of ignored because I didn't think they'd come into play today. Amazon 100 is going to be one of them. We'll see if that does come into play. I have no idea, but Tesla 650 is. Boeing still, that's BABA. BABA is getting close to that 102, but Boeing is the one I wanted to go to in a quick second there. Yeah, Boeing still trying to hold above the low. I got a quick reload in on it, scalped it to VWAP. If it can hold 31s, that's got to be that line in the sand. Even Boeing running out of steam here, guys. It just feels like, even as it's trying to hold up better than the rest of the market, it's just not doing it, unfortunately. Square, I'm going to hold on to that short probably for dear life. I wish I was in Coinbase. NEO has just absolutely flushed. So last out there, this is why you've got to get away from these, man. You just forget about it. It's your shorts that are coming in. They are pulling the rug a little bit earlier than they did last time. We had that Fed announcement. They waited until Friday to break the lows. Not today. Immediate rug pull, immediate.
I think this is why we really have to be as cautious as we possibly can with some of these plays here, because honestly, guys, the way this market is falling, it's not healthy. There's really hasn't been any rebound. Normally, you do get, like Neil was saying, a little bit of a different action here on some of these plays, but yeah, rug pulled pretty quickly on a lot of these stocks here today. Definitely not what I expected to see in this market. Not that fast. I thought maybe it would be a dramatic move to the down, decline. Not as dramatic as it is right now, sort of more, calculated as a sell side, but it looks like they're doing everything they can to get these names back down. So, all right, on that note, we just took another Amazon out. That's only a 70-cent winner, but it's right down here at 103.25. So there's the tick down there. And you can see this is really, really falling like a rock now. We are still net positive, obviously, on Microsoft. As look at this name. And I mean, when this is how I trade, right? I mean, it's just like you got to find names that have relative strength versus weakness. And obviously, in a day like today, we'd rather find names that are relatively weak into the market because that's the direction of said market, right? So that's something that you have to pay attention to all the time here. But at the same time, there is nothing wrong with trying to find some strength in some of these names as well, in case we do get that like moment of just partial strength. Like we made that money just on that bump up. It's not that the market, we all of a sudden thought the market was going to rip. It's just we had Microsoft down at a key level and we just want to see if it can test it, right? We've had some big longs the last couple of days buying some of these exact dips, right? So here's Microsoft, and I don't know if it was a couple days ago because when Daniel came from Yummy Yummy, we were talking about some of those dip buys.
Yummies.
Yummies that I had there in the morning, and that was just another one of them down there on Microsoft. So we're going to test it in right now. I'm sitting at 25.30. There it is. So now we did get 30, and now we are now long again. And you know, if you just found us for the first time, thank you so much. Please hit the like. Please hit the subscribe. I mean, we are literally giving you all of our entries and our exits, whether good or bad. We're really exposing ourselves here. So I hope you guys are enjoying the show. And this, to me, this is real trading. Like we are using live capital, real equities, live trades. Every single tick that you're going to see on Neil and I's screens are, you know, live. What was it? Real money? I don't know. What's
We're
the best
not
word?
really exposing ourselves.
Oh, in that way.
Well, I said something this morning where I don't even remember, Dominic, but like it's one of those things like you're talking, we're trading. I don't even know what I say sometimes, and it's like Lucas or Fahad will give a reaction, and I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I see how you could take it that way. But like, Sean's right about that, right? Like Boeing, I've only taken it at 2 prices to break out at 33 price and then back to support, you know, in the pre-market, and it's worked off these 2 levels. But I'm like, it's one of those things where it's only going to work till it doesn't, because this is what's happening. This is a NASDAQ flushing and breaking through the lows. I don't need to pull up the ES chart as well because kind of the same thing, man. So as I say that, it's like, no, let's actually get out twice here in front of VWAP. Let's go to bare bones on something like a Boeing and sit in the position because it's been relatively strong, but not get terribly stubborn about this. That's ridiculous. Tesla is holding that 650 level, but it got to 55s. Like 55 is, you know, it's still a lot of risk to be long in front of that 50 level. Throw in like some extra slippage down there, and it's not the most appealing long trade that I can find. But I'm holding on to square short. That feels like it's the right place to be. Like NEO was. There's rug pulls, and then there's NEO. What happened on NIO today? Like this is a stock that looked like for all the world it was breaking out, and then it gave you a couple of shots on dips, and then said, no, forget it, we're going southbound today. Now you got to think about the trend. You got to wipe out bottom. Can you hold like 19s and VWAP to short the pops? Because that's absolutely nuts. That LYT, thank you guys, did open back up. Wait a minute. No, it didn't open back up. What the heck is going on there? Yeah, I guess it's a 10-minute. Yeah, obviously it's a 10-minute halt. It's now 21.64. So I was going to say it's been past 5 minutes and it must not have done anything. No, it's a 10-minute halt. So that'll be 1 more minute. And they're saying 21.64. Currently for LYT. So it is improving, kind of like I expected. Like there was no chance it was opening at 19. It's improving, looking like it wants to open right around 21.64. So finding support off the initial halt price, which would actually make a little bit of sense.
Yeah,
not much, but a little bit.
There goes, I mean, there it is, man. Flush it down, spin the money, do whatever you want here for Amazon as that's coming to the downside. If you'd only had one of my trades, really we've only been short one name. I mean, we have only been short one name today, which is a huge mistake, but it's Amazon and it is going to the downside and continuing that march down. We just cracked through 102, so that was 103, now making this low at that 102 area. We were able to get something out here for a nice little win on Microsoft, as there it is, a little bit of a pop back up, but there's the last average in at 245. Just seeing what we could do with, or what we're going to deal with here at that level, breaking lower now. If we break through 245, then that's going to be all she wrote for me on Microsoft. A little lower than that, you know, we're using area stops, but still, here it comes right back down in. There it is, man. I'm going to take another piece out on Amazon just in case I don't know, just in case of anything, really. I just heard out of the corner of
Sidhu.
our ear, Sidhu. There it goes. It does break that. We took a $1 clean hit on that one. So that sucks, but there it is. A nice little move back up to the upside now on SIDU. So watch out for that. Breaking. Thank you to the traders on our floor for that one. I didn't catch who it was. But then there's Amazon down there. 102.80 we just got out. So that's a nice little ring the Reggie there. And here goes Microsoft. Let's go, baby. Get back up to the upside. We're long at 245.25.
Yeah, I'm so glad we took a little bit out of Boeing there, but it is holding 32s. That LYT opened up, which distracted me from Sidhu. It opened and immediately flushed right down into, like, what is this, 2150, right back up to 24. So looks like resistance sitting there at 25, but liquidity is at a premium. And when I say at a premium, there's no liquidity on that thing. It's absolutely insane. So I don't think it's much of a trade, so I'm going to stay far away from that stock as I can. Sidhu tried to break out once again. Looks like 9 could be the price. What's actually working is waiting for it to consolidate, getting into a long trade, then a pop. Waiting for it to consolidate, getting into a long, and then letting it pop, which is the exact thing that I'm not doing. So I'm not chasing levels on Sidhu anymore. Forget about it. I want to see it consolidate or not. 650, that looks like it's about to come into play here for Tesla. So watch out for that break. It could be a pretty interesting level break, but the market still screaming to that downside. So, it has to be 51s if I want a long trade. I'm not risking $5 long on Tesla. I'd rather be in there on Boeing, which is screaming and showing strength. Brendo.
We didn't get to it in the pre-market, guys. Worth a note, though. Palantir downside, even with some Google news today. Palantir with a new deal with Google Cloud. But as I mentioned, downside in a big way, 5% for PLTR.
Yeah, you never want to Palantir to announce deals, of course, because it always seems to go down whenever that does happen. Okay, Microsoft, I will look at Palantir, but again, just dealing with some of these bigger caps right now as the NASDAQ is really on my mind, as it's been for what seems to be months now. Just looking at these names, really liking how we trade them. So we're going to stick with what's been working. Now we're long Microsoft again, 245.20. So let's take another piece out here in the 40s if we can. So far, so good on this rebound. Yeah, Microsoft, my number one stock today is going to be Amazon, but Microsoft is not far behind it, man, especially if we get this rip to the upside. We are now only in 20% of Amazon, as there's one of our last takes out. If we can get above 103.40, we will take another piece out of Amazon and then just hold. Ooh, what was that tank all about here? Let's put something on the bid there. That just made a nice move back down into 103. There it is. We'll take that out. Okay, a nice little out there on AMZN, so we'll take that one as it came back up to 103 there. Microsoft, I don't know, man. We got another piece out at 45 there. I still think that this is worth holding on to in case that rebound happens, but every single time the market tries to bound, it stops. Like, it goes back up, comes back in. Like, there's really no relief. That's what I'm saying. It's not very healthy. I don't know if the market's trying to find that swoosh bottom or not, but like, you're going to get very close, man. There's nothing that's really holding up. Apple's down here at 130 again. AMD's what, 84, 83 right now, AMD? Like, look at this. Good thing we're getting out of the way on this name, man, as that's nothing but downside pressure here on AMD. So I don't know what we're looking at. Roblox down 10% today. Even a name like Eli Lilly is down to 290 again. Meta's at 52-week lows right now, just breaking the 52-week low that it just put in, 161.50. So yeah, man, I mean, there isn't too much relief here, but that's a 161 bottom for Meta. Let's take a shot at that. We are long right now on Softy. Hopefully it can bounce back. If we do get a little rebound in the market, I think we're well positioned with Microsoft, and we only now do have, after we got another out there, like we just mentioned on Amazon, only 10% left of AMZN.
Yeah, speaking about what's left, I don't have any left of Alibaba. I mean, I actually, it was a bit of a keystroke getting out of everything, but it's not Alibaba, sorry, Boeing. I get that mixed up. BA, you know what it's up. But it did try to get back to the high, and then the market retook the lows. And I was like, got to get some shares out here before we actually fail potentially at that 134 price, which we did earlier. So I did get out. I ended up getting out of all of it. But if I can start buying the dips at those same prices, it's at least relatively strong. And we know that one's going to be good. Sidhu just broke out when I was sitting on. Give me a break.
What? It did?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. It finally consolidated. I was like, I'm about to get into it. It finally whoops, did I just get it?
Oh, it was going to halt there. Fake halt alert.
Fake halts. I hate those, man. Fake halts are the worst.
Fake halts are the worst because people sit on the bid and now they're caught. And
well, I mean, this one's crazy. It was only about 15 cents for that one. Yeah, but if it opens back, you might get 20.
Oh, you got hit
on when I say fake halt, What I mean by that is like it goes into a halt state, is 15 seconds for it to either print down or go into a halt, because you actually can't hit the offer at that point. Like nobody can buy the stock, right? So, sorry, nobody can buy the stock higher than the current bid. So you sit on the bid, look to see if you can't hold it through. And it was a $9 break as well. So it was also breaking out at $9. That was the second end of the equation, which kind of sucked. But Sidhu, like it's a bane of the existence. Every time I think it's going to break, it doesn't. I say I want the consolidation. I was about to pop on the bid, and then it starts going to the upside. So back to the well, which is wait for it to consolidate and then get into this stupid thing. Every single break absolutely sucks. It's all about the consolidation.
All right, yeah, good job. Anybody was able to get that. I mean, these haven't been easy trades, man, today. So if anybody's having some luck today, good on you, man. It's a little bit tough environment today to trade for sure. Depends on what you're trading, of course. Every day that tends to be the case here. Let's just go over to Brendan and see what he's up to.
I just saw this one pop up, guys, over the past couple of days. This has been moving around. I'm not sure. Oh, there's yesterday. Okay. AUVI back to the downside. 3 coming into play once again was support yesterday for this one as well.
Tesla, of course, puts the bounce on just now.
Yeah, Microsoft. We also have a new position alert right now with Facebook. We talked about wanting to get into that one. We're not going to worry anymore about Meta or any of these other names here about Amazon. Amazon, we're just going to let that flow through. We only have 10% left. Now we're working on some of these longs. 50 cents in the money on Meta. We wanted that one off that 161. So there it is right now. 162 and change up for META. So far, so good on this name.
Yeah, and what I said, Tesla was catching a bounce. I mean, it's only at about 660, so not a huge move, but that's pretty significant in this market as far as I'm concerned. And you look back to that 666, we talk about that number all the time, sitting right around VWAP. The other one that I'm still sitting in, which I feel like the shorts are still pretty valid. We did get a bounce on block, not a huge one, about 40 or 50 cents, so the trend is still pretty weak or pretty strong, I guess, if you want to call it to the downside, but not a heck of a lot giving me a pause or reason to get out. And I always check back in on like Coinbase, on Bitcoin. We're holding the lows on Bitcoin, Coinbase, slight bounce, but the momentum's still pretty much to the downside. That LYT, by the way,
Microsoft.
You don't see this happen very often where you rug pull and get all the way back up to a double top. I don't like I would be paying for shorts in this if I thought there was enough liquidity to trade it, because that gets pretty appealing here. But I just feel like if you get, like in Sidhu, like I got caught in Sidhu at like 901, and like there was liquidity at like 890, at 880, like, you know what I mean? And this thing, you get caught on like a breakout or on any kind of a rush, you're talking $1 slippage as the bare minimum. Probably more like $2, maybe even $2.50. And throw on top of that I guarantee you're paying $1 per share for the privilege of even shorting it. And I just don't think you want to be involved in it at all. So, that one for me, I'm going to stay away from. Sidhu, there is liquidity, man. Like, you can get out when you want to. It's just more like poor execution why you get caught in a rug pull. And now it's holding a bit above 9.
Like, if this,
so it's actually consolidating now. This is hilarious.
If this isn't like, honestly, like, a lesson to be learned here. I mean, everything, like all these trades that we have seem just to be breaking any of these lows that come through. So Microsoft, again, there's another name that just got taken out on the low. So yeah, we're gonna come back from small cap recap and really just start to look for some of these shorts, play shorts on bounces, things like that. I don't think it has to be rocket science. All right, let's go back over to Brendan now with a small cap recap. Maybe that's what we should be looking at.
Yeah, quieter morning, guys. Kind of choppy overall for small caps. Couple that we were looking at here. ADN popped up just before the open. I was kind of focusing on this area on the daily chart, which is 3. It's still struggling with this 3 area. It did break downside initially. Tight stop on this, but we'll see if we can't hold under 3 and then start to maybe grind to the downside as the day goes on. The only other thing I found to do really was that SIDU as well. I took the long off of the resume. I was going to give it all the way to the low. So for this to be worth my while, this is going to have to go a lot higher, obviously. So SIDU is still kind of grinding to the upside, but huge range to deal with on that one, guys. Back over to you.
It's got a big range, so I think I'm just going to start to give it more room. Like, start thinking about that 50 cents and everything. If there's room to $10, then there's room for it to make these like bigger fades in there. Get yourself a better price and just try to hold on to it for a little bit. And sort of going back to some other names there. Remember I said Tesla was a muted bounce? Yeah, whatever, man. Tesla, I mean, just instantly right back to 655. So it's not exactly Like, this is not running away on these bids, unfortunately, on Tesla. What is interesting, at least, is Meta, where we liked it at 161.5 to 162. It's just a little tiny bit lower than that it's catching a bid. So that's a distinction without a difference, I almost feel like. I almost want to go back to the well when it comes to Meta and try and reload on some of these longs, because that's actually showing some signs of strength. Redbox, that was another one from this morning that pulled the rugs on everybody. The bid is at 1150, which I want to quickly go here. Like, this is exactly where it found some buyers and some chop. 1050 to 1150 at the high. So the fact that it wants to hold this price range, I'm pretty sure I said this in the afternoon, that's a good price for it to hold the higher low. It gives you some pretty solid support, but they gapped up and then just sold right back into it. That's the tricky thing about swinging, is if you can't actually get out in the pre-market, then you get burned. Sort of not taking your profits until you get the rug pull at the open. That's what happens. People get out of that once they get the gap up and then run to the hills. Sega?
All right, yeah, Sega, everything. Sega, yeah, another name there that's running around on us a bit. Meta, again, another name. We said we'd look for some shorts. The real short might be just in this Amazon. Again, like every time we pop up here, giving us an opportunity to re-short it. Some of these other names just aren't really giving us those opportunities. It looks like Microsoft wanted to bounce nicely off my out down there, and you have that wick bottom, so that sucks. I tried to give it a little bit more space down there, like 20 cents more than I should have, and then it took us out at that level there, breaking through 80. So not a good trade. I mean, Microsoft's still fine for us. It's not like it's the end of the world there. We were able to get most, longs. It's just that last one there at 245 got us hit down there to that downside. So we're going to try to pay attention to that a little bit more. And then right now, Meta just trying to bounce off, as you guys can see here. Meta trying to bounce off that level here of 161. And if that gets taken out, then we're going to get gone on there. So we are going to try to find some more shorts into play here, but right now it doesn't really look super promising on that side of things. So hopefully this can rebound. The market's trying to go here off the bottom. I like Meta in this environment here, finding these bottoms. Let's see if it can work. AMD also off of a bottom here, 83.60, but this one I think just like the short, it's down 6%. So any kind of a little pop here in Meta, in AMD, I think this is definitely a good short. But we gotta, let me find a level for that short here. I'm thinking you rate even back to VWAP like 85. Yeah, 85 is good. Shorting it like up into this 86 area. So if we get a pop here, we'll be fine, because we'll take the pop to take advantage of this trade rate here in Meta, and then hopefully we'll be able to short AMD when it comes back into this 84, 85 area. That ADN continues to make a little bit of a move as well.
It's so thin.
Actually, I think it's thickened up a little bit here. But
sorry, I'm thinking of the other one.
Yeah, for a $3, you're thinking LYT. For a $3 stock, though, I think this is looking pretty good here. Now above VWAP, ADN only up 174%. What's up, Brendan?
Revlon, guys. Neil was wondering about Revlon. Once again, it does open, but immediately halts, anyways, to the downside. So they came out at 10 o'clock there. The NYSE going to commence delisting proceedings as Revlon down here files for Chapter 11 officially, guys. So will be delisted possibly, I guess, by the end of the day today or tomorrow.
And well, like where it ends up, I mean, who knows, right? Like we talk about it going to the OTC. That's what I fully expect until the proceedings are, I guess, finalized. Who knows? That's usually the case there. So it opened up very, it couldn't even hold open, which doesn't surprise me. It's indicating a flat open. Oh, now I give a bigger range to Sidhu. I'm done with this stock. It's like, I give a bigger range to it, and it still breaks down anyway. So I hate this stock. But Revlon, if it opens in 2 minutes, I kind of feel like I just want to pay for the short just to see what happens until it gets to 2. But it did have a monster bounce. It's at 170 now. So I'm thinking only even dollar levels. That's probably the only way to play it. So be very careful with it. It didn't seem to have a lot of liquidity when it opened back up. And I have no idea what that's going to look like when it does, in fact, open. So just be careful with this. I think it's one of those situations where you don't want to just trade it with maybe smaller size or allow it to open for at least a minute or two to get a better sense of it. ADN, come on, load up. ADN did make that pop, at least Sean mentioned, through that $3 level. Looks like it's still going, and my chart doesn't want to go. Well, I typed in NY first.
Oh, ADN?
And then now it just wants to freeze when I actually get it to NQ, because like my time and sales is working, but this is frozen.
All right, well, I'll take it over for now. 61.44, there goes Meta. So a nice little move upside for Meta. So this is kind of the stuff that we're waiting for here to start to pop through. I don't have, my target is really just right here. So hopefully not right here, like right where we're coming up to 163, 162. So hopefully Meta can give us that sort of win fall that we're looking for here on the long. I mean, the longs have been absolutely disastrous. Not to the point where we're actually losing a lot of money or anything like that, just to the point where they haven't been working for us. So we'll wait to see if that's going to work out for us now. Very, very small hits on Softy, AMD, and Apple today. And very small wins, to be honest with you, on Amazon. You know, we always want to take bigger wins on some of these trades, but, you know, sometimes you just take what they give you. That was a great bottom of that 102.80. So most of these out 10. I mean, you could see every one of these 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. And we got out twice down there. No, twice right here, sorry, at this 103 level. Only holding 10% now of Amazon. And there's Facebook, man. It went up. Good thing we got something out there at 161.90 or so as that's faded back down now. We probably should have taken that opportunity to go short. I mean, AMD didn't even give us that short. The Alibaba, that again is on our sticky note. Like, if I'm going to make these sticky notes, I might as well read them myself. That was all the way up to 105 there. Literally the level that's given to me by myself and hopefully to you guys. 105 resistance. Use it as resistance up there. So we don't have that trade, but that's a good one. And I actually think it's holding out pretty good right now. This market on a nice little rebound there, got to the 50 period, then got faded. So that's sort of what I was hoping AMD would do. But you know, I guess it kind of got there. It was more around this 80. I mean, yeah, it did. So we should have sat there and shorted that AMD on that pop. So the mistake right there again. Darn it.
So Revlon is open. Liquidity is not bad, actually. It opened right where it said it would. But obviously, like I said, I much prefer this thing at those even dollar levels, right? And it's just more of a comfort level because, you know, realistically, this stock is likely to end up on the OTC at some point when we get some kind of a timeline. And you got a wide range since it opened up. And as I say it's churning through. I haven't checked to see how expensive it is just yet for locates, but that's what I'm about to do right now. I was trying to show you guys when I had the chart snafu there, ADN approaching a double top. It didn't make it through, so thankfully we can still wait around for this, for its potential break-in. I'm not saying it has to go, but 350, I think we were talking about this one on the daily, having a bit of room to be able to get to $4, where I think it makes a heck of a lot more sense that you run into resistance at $4 than the current high. So still showing some signs of strength over in that ADN. It might be the volume leader today. 70 million shares, looks like it's going to go easily over 100 million. But I'm going to go check on those Revlon pay for locates there. And watch out for Tesla, by the way. Catching a bit of a bid, at 650, okay, we might have missed that by about a couple of dollars there. Didn't quite get to the price I liked for the long. It's sort of the story of the day, right? And then it's trying to make the break back up to 666. That would be that first line in the sand, I think, to the short side where I might expect a little bit of resistance. NEO as well. That was a huge rug pull. That's catching a bit, but see, rejecting the previous low. So tries to get back to the previous low, and then there's all kinds of rejection at about 19. So I'm thinking NEO, you can short it off at 19, but have a stop at 19.10 to be sure. I see you, Dominic. You want me to check out LYT? I've told you how little liquidity it has. As a day trader, imagine if Sidhu had the liquidity that LYT did. I'd be shut down today because you wouldn't be able to get out when you're wrong. So that's why, as a day trader, you stay away from those ones.
Yeah,
because
Dominic's just bringing them up.
I know. It's a huge mover. And if you've got one of these things, don't get me wrong, like if you actually catch these first move, I understand. Like that's initial break at, breaking into $20 or whatever it might be into a halt where you're risking essentially 15 points down to 17 in case it halts down on you. That's reasonable risk to reward on the first move. But if you don't have that first move, trading this becomes darn near impossible from a risk to reward standpoint. I think I heard Brendan.
One of the biggest negative groups today is the retailers, guys. Recession fears hurting some of the retail stocks as well this morning. So the entire group in negative territory in a big way. Here's Macy's, 8% for Macy's, grinding right now at $20 at day lows.
Did it open up? I don't know.
Oh, it did halt again.
Yeah, I was going to say Revlon, because Neil's like, Revlon's open, and I kept going back over to him. I was like,
halted
no,
again.
but yeah, it's halted again. You can see the volume is legit there on Revlon. So a nice little opening move there to the downside, I guess. I don't even know where it opened. It's halted actually 2 or 3 times here today. So every time it keeps opening up, it can't find its base. So we will find out on that one. And then again, small hit, but a hit nonetheless as Meta goes to the downside. So yeah, I mean, the market's down 3.45%. We're going to have to be as patient as we possibly can be right now. And yeah, me too. I've only have one short all day, which is the ridiculous part. Again, thank you guys for watching everything here, but not happy with this performance, man. We're going to short Amazon.
Well, here's the reality of it, right? Like, trading is this sometimes. Like, it's getting slapped in the face. It's taking your lumps on something like a Sidhu, and even like. We went through the point of like even talking about how you had so many shelves that broke today, and it's like I have one of those stocks short. It's just sometimes it just happens to you where it doesn't matter. Having a plan or having levels you like, that's only a small portion of the story. The other side of it is actually making the executions and maybe not getting distracted. And I will put my hand up and tell you that I've been entirely distracted by Sidhu. Maybe some of it has to do with the fact that I just really like the name of the stock. Either way, that's not an excuse. It's just the truth, right? I should not have been trading Sidhu as much as I have today. That's why I'm not in the shorts that I should be in, missing out on just about all of them except for Square. Brendo?
PERI, trying to take out a big level on the daily chart here, guys, down 8%. The Bear Cave with a short report on PERI.
Oh,
usually that means temp bottom.
Yeah, we just we'll get another short here into Amazon, and again, I'm going to give it shorts up until this 104.50 area. Try to average into this position here, and again, like Meta takes us out, and then kind of actually Meta's not doing much. It's more Microsoft down here is at this 245 area that I'm pretty interested in, but we are going to try to go on the short side of things right now. So we are into a different position. We have 40% again now on Amazon into that short right now 103. 84? Yeah, 103.84. I'm not worried about these prices until we get back up to that level. This market's going to go above this 50 period here, which always gets me thinking, like, I want longs, but I don't. Like it keeps getting tricked, man. Every single time we go up to this period, I'm like, okay, here we go. Let's get these longs. But really, it's a fade everything into the short. So that's what we are doing here with Amazon. And AMD is getting close to that fade level, man. 84.50 is where we want to be sitting in there. NASDAQ hits lowest level since September of 2020 today. So there it is, man. You're right back to sort of those pandemic lows. I mean, September of 2020. Wow. Right now coming into play for the NASDAQ. NASDAQ was down 30%. I don't know now. I mean, it was 30. Was it 31%? Or that was 21 on the S&P. It was about 30 on NASDAQ. And we battled back about 2 yesterday, give back 3. So yeah, it's like 30 something, 32, 3% or so now with the problem here on the NASDAQ. So be very, very careful with that one. But yeah, not great here today. AMD, we're looking for the fade and a good little reload there on our friend Amazon as that's starting to go to the downside on that reload.
So I just want quickly noting for myself here that Block is starting to run out of steam to the short side. I can't really ignore it forever. It's just been sort of sitting in the money. But the thing that's probably like I got out of Boeing accidentally, and I thought there might be a pullback. There was a pullback to VWAP. I thought we'd get like these 32s again. Now you're through the high of the day. So the one stock that I'm like, this is relatively strong. This has good news. This is down less than 1% when the market opened up. And now it's green, and I'm not in it. So I'm going to try to get some dips here on Boeing. Look, like I said, if we have a green day today, the lowest hanging fruit to me was Boeing long. Because they had a good catalyst. They were relatively strong yesterday. They lined up all the boxes. They closed near the highs as opposed to pulling back. Beyond Meat did it too, but then Beyond Meat gapped down below. And that's probably without even looking, that's probably a dumpster fire today. But Boeing was the exact opposite. It actually held its strength. And I'm really only up on a couple of stocks today. Well, guess what? It's Boeing. And it's Square, and I should be back into Boeing. Let's go back to what works. I'm buying dips on Boeing. See if we can continue running to the upside. I don't want anything else long unless it's super obvious. And that doesn't mean that I won't have any longs the rest of the day, but I'm going to be very picky about them because Meta's breaking the low. We just projected 33 again. Sorry, 37 again on the NASDAQ. I see Tesla just rolled over at VWAP. NEO, which I wanted to short on a pop. I'm like, what pop? Like, what pop to be able to get into this thing short? Like, it's right back at the low of the day. So, it's like you hold on to your shorts. You can see we're only sitting in the ones that worked, and I'm just not going to fight it with any long trades. And if I buy a dip, it's going to be on Boeing, or it's not going to be at all.
Right, yeah, exactly. That's exactly. Sometimes you just got to have that conviction, right, and to stick with it, which we've done again. Look at that. We'll spin the monies for the shorts, man, because the shorts is what's paying in right there. We just talked about it. I said enough was enough with Amazon, and we shorted in the 80s. Now it's 50 cents in the money on that downside. So, you know, Take that for what it's worth. You guys know sort of the way that I trade and kind of, you know, what's been happening over here. So hopefully you're able to take this trade with me here on that downside, but it doesn't look like he wants to go down that far there. It just went into the 30s or the 20s, and we were just sitting there watching it. So we'll take another piece out right there, see if we get back into 103. We just took a piece out at 40 for 45 cents. Hopefully that can come through like I just said. So we're going to wait to see right now on Amazon trying to break lower as this market making new lows right now. Brendan, what's up?
Oil, on the other hand, guys, trying to go positive here. Big move off the lows from pre-market for crude. Was below 111, now right through to 113 almost. Some of the energy stocks trying to bounce as well.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, someone was just putting Oxy into the channel, and thank you guys for pointing it out. You know, that's a pretty sizable. If you're looking for something that's bouncing pretty well, I finally got back into Boeing, by the way. Oxy getting back into view up, but much like NEO, you're still holding below the previous floor, and what that looks like. I mean, it doesn't look very pretty on the daily chart. See what I mean? Like you're trying to break back up, and you're holding right below the shelf. The shelf was at 58 and change, and you're still below it. So anybody that's looking for the short there is still thinking it has to be above 58.50 before I'd at least think about giving it up. So it has one little press to confirm for me that it's going to be, you know, a V-shaped bottom and a break back out to the upside, because that's still a downward trend. That's still below that shelf. That means you're still favoring the downside play, unfortunately. And as I said, I'll buy one place and I'll buy Boeing. I did a little bit of a dip back into that 134 where I got out before. If we can get back into 135, I'll take some out at that price. If we get back into VWAP, I'll add to it. Right now, I'm just looking at shelves that could go. Meta 160. Tesla 650 still in play for us there. NEO, if that one goes up to 19, we'll take it. But NEO 1850 starting to come into play with the market retaking the lows and the Nasdaq putting in a now triple bottom on my 15-minute. This is what the Nasdaq looks like. Three nice little bottoms right at that 112. So if that breaks, you know, obviously you're in a short. That's great. What short can you add that maybe you either get a quick scalp trade in, taking the momentum, or that you can hold on to? So I'm looking 1850 NEO, 650 Tesla. The third one I mentioned there was, oh goodness, it was Meta 160.
Yeah,
Meta
it was
160.
all those shelf bottoms. I mean, you have AMDs right there too. I mean, there's a lot of names that have been pretty pathetic. I was going to ask you without guessing. Let's do the guessing the price game. But CCL, Neil, sub $9 right now as we're looking at that one.
Brandon, what did I tell you this morning? Oh God.
Yep. Anyways.
CCL, Brandon.
Yep.
CCL.
Yep. Brandon, CCL. Got it. All right. Yeah, but CCL on the downside right now. Yeah, so a big movement. 899 Jets ETF. I mean, all these travel names. CCL. Let's check out RCL today as well. That one down big time today. Yeah, another 8% down for these names. So yeah, CCL. I don't know. Why didn't we talk about that in the pre-market? You forgot about it? Because what was your play there? Just on the short, obviously, or? What were you talking to Brandon
Ever since
about?
it broke 11, every 50 cents has been obvious resistance, and you just shorted for 50-cent dollar wins for 3 days in a row. It's kind of depressing.
Yeah. So again, another name that we missed earlier, CCL. That one, I remember that was on the sticky note a couple days ago. I think it was 11 or 12 on that break, and yeah, that's held out pretty good for everybody. So CCL, ready to rock and roll there on the downside. RCL as well. All these names getting pummeled, man, and it looks like it's just going to continue. Brendan over at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll have a look at what is the problem here today, and it's a big one. 3% for the S&P 500. There's not much in the way of positivity. There it is. CCL, you guys are mentioning there, 9%. Ugly, NCLH, RCL, MGM. I mean, they're all here. Hotels, casinos, airlines, cruise lines, all getting hammered once again today. Information technology stocks leading right now to the downside. If you want to really, kind of squint your eyes a little bit, there is some in the diversified financials group that are trying to hold a little bit higher than some other ones. As we were saying yesterday, the banks a little bit stronger than the rest at the end of the day, but not much of an argument there as far as strength goes. Healthcare a little bit better than the rest. And down here, food and staples in the consumer discretionary group also showing a little bit of green, but even energy stocks, guys, lower. Material stocks are lower. That's the energy group. That's the materials group. Utilities over in there in the corner as well. I wanted to point out Warner Brothers. There's also Paramount here as well. Comcast. We saw some negativity come into some of the streaming stocks late in the day yesterday. Follow through today. So, yeah, it's pretty ugly. 3% for the S&P right now. Back over to you.
It's one of those days, man. Like there were opportunities this morning to scalp some longs.
Flush down.
It's like, I remember I was getting Nvidia. It's like, ooh, yeah, I gave you 50 cents here, 40 cents there, and the same thing with Meta. But it's just been the opposite, right? It's just one of those situations where a lot of the stocks, they didn't quite get to resistance levels, and it just happens sometimes. 160 has been a holding now for the entirety of, I guess, that segment, and that heat map. It depends on what you classify as hot fire, but if you mean stocks going down, then it's super hot fire, that heat map. I don't think I've actually seen it like that where there pretty much wasn't any green, but here comes the bottom once again. The NASDAQ broke through the shelf, and here comes Meta at exactly 160. There's a bit of a bid, like 40, 50,000 shares. It's done 6 million. It'll probably chew through that rather quickly.
Look, guys, we're super happy. I mean, that Amazon reload right now, $1 in the money, man. We just put that trade on. A lot of you are watching me do that. So good on this Amazon trade, man. I mean, we were looking for something to reload. You can notice that we don't have any more longs or anything like that, man. I don't think we'll be having too many more as this day goes on. So let's just continue to, well, I mean, as the day goes on, probably shouldn't have said that. But I don't know. But for right now, nah, man. Why would we even be looking at anything long? I just don't. Like Neil just mentioned there, we tried everything. We tried Microsoft to try to get that going, and we did. I mean, this is the thing. Like, making some money, and making money is never the problem. It's like, is there confidence to put on, big positions to the long side? And I don't think, how could you be confident right now in anything to the long side? So I think that as long as that rhetoric is still there, then I just don't see, like, testing any of these bottoms until I feel like we need to get a much bigger, like, flush, like down 5% or something, and then you could start to look at a softie, right? Because even if you look at the way softie's been trading, we were just down at 242. It's not like these lows that are happening right now are like out of nowhere. Some of these names did have big moves yesterday, and then today just getting hit, and it's pretty orderly right now. Like that's what I mean. It's like the selling is pretty scheduled. You get a couple bumps to these 50 periods, but other than that, it's been pretty calm down here on the downside, man. I mean, it feels like it's getting going here, and it is. But like, it's not like that whoosh moment, I feel like. So that's sort of what I'm going to be waiting for. Yeah, woosai woo. And I'm not going to be doing anything on the long side until I see like a big move down. We're just going to hold on to this Amazon, man, today and see where we go. This is $1 in the money. 52-week lows all over the place. We talked about that. Meta right now, Neil, I don't know if this is what you were highlighting, but it's at 160.
Right at 160.
Literally at 160 right now. It just broke. There it goes, Meta to the downside. Here you go, man. Big time destruction happening in the market right now as we're down more than 4%. Maybe that flush is coming. We got Apple down right now to 130 as well. These just keep on getting hit right now with only 15 minutes to go before the afternoon show, or the midday show, I should say. Man, some things look like they're in a little bit of trouble here, Brendo.
With the market so negative, guys, it's worth noting some strategies continue to be go-to strategies regardless of what kind of market conditions we are in. We're going to take a second to discuss a few strategies that continue over time to show you promising results when it comes to day trading.
100%. And one of them, as we talk about this, it's literally the one that I should have had today, and there's no questions about it. Carnival Cruise Lines is the example of multi-day highs, multi-day lows, breakouts, breakdowns. In a bear market, you're usually talking breakdowns. But these multi-day levels give you clear trends when they break. You had CCL breaking 13. Let's forget about that. But you had the daily chart breaking this huge shelf at about $11. And once it had done so, it is pretty clear what you were able to see, what it got through that price. It got down 50 cents, nice little round number. You got another breakdown. It got to $10. It rejected $10. That turned into a short every single time it touched it. What level do you think was next? 950, multi-day break, and the new low was down around 950. Breakdown in the morning through 950. Absolute flush through that price. So once it took out that first floor, it was just every multi-day break after that. Now, everybody remembers this in the other direction, right? The last few years when it's been a bull market, you remember when you get these multi-day resistance levels and a couple of days in a row, take that breakout trade, find that support at that price, look for the next one and just up, up, up. It just so happens in a bear market, a lot of these are coming into the downside and you ride the trade until the trend breaks. So it's all about these multi-day level breaks, using that to confirm a trend and then allow the next one to form, set up, and break the shelf to the downside. Sometimes it's not that complicated, right? Go out and find significant levels on a higher time frame, but just understand that once it happens once, that's now the trend that you're looking for to continue. It's a quick trade. You would have been in and out of this one this morning in a matter of minutes with a quick little almost 5% return. It doesn't get any easier than that. But you know what I say it's easy? You don't see my execution on there because I was too busy being fancy in more complex ideas instead of a very simple one. It's true.
Yes, no, it is true. I mean, that's the part of it when you're trading too many names, I think, and that's sort of what I was going to get to right now with my strategy idea here. And that is that, you know, we're coming in today, you're seeing the NASDAQ getting absolutely pummeled, right? You're going to look here on my sticky note, you know, with conviction here. We had Amazon short. We like the short. Actually, on my sticky note today, Bob, we talked about 105 short. We like the AMD long, and then there's a small cap stock on there for you, SIDU. But the idea was Amazon short. Why? And it's just simple. We had Fed raise rates yesterday, right? That's going to be a problem for the consumer. You know, more expensive mortgage payments, car payments, any sort of variable, anything you have, loans. I don't need to explain all this to you, but the idea here behind the strategy is find a name that you've seen weakness. This is Amazon coming into the split, a beautiful move back up, all the way up to 125. And this is what I'm talking about. It went 20 to 25% in like 5 to 7 days there to the upside. Then all of a sudden, it's just been dripping lower. So Neil talked about key levels. That's going to work here on Amazon too. But just the name itself, Amazon, we wanted the short, trade the short, and then this is what I've been doing today. You know, we came in, did it get to that 107 level that I showed? No, it didn't. But we shorted it right away early. We should have shorted it again up here, but then look at this bounce back that just happened. A nice little retracement back to VWAP, and we just stood there and took 2 shorts into that, and then as the market continues to fade, wow, big time, Amazon is now multiple dollars into the money here on some of these trades. So my key thing here is, you know, why am I messing around with, you know, here's AMD long, right? The market's tanking. What am I doing? Here's Apple long. That we got out of that one real quick, right? Here's Meta long. Like, these are all ins and then outs very, very fast. But look what's really been printing. These are multiple dollars here in the money on Amazon. So I feel like the best strategy to do, stick with an idea like that you can wrap your head around. Neil had a good example there with CCL. You know, get an idea that you like and don't get distracted with sort of that noise. If the market's going down, which it is, find shorts that you like for a reason and go with those, Brendan.
Understand the overall context of the market and then break it down into very simple, easy concepts, guys, that the best part gives you a way to control risk. If nothing else in this environment, we have to maintain discipline and control risk, regardless of what the strategy you are using. Couple great ideas there for ongoing strategies, guys, that continue to work.
Okay, Apple.
Strategy's working?
Apple has there's a bid on Apple at $130 here.
How big is that
That's a bit of
bid?
an understatement. It's how big is that bid? Good question. Good question. Scroll down. The NASDAQ bid is 250,000 shares on the NASDAQ book. So
nothing.
I'm going to assume it. Look, judging by the other books, likely NASDAQ will be the biggest book. It's probably a little bit closer to 500,000 shares total. So it'll chew through that like a knife through butter. Now, this will be a crowded trade. There's the bid right here. This will be a crowded trade taking this break.
It's gone.
Because I feel like everybody is going to want to
nightmare.
just get that short if they can even get it altogether. what did I even get? I just got.
I mean, how easy was that short? But
like, it just gave you 94s on a bit of a breakdown. So I wanted to quickly come here because if it does hold this shelf, it's almost like 50 is the top end of this range here. So everybody and their mother was probably A, trying to go long in front of that, B, getting caught on the short as it just took out that shelf. So I got the short at 94. It's not SSR or anything like that, but there'll be slippage because people have their stop orders, people have their ideas to go short beneath that range. Just breakdowns everywhere, man. Brendo at the big screen, Money Talks time.
Brought to you by the Small Exchange, guys. Check them out today. Use a QR code on screen. There's less PDT, no PDT, less PDT, no PDT rule on futures trading, less capital required. Smallexchange.com. Sign up today. We were talking about the dollar index a little bit yesterday, obviously, with the Fed. So the Fed goes 75 basis points. The Bank of England then comes out this morning with their 5th straight interest rate increase. So wild day over here for the pound. Gets down to 120. We're back to 123. Straight higher so far for the British pound. 0.6 to the upside. The US dollar under pressure. If you go to a daily chart, you can see finally getting a little bit of a pullback after a move through. Recent highs. Canadian dollar 0.5% to the downside today. 77.1 for the CAD. Australia, New Zealand, same story. Negativity. Bitcoin, Ethereum. We just won't talk about that. 20,800 right now for Bitcoin, guys. Back to you.
20,800. Okay.
Look at the market. We haven't pulled up the charts enough of like the ES and the NASDAQ. Like this is a 60-minute on the NASDAQ. This is where you're sort of breaking some shelves as well. The ES, we rejected that 3,700. We haven't really had too much of a bounce here, but this is the first time. Like simultaneously, I've looked at a couple of stocks right on those lows and breaking. Apple taking the shelf at 130. We talked about 160. I want to quickly go to Tesla because oddly enough, I'm a little surprised Tesla's held 650 so well. I've been reluctant. Like I didn't, because of what the market was doing, I didn't jump into the to the 650 long when it got to 651, and that actually hasn't been that bad. You've been able to get into this long, scalp it a couple of times, but the way this market is going, I don't know if these levels are going to continue to hold up. This is already down 7%. Yeah. I think that's playing into it. Like part of the reason, likely why we're above 650 on this is, Tesla was weaker than the market 2x. So it's fallen a little bit further to begin with, and that's why you might still be under pressure, yet holding some bids. It's because, I guess, relative weakness. But I'm in, now Square, Apple, Meta to the south side, going into the lunchtime hour. Maybe we catch a bid here, but I'm not really showing any signs of slowing down when I look at the futures, unfortunately.
No, they are not. We're taking a swing at Apple. Just going to give it a couple more pennies to the low side there, going long here on Apple. So we'll see where it wants to go. We did take out half of our trade when it broke down below, and I believe we got a decent price on the out. We got 95s, so that looks like that's going to print us pretty nicely. So we'll lose 10 cents, we'll lose 15 cents one way. Try to make that back as here goes Apple back up to the upside right now, and we'll see, man. Maybe that was the flush that we were waiting for. Maybe Apple can get back upside. We are going to take something out here at 20 if it can go. It's battling with unbelievable that it won't go through. There it is. Okay, good. So here goes Apple back up to the upside. So let's go, Apple. Run to the upside if we can get it. We are long now on Apple. Remember I was saying, let's wait for some of those flushes to come through. By the way, $1.35 now in the money on Amazon as that continues to make some lower lows. I guess we're not going to have any updates on earnings or anything like that as we're sort of through that season.
It's just Adobe.
There's Adobe tonight.
Just
okay.
Adobe.
Okay, that's not horrible. I don't mind that as a possible trade there for Adobe tonight. But there goes Amazon back to the upside. Here goes Apple as well. A nice little 17-penny winner and going upside. So that long, you can win on longs, guys. I mean, this is a win right here. We got out for 15 cents. Now we're in the money, 15 cents. So not a win, but a flat trade. There goes Apple back up to the upside.
Like I said, I think there was one other name, but I don't think it was very important because it didn't stick in the mind. Tesla, if I get a chance off 650, if I don't mind shorting on level breaks and giving it some, I'll give a little bit of room to Tesla as well. So if I can catch something just a little bit tighter, I do like what it's trying to do here at least. I do have a little piece of Boeing as well, so it's not like I have no longs in the market except for trying to catch this Tesla bid. I understand Sidu is still moving. I got away from it, and it's actually giving you a consolidation, so I stopped out in the last long break. Yeah, it's trying to hold out, which means it has a late day possible rally in it, but I don't want to diddle around with that stock. It's like I actually put in the chat, if you have like really bad reads on a stock, in my opinion, where like the direction was ultimately right, but every entry just stunk, then I'm just going to get away from the stock. I tried to short Revlon. I thought like $2 would be the range where we could short in front, but you had to chase this down to 180, which is a little bit too far as I'm concerned. So, I'm not really in the Revlon. Every pop, maybe 75 makes sense. Get away from the evens and start going into those quarters. But, Revlon starting to slow down. The trade might be a little bit done. So, unfortunately, if you're looking for fireworks, maybe they're waiting till they actually get delisted.
Oh, yeah, Revlon, yeah.
It's dead now.
Yeah. Did it halt again?
No, the volume's just dead.
The volume's dead, yeah. Some of those names, you got to have interest in these names, and obviously, if there isn't any, then there's going to be nothing there. Like when DD went back down into the pink sheets as well, the OTC markets. I shouldn't say pink sheets, or Jeff's going to give me hell for that. But okay, Apple right now, that only got to 103, hopefully not that, 130.40 right there on that call. So we'll have to wait to see if it can bounce back up. I'm just holding out hope that maybe we can get to VWAP, and not that this is going to be a long trade or anything like that for a long time. If we can get back up to there in between, like we'll take another piece out at 130.70 if we're able to get it, and then we'll look over here at 131-ish. So that's going to be a level of concern for me on Apple. Again, if you want to dance with some devils here, Meta made that bottom at 159. It's just, maybe that was that flush that we're looking for now, and you can start to go long. So I feel like, our midday show, I don't want to tell these guys what to do, but I feel like the longs are going to be better than some of these shorts. But I don't know for right now. Like, this is just not the greatest environment. I mean, we can say that over and over again to you guys, but you have to be the ones hitting the keys. So I just, always worried out about some of these plays and where we're going from here on them, right? So Meta, that's a level there to look at. We can also look, I think AMD, if you get back into this 84, probably worth some kind of a short on that play if we get back into 84, so that's a little bit of a concern there. And then other than that, man, we still have that Amazon short. So if you like shorting, I think Amazon is the one on a bump up as well. So we've just reloaded some of those. So far, so good here today. We've only had one short. It's Amazon. It's been printing. It's made up for a few of our longs, but we've lost more on the long than we've made on the short. So Amazon continues to be a problem on the downside. Everything else, I mean, look at this. This is just another hot list here for you by eSignal. AT&T 52-week lows, CCL, the Qs, Uber's at 20. That might be worth looking at. Ford, holy shoot, man. Ford down to 11.30 right now. All these names, man. JP Morgan. I mean, everything's at 52-week lows, man. Micron, $55 right now. That's another one that's low side. So, wow, this market just is in big-time trouble. I can't find any relief, and I'm sure that you can't either. So, not Neil, but you guys in the market, if there's any longs.
Oh, Uber 20 looks interesting.
That's what I'm saying. Uber at $20 right there. Like, some of these levels, sometimes there's names that aren't even really on your radar that you're like, what? But yeah, Uber down to $20. Like, that has been, ugh. Like, this was just $26 3 days ago. So yeah, wow, down 20% in a couple days. Uber just continues to disappoint right here, guys.
Worst IPO ever. No, when I say worst IPO ever for Uber, I only ever mean the raw amount of money that the company has lost since going to the public. Like, that's pretty much the only thing. So I did finally at least take a shot at Tesla at 650. I mean, it's one of those, I can only watch it bounce off this so many times. And I do have shorts at these bottom breaks on like Meta and Apple. I'm not calling it a hedge, but if we break Tesla through 650, I kind of feel like those shorts are going to be okay. I did a double check to make sure it was Ian that is on the midday show. It's going to be a wild one. The thing about these markets right now, which is great that we're all day long, is we don't really get that slowdown.
Right.
Like you're breaking lows. You have monster levels in play. As we're at 11 o'clock, going into lunch hour, you're still finding stocks with tons of volatility. You're still getting lots of big levels starting to come into play. Like, I wasn't even watching Uber 20, but I promise you over lunchtime I'm going to be watching that Uber 20 as we send you guys, and wow, it's been a ride. Enjoy it. It's going to get even better. We got Trader Prad. We got Ian. We got the market moving. Go get them, boys.
Yes, sir. Let's get it going. I'm actually trying to manage some of my positions here, but you guys know we're going to have tons of fun on the market today. Market's actually getting bumped up over here off the lows. S&P 500, NASDAQ, everything waking up. I'm in a tiny short on the futures, and there we go. I got stopped out. Got stopped out in the money at least, so that's good. So here's the short. Well, that's not the one I'm on. MNQ/U22CM. There we go. I'll show you a couple of my trades I started off with. So I got short over here, scalped it to the downside. Just now added over here, but my stop was at break even, so pretty much didn't take any damage on that one. Market's trying to bounce off of these lows, and I'm just trying to see where can I build into my shorts. Obviously, market's on a big down day, so letting the market pop up over here so we can build back into something that we can smash to the downside. Ian, how was your day today?
Yeah, my day's been kind of up and down. I am having like a decent day like trading wise, but I did gotta get whipped around a bit on Sidu here. Kind of like I was trying to take these breakouts. I've yet to, or sorry, take these halts. Like I've yet to be involved in a halt. So every time I looked at like it was like kind of gonna halt, I tried to like slam in, and I took one here around like I went long 850 actually, and that like surely stopped out quickly there for a loss. And then I tried like longing off of like the dip here around like the 760 area, stopped out there, and then I got like into this like fake halt around 9. I was super patient with this. Like it was bouncing around, but I managed my risk. I took half of my position off there at break even, and then stopped out the rest. So for a loss. So that was like my biggest loser, and really the only reason why I'm down on the day right now. I have been messing around with ADN, and I've actually been trading this pretty well. And usually I actually don't focus too much on small caps, but I noticed like a lot of the small caps have been like kind of running and whatnot. So I wanted to like get some practice in and kind of get involved. So I took like the 3 long in the pre-market, just kind of see like how it would react. And it rejected, so I just stopped out. That was like a small pre-market position, not too bad there. And then I tried it again here, just like kind of longing 3. I was risking to this 280 level. This 280 level seems like a shelf. Like it bounced here, bounced here, bounced here, and then I kind of scalped that out around like the high of day there. So that was a good trade. Super patient with that one again. Longed again, stopped out, and now I'm like kind of longing in front of 280 again, and kind of scalping out into like the 3 range and above 3. So I'm just being super patient with this one, see where it can kind of go. Obviously a lot of volume. It is up 150% today. So, if it does run, if the market does start to bounce, maybe this like kind of goes with it, and my long position could be good. But I'll look to like kind of add in front of that 80 zone for now. I also traded AMD a lot today. AMD, I was more like trying to play the bounce like in the morning. Like I was actually quite successful with it. Kind of bouncing off this 86 level. That 86 level was a bit of a support level the past few days. So I got that quick bounce there, stopped out at break even for the rest. I took a bounce around 85.50 again, so that was a decent trade. I tried it here, that was nothing, pretty much flat on that one. And then I was kind of messing around with the short, and I tried adding to it here because I thought, okay, like the market's like really breaking down, I gotta get short something. And then I just stopped out for break even there. That didn't really work. And then another bounce play here, which was a decent trade, and then stopped out the rest for the break even. I kept trying to like hold a piece for like a reversal move. Like I really thought the market was like potentially give like a big reversal today, but it wasn't really in the books. But managing risk well, and I'm up on the name on AMD, so that's not bad.
Let's go. Yeah, we got a super chat from Amit Singh, and he goes, hi, everyone. I like watching the show from Fremont, California. What's up, Amit? Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the support. And what's up to everyone from Fremont, California? We got another buddy in that same area that you can hang out with now in the community. Currently, I am back into the short on the futures, but this time instead of NASDAQ, I'm actually on the S&P 500 futures. Real tight stop, not giving it too much of risk over here. Some of my candles might be missing. So we'll see. Might just get stopped out over here because I'm keeping my really tight risk on this one. Roku. Someone mentioned Roku 80. Yeah, I was actually going to talk about this, but you actually mentioned it before the camera got jumped over to me. And I'm just checking my stain spot on my shirt real quick. But yeah, so I was just I was already in that short on Roku right before you mentioned it. Roku is down on the day, especially after yesterday. We saw Netflix on Roku take off to the moons, man. It was unbelievable watching these stocks take off. And today, obviously, with the market down 4%, and that's NASDAQ I'm talking about. S&P 500 down 3.3%. Roku down 4% overall. We're just looking for opportunities to short stocks once again. And here's that opportunity near near $80 on this position. My average price is $79.69. Let's see where the stock moves, as Luca always says. Let's see where it goes. Just got to be a little patient and get ready for that one. And now on my future short, we're 3 points in the money to the downside on the short side. Let's see if the market can go right back to the lower days and break the lower day, or does it keep on bouncing from the lower days? And let me just real quick clear my data off my chart and then reload my chart here. That way we don't have to have missing data on that side. Here we go. Load that bad boy back up, and we can hide that one. MES. And here we go. Beautiful. Market's trying to go back down. I would like for it to go back down so I could capture more profits on my short over there. But right now, only 2 points in the money. Let's see where this one goes.
Yeah, that being said, I'm just kind of managing my position on ADN here. So I am kind of scalping it out as it kind of reclaims this 3 level. I don't want to get too cheeky with this. Like, when profits are offered to me in this market, I really want to take them and capitalize. That being said, I am just kind of scalping it out. I still have a good chunk of my position left. So, you know, if it does come back down, I'll try to add to it and so on above that 80 level, and then, you know, scalp it out above 3. So I'm liking this trade right now. It seems to be working. So just going to kind of keep managing my position on that one. I want to talk about CCL and Ford. I know Neil kind of mentioned it just before they went off there. I was more short bias on CCL and Ford. So my kind of theory today was obviously the market had like a huge reversal, right? So we were super bearish today coming into the morning. I wanted to pick stocks that have been like relatively weak the past 2 days. I know, yes, like yesterday, everything was pretty much up, right? Like if you look at CCL, I think it was up like 2.5% yesterday, but it gapped down today in pre-market. It was down like 3%, so it was down more. So it was already like kind of reversed the entire move and gapping down more, right? So I did have a short bias on it. You know, the 52-week low prior to today was, I think it was like 941. So, you know, I was trying to like potentially short a pop. It didn't really like give it to me, so I kind of looked away from it. Eventually got short as I saw like 920 was kind of like an area of interest here. So I shorted below that, added to it, managed my position, and then kind of scalped it out down here. I tried adding like a 9 break. That didn't really work, so that was like a break even, like nothing executions there. So I am up a little bit on CCL, but you see how the short like really worked out well, and now it's like kind of making like, now it's really consolidating below 9, and you know, it's looking like super weak with the rest of the market, right? And then let's take a look at Ford. Ford, same setup, right? Same situation, you know, something that was like relatively weak. They did have like a negative catalyst yesterday, guys. Like they had the recalls, right? So don't forget about that. So I was watching this 12 level, which was it's a very interesting level on like the intraday chart. So that kind of faded below, right? I was distracted, so I didn't get a chance to trade this. But yeah, look at how it kind of faded below that, and now it's never looking back, and it's super weak, now below 1150, right? So I think like on the intraday, let me change this to a daily just so we can kind of see. I think this 12 level as it loads there. Yeah, so look at this 12 level, guys. Like it was holding up here, and now it's kind of below, and now we are testing, like, I'm pretty sure this is new 52-week lows on Ford as well, right? So a lot of things, like pick your spots you can find that are super weak, and good short opportunities today.
Yeah, market's coming off right now, heading back towards lower days, so it's helping my Roku short work pretty well. Almost 60 cents in the money. Yeah, 64 cents in the money. Futures short, 4 points in the money. Gonna take that cover on the futures short over here. See if we can hold the rest of the contracts for a bigger move, but we're done with this one. Roku is probably going to be my main focus at the moment, and I am in a Microsoft short in front of 245, trying to see if we can work with this trade also. So previously we did go short, like I think I showed you this trade already. Went short 245, quick scalp, went short 244, quick scalp. Now we're building back into that short near 245s or so. It is trying to bounce around here a little bit. You know, market's trying to create higher lows and not really take out the bottoms to the downside too much. So I got my second entry on Microsoft, and I'm having my tight stop sent out. Let's see if we can hold this position for profit over here, or do we just quickly take a tight little stop out and come back at a different price point, maybe 246, maybe 247. That's going to be the name of my game today. Really tight stops and entries near my stops pretty much. That way I'm not taking too much damage, but I can take most size.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what stocks to kind of go long off of for a bounce play. Like I'm trying to add a little bit more confluence to the trade, right? A few times in a row now, I've been trying to short off high a day, risk off high a day, try to take a bounce play, off low a day. But what I've been finding is that I'm getting stopped out, and it's because of I'm risking off random arbitrary numbers, right? Like I think yesterday on AMD it was a random 83 was the high a day, it was I forget what it was 88, 83 or something like that, right? But usually realistically the risk off level should be the whole dollar, right? 90 or another key level, right? So maybe this 160 was kind of the play on Facebook to play a bounce, right? I did take the breakdown. Don't get me wrong. We were all trying to take this breakout. 160 could be something. That being said, Luca mentioned it. Neil mentioned it today. For whatever reason, ever since Meta has changed over its ticker symbol, it's just been kind of bad. It's just been kind of illiquid. The spread is kind of opened up. It's not as easy to trade, which is unfortunate for whatever reason. Who knows? But so for that reason, I sized down on the 160 breakout. I did take it, but I was kind of expecting it to be bad. So I think I got first of all, I crossed to 90 cents, and I got that as my fill, which wasn't it's okay, but it's not ideal. I obviously want to get something closer to 160, and I scalped it up for 15 cents. So it was pretty much a whatever trade for the size that I took. But it gave you if you were super patient with it, maybe 40 cents, which is not what I really wanted to see. I wanted to see it in the money 50 cents right away. A solid breakout. But look at this, guys. It reclaimed this 160. Now the market is kind of showing a little bit of a bounce, and Meta is really pushing off. So mixing the market bounce with an area of confluence, a key level on a stock, a nice round whole number 160 is maybe a better play than kind of just risking off an arbitrary number.
Yeah, I'm just watching this market pop up right now. Roku's coming back to give me more shorts. Thank God we closed the short on the futures, because futures really taking off right now, almost heading back to VWAP. But that just means more opportunities coming in for shorts very soon, especially during 12 o'clock when lunchtime starts to come in. And all these shorts that are covering for profit are going to be heading towards lunchtime. Most likely the market's going to be heading right back to the downside. So being a little patient over here, if you're looking for short trades, that is, would be something to think about. I am not really trying to force my Apple trades or Microsoft trades or even AMD trades at the moment. Let the market bounce up. You could also think about longs. That's something to think about. But hands off for me. I rather wait and just be patient for my levels. 84 around AMD looks very spicy for me. Microsoft near 246 or so looks spicy. We also have Roku right now, which is taking out 80 to the north side. So Roku getting above 80 is also something that I'm keeping my eyes out for. Lots of levels to keep an eyes out, obviously. I think Brad loves lunchtime. I know I like lunchtime on the market because it gives you beautiful reversal trading opportunities, especially on a day like today when the market has just been bouncing going to the downside. This pop that we're getting looks like it could be shorts covers, could be some longs with the contrarian mindset who are trying to think about the buying the dip trade for the day. Intraday buying the dip traders or so. So let these guys finish their trades. Once they're done and the volume depreciates and it's done, and then there's no more buyers to come in, no reason for buyers to come in. Market completely trying to pull the Uno reverse card over here after the Fed meeting yesterday. And I said this to you guys. If you guys remember yesterday, we went out for a walk. And I was like, watch the market completely reverse everything tomorrow. And then Friday, it sets it up for a free fall Friday or almost like a maybe nothing burger Friday. So it is playing out picture perfect. straight to the downside, down 4% today on NASDAQ, down 3% on the S&P 500. Market clearly does not care about what Powell had to say yesterday, even though we got that nasty 80 handle move into the Powell speech. So that was pretty insane of a move to be part of, to witness at least. And now we're trying to take advantage of some of these trades over here. For example, Microsoft 246.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you bring that up because like that was an insane move. I absolutely crushed the Fed meeting yesterday. It was funny because I was going down into it. I was down quite large in comparison to what I'm used to. And then I got it all back and some. I finished the day green. So it was a good gain from bottom day. But look at the move today, guys. We reversed the entire thing. This is the ES daily, guys, and I want to kind of bring this up. Don't get us wrong. Like, we are still breaking lows. Like today, like the 3,700 was like maybe the previous low, you know. A little bit of a shelf, a little bit of bounce from the Fed, right? And then today breaking it down, right? So, you know, below this, like this is pretty much the abyss, guys. Like, it's funny because like in our group chat, I'm always like, guys, below 3,900, abyss. Guys, below 3,800, it's the abyss. Now look, 3,700, it's another abyss, right? Like, where is it going to turn around? Who knows? But it makes it more important to like be very, very careful and pick your spots with what you're trading and, you know, manage your risk accordingly, right? You know, maybe it does set up for a free fall Friday if we close below 3,700. You know, that 3,700 was the previous shelf. If we close below that, then free fall Friday can be in well effect there, right? So let's take a look at Tesla. Someone called out Tesla. You know, I was trying to find like more downside levels, you know, to kind of play off of. And you know, if we're gonna like really crash and accelerate to the downside, what can we possibly like take as a breakdown, right? Tesla, I'm more so looking at 620. 620 was like the previous shelf, and that's like you see that here on the daily. 650 is a solid level as well, but you know, taking a breakout with you know these levels that have been like recycled and reused, kind of chopped around, they're usually not that great, right? So either you don't take them or you kind of have to size down and manage your risk accordingly, right? But yeah, Tesla is holding up above this 650 level. Is that going to give a bounce again? You know, we talk about areas of confluence, you know, to kind of play off of and mix with the market bounce, and 650 could be that play, but I'm probably not going to trade it just because I don't want to get chopped up on it too much.
650, baby, 650. All right, let's go see where we go. I don't know why it says 650. I guess it's because I was listening to too much 50 Cent on the way to work today. That's probably why, honestly. All right, Roku, I tried to get more fills to the upside, almost risking the high day on this trade, not really giving me any fills. So, all right, Roku, I see how it is. It's probably because I smack talk about you enough, so you don't want to give me the fills on this one. Microsoft heading to the downside after giving my fills, but not all the fills. Looks like that's the story of the game today. I feel like Luca now, finally. You know, I understand how not getting fills feels like over here. But
man, I've been like kind of feeling that too. I don't know if it's because the market knows that I've graduated or something. My order flow's a little bit more sophisticated.
The
maybe.
JP Oregon algorithms know that Ian has
when
graduated.
I place my stop, it seems to get hunted a little bit quicker. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, the stop hunters are in full force without a doubt, man. I always say this, you know, you're fingerprinted easily, especially with latency, no matter what brokerage you're using. And actually, Greg talks about this too. It's not that hard for these algorithms to know exactly where your orders are coming from, and then find out is it a prop firm order or not. Like, it's
especially depending on like what gateway you're sitting on, right? Like if you're sitting like on any like the inverse gateways or like a Memex or EdgeX, like the ones that kind of pay you fees and you're sitting there passively, is like they know who you are, and they know that you know where this order is coming from, especially if it's a large order, right? Like they're gonna, you know, kind of, you're gonna put a target on your back, that's for sure. I just took out more profits on ADN here. Again, guys, I'm not trying to get too cheeky with it. You know, I am taking the profits when they are offered. That being said, like I'm trying to like get whittled down to like a core piece that I want to kind of hold for you know, a bigger move. Being up 161%, you know, maybe I'm being a little bit too eager. Maybe I have too many high hopes on this. It could run to like high a day and so on, right? Unlike Sidhu, I'm probably just going to kind of stay away from that one. What tickers are you guys kind of taking a look at? Call them out, ask questions, guys. We're here to kind of answer them and check out what you're looking at. Are you still in that Microsoft short?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to keep talking about the same stock every time you and I keep bouncing back and forth. So I went through the watch list that we have prepared, and in there we see bank stocks, and there's a watch list. Sign up for that watch list at tradertv.live/watch list. So tons of information on there daily, catered to you, curated for you by Brankles and Brandon, both the Brandons over here, Brendan and Brandon, helping you guys out every morning. So go sign up for that. You're missing out a lot if you're not. On that, bank stocks are being talked about, and we know why, because the Fed rate coming in yesterday with a 0.75 rate hike, obviously that's should help banks. We know interest rate hikes should help banks, but sadly to the downside, JP Morgan today, and I'm guessing if we just go over to XLF as the whole financial ETF in general to find out what's going on, we can see that all banks for the most part are heading to the downside today, almost down 3% on the ETF here with 24 million shares traded. Real quick, we can head over to Goldman Sachs to see how they're doing today. The chart should look exactly the same as JP Morgan or the ATF, all of them to the downside. After this one, I guess we could head over to the meme stocks a little bit. I wanted to see if AMC and GME are up on the day. I did see AMC below 12. I tried to get short below 12. I didn't get any fill, so I said, forget it. I'm not chasing this trade. I guess I should have, because, that chasing would have been profitable for me over there. But what a bad way to think about it. You never want to, think about stuff like that, like, oh, maybe I should have broke my rule this way. Maybe I should have broke my rule that way. No, the trade's gone. You missed out. Boo-hoo. You missed the train. Go wait for the next one. It's going to come in an hour.
Yeah, it's funny because in some cases, rules are meant to be broken. When you're trading the stock market, rules are definitely not meant to be broken, guys. Trust your rules. They're there for a reason. Trade your plan, trade your setups. Trust your rules. AMC, look at this, guys. It was on the watch list again today. It was sharply lower this morning, so that's why I kind of made the watch list. And look at it, making the big move to the downside today, down 8%. So you could have had to kind of play off maybe this 1250 level. I've talked about it in the past, how the AMC likes to respect these 50-cent levels for some reason. And then, the kind of short the pop scenario was in play today. And, it was kind of like this pre-market area. As soon as it kind of broke down from there, bye-bye, went to the downside there. Someone's calling out Redbox. Let's take a quick look at that. I haven't looked at that too much recently. It did kind of fall off after the gap up, and then kind of made a bounce play around this 1150 area. It looks like this was kind of like the area where it was holding as resistance previously. It did break down below, like on what was that, Tuesday there? But then now it's like reclaiming the level and showing some strength above, right? So it is up 12% on the day. How far is it going to go? And I think volume is a little bit lower on it today. Is volume going to pick up into the lunch hour potentially? But it is giving a nice bounce move above that 1150. So, you could be bullish above that 1150. But, 17 is obviously, when it starts getting up to there, look to kind of fade off that move for sure. BBIG, that's another one I haven't really looked at. Let's take a quick look at that. Bring it up. Making a nice move today. It is up 5%, so some strength here in this one. It bounced off this 2 level. This 2 level was like this low consolidation area, and now giving a nice bounce up to 220. Again, like a cheaper stock, so you have to take a lot more size on it, but then manage your risk even more importantly. Guys, look at this. As I was kind of talking about this 2 level, I took a quick look at the intraday. Look at how it was holding up in the morning there, and then it broke down briefly, but then now it's like reclaimed. So all you have to do is kind of risk off that 2 level, and look at this move that you're getting. A great trade there, great R&R trade, that's for sure.
Yeah, great R&R trade, baby. Let's go. Roku right now, launching up to the upside. So I just taking as many fills as I can, giving it the high day of risk. We'll see where this one ends up going for us. Looking at the chat, people are still talking about BBIG. I know you just looked at BBIG, so I'll go over to ACAD. Did you look at ACAD yet?
I did not.
You did not look at ACAD. Perfect. So let's take a look at ACAD over here. What's going on with this one? 4.9% to the upside. 2 million shares traded overall today. I want to go find out the relative volume on this one. 3.38 relative volume. That's always good. Anytime over 2, you know, we always get hyped up about that number. Anytime we see over 2 relative volume. Okay, maybe not. I get hyped up about it. Okay, I for sure do get hyped up about it. Now let's look at it on the daily. So here's the daily chart. Let's zoom up in this chart a little bit. Here we go. So it looks like around 18 to 19 was somewhat of a barrier. We got pushed down from that not too long ago. We did manage to get right back to those barriers yesterday and break past that barrier today. I'm seeing another barrier around maybe $20 or so right here. Look at these candles going up to 21 and then coming right back to 20 on the daily chart. So, and also the 100 period EMA and the 50 period EMA between 19 and 20. So I would love to see how the stock behaves once it does pop up above 20. Maybe we see a pop to $20.22 or so, and then rejection coming into play for this position. But right now, man, it is on an absolute tear today, taking out the high a day, heading towards that $20 as we speak. So all eyes on ACAD without a doubt. Kind of reminds me of OCAD, which is Ontario.
Yeah. That's like the
collegiate. I don't know what the word is, and then art design. Collegiate, Colgate, you know, Ontario Colgate Art Design Academy or something. I don't know. Okay.
The art school, the art school downtown here. No, someone mentioned AERC. This one's kind of on my radar. It was on my radar this morning, just because I don't want to miss out on these like crazy breaks, man. Like I missed out on it yesterday. I tried to get it, and I didn't get filled. If this was like kind of like run up again, then I want to be involved. I want to see like I want to take that break, and I want to see another explosion today. It is like up 7% today. 12 mil volume. The volume is kind of like depleting on kind of decreasing overall. The past few days, right? So if it is going to break up, maybe it's not going to be like the same type of move, but still going to be on the radar. That's for sure. Collegiate, bro.
Colgate? CL, you want to talk about Colgate, the stock? Yeah, let's go talk about Colgate, the stock. Colgate today, man. Yeah, Colgate on a tear from the lows over here. You know, probably because of something with the ACAD joke that I had going. Probably because I caused it to move. But yeah, look at Colgate today, up 0.15 while the markets are bleeding. What a beautiful move on this stock. All right, I'll stop trolling around. Let's go to an actual stock that's moving around a little bit. Ontario. All right, ban that guy. Where's the market going to? Roku right now a little bit out of the money. Microsoft giving me more shares. Let's go look at. Let's all buy Colgate. Yeah, let's all go load up on Colgate right now just because of this joke. Next thing you know, SEC's knocking on my door thinking I'm pumping and dumping stocks over here, right? So let's not do that. Let's go buy signal on the 1 minute for Tesla. So Tesla is apparently giving you a buy signal. Today was a little funny moment we had. You know, Luca came into work and he started sending us screenshots of the low of day on Tesla. It was exactly 66666. Yeah. So it was almost like, okay, what's the market makers doing here? What are they thinking about? But yeah, a little fun over there on the open. Afterwards, obviously, we broke the low. Now we're heading towards 650. Low of day 651 on Tesla, man. Tesla still holding that 650 bottom. I know Neil mentioned he wanted to take a part of that low if it does come into play very soon, and I guess we're all just waiting for that play patiently to come into play so we can take advantage of that. DKNG trying for $11. Donkey Kong, let's go check out what Donkey Kong is doing today. DKNG, man, low of the days right now. You said testing for 11. Yeah, pretty much looks like that. But man, Roku taking off 81 to the north side. I'm about to get stopped out. High daybreak coming in very soon for Roku. Let's see what happens with that one. I gotta go manage my position. So Ian.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, no, I've just been managing this position on ADN, guys, and they did that a little bit of a catalyst today. Again, like it dipped below here, and it was funny. Like I swear to God, my order flow is like kind of more pegged now because I was here up at like 309 and tested 310. I offered out at 310 to take some, and then it ran away from it, right? And then it dipped below VWAP here, so I quickly added. Again, I'm gonna start scaling out above there if it does get reclaimed. Still risking off this 80 level. That seems to be working, so let's go. Are we heading over to Brendan now? Okay, let's head over to Brendan for the big screen. Yeah.
Hey guys, let's check out what is popular today, or in this case, maybe not so popular on social media. Look at what is trending right now as far as stocks being talked about on social media platforms, Twitter, on StockTwits, right across the entire universe of social media. So RDBX, the big one. On the positive side, everything else very, very negative. SPY once again here to the downside. This SIDU, I just noticed before I came up here, trying to go again through the highs. AMC, remember, annual investor day today for AMC, so very negative to the downside. Mullen, I saw in the pre-market there, was pretty negative as well. The Qs, first day this week, I've seen the Qs on this board to the downside as well after yesterday. Tesla's here, IMPP on a negative move for energy and oil. NIO, we were talking about a little bit earlier in the week, but I've never actually seen NIO that big on this board as well, also in negative territory. So predominantly to the downside, guys, as far as social sentiment is concerned today, SIDU and RDBX. But remember, AMC, down 7% here today on their annual investor day. Back over to you guys.
All right, Bears versus Bull with a nice question. I got you, big dog. So I think you're asking about the sentiment tracker, the social sentiment tracker that Brando just showed on the big screen. I don't have that exact same one, but you could get that from Icon Terminal. And if you're talking about the Sector Watch heat map, the Sector Watch heat map for free, I use this one over here on FinWiz, but you can also use different services. I don't know what other services have it, to be honest. I have only used FinWiz for heat map. I know Brandon shows you guys heat map later on when he does Sector Watch at 12:30. He does it using the Icon Terminal. I think it's spelled with the E. E-I-K-O-N. E-I-K-O-N? Yeah, perfect. So you can, Icon Tattoos and Equipment. No, Icon Terminal. If you can go search that, end up on your side. But for the social sentiment tracker, I use Swaggy Stocks, another free website that you can use to track what's going on social sentiment right here. New trends, new social market sentiment. And for some reason, we still have oil going up. Path.ny? Okay. Path.ny being talked about on social media? Okay, for some reason, we got to go find out what's going on that one. Hot penny stocks, top SPAC stocks. So go to swaggystocks.com, not affiliated by these guys by any means. So if anything bad does happen, please don't come towards us. I just use their services. So yeah, that's a great question, Bears versus Bull. Man, right now, from the blink of getting stopped out, because I thought it was actually going to take out the high a day on Roku, to coming back to the downside as the market is pushing back lower here. Microsoft's scalping on the way down for profits. Microsoft's coming back down. So it looks like my trade on Roku is playing out exactly as I wanted to play out. You know, I'm just going to keep on loading up until the high day breaks. And if it does break, then I'm wrong on the trade. I take my loss and I move on from it.
I think someone was asking what our positions were. So I'm long ADN, and then what, you're short Microsoft and Roku, okay? I want to talk about Apple because earlier I was talking about, finding confluence around some key levels for a bounce play if the market was going to bounce, right? So 130 was that level on Apple. Nice round hole number. That is like a new low on the daily, right? A few of us took this break and couldn't get fills. I didn't take the break as I was kind of like shifting desks here, but the break wasn't that great. Like it gave you like 88 cents, like not 88 cents. I gave you like 12 cents, depending on where you got filled, of course, and then rip right back through, and then now look, we're back at 131 testing VWAP, right? So as the market was bouncing, Apple was like kind of crossing this threshold of 130 and giving the bounce as well. So, good areas of confluence to find like bounce plays there. What else do you guys want to take a look at? Redbox giving huge volume coming in. We looked at Redbox a little bit earlier. I'll take a quick look at it again. Yeah, look at this. Like, it is giving a lot more volume now. It was like kind of this 12.50, I want to say, was holding as like this resistance from the morning right at open, and then just recently at like 11, and now that's broken out. A big volume spike on there, so I'm not sure if there's like any news or something like that, but clearly some momentum kind of picking up. Revlon, yeah, this was one that I wanted to kind of take a look at and keep an eye on. Today, obviously, they had the news halt, but then unhalted this morning, and now it's like kind of pushing up to the upside again, giving some good strength, up 8% on the day. It is breaking out new highs. No, 248 is the high, and it's about to kind of break that now, right? So, is this going to hold to the upside? I'll kind of keep it on watch on my side screen there. I'm still yet to be involved in the halt. I kind of want to get into it. I tried on Studio earlier, and that didn't quite work.
Oh, baby. I don't know if you guys ever had a cologne stain, man. I sprayed cologne on me in the morning, and the stain is like perfectly circular, but at least it smells good, at least the stain smells good. But I'm upset, man, because I ruined a nice shirt. So I'm here every time Ian's talking with my Tide to Go pen, just washing away these stains and whatnot. So I'm a little upset. 50,000 on my head, that disrespect. But market's coming back to the downside, which means Microsoft, the dollar in the money, dollar bill, y'all. Cash rules everything around me. Let's go. Pay me my money. Give me more dividends. We're holding all of this size till the end of the day because this market's not done pooping just yet. Amber Heard's not done yet, baby. We're going right back to the lower days over here. At least I hope so. That way I can capitalize on these moves over here. Roku not really pushing to the downside as I would like for it to. Let's go look at some of the stocks you guys are calling out. Tide stock going up now. Tide stock going up. Let's go check out what their ticker is. Is their ticker TIDE? Is it J&J? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Is it a Johnson & Johnson product? Most likely. Yeah, market, it says PG patent, so maybe Procter & Gamble. Maybe not. Procter & Gamble? Yeah, Procter & Gamble. So maybe we'll go long P&G. Now, all jokes aside, I want to go look at some of the stocks the chat's talking about. Never heard of a cologne stain. Yeah, because I had the things turned inside out by mistake, and I was spraying inside my shirt. I was trying to spray my body, but it's spraying the shirt.
That's probably a hint that you're spraying too much, man.
No, I was trying to spray my body. It was one spray, and it sprayed the shirt because it was too close to the shirt.
I don't know. I've never heard of a cologne stain.
All right, buddy. You know what? Screw you. But here, what are you guys looking at? Oh, yeah, I know what you guys. Market's going down, so these guys are happy right now. These guys are cashing out on some shorts in the back. Well, I guess they're short Microsoft or something. So let's go show you guys what Microsoft's doing. Microsoft's probably heading to the downside. I don't know how many of you guys are short Microsoft with me. Stop taking my trades. But no, market clearly going to the downside. We are in the money. I keep saying I want to look at something the chat's looking at, which is Amazon at the moment. AMZN, baby. What a move to the downside on this one too. Almost back to that $100 level. I know yesterday we got a crazy pop off Amazon from those same bottoms to those crazy highs of 109s almost. So coming back to those lows now, trying to find support at those lows for AMZN.
Yeah, no, I was just kind of seeing someone saying AAL is flushing. Let's take a look at that. I touched on CCL earlier, but AAL, the airline stock, let's see if it's giving a similar move, and it is. Like, it's down 8% on the day, cracking new lows. I think I kind of went away from this one because it wasn't like a new 52-week low. That's why I was a little bit more interested in CCL. But it looks like it's broken it down today. Like the previous low was like around like 1245, I want to say. And now we're down to like testing probably 12 on the day. So, super weakness coming in. If there is going to be like that R word kind of like being thrown around, then, obviously the airlines, the travel industry, especially like cruises and stuff like that, they're gonna get hurt, right? So we haven't broken down new lows on the market yet. So that being said, I want to take back a quick look at Apple again. So still respecting this 130 level. So that bounce is still in play. Oh, whoops. I was actually just trying to click on AMD there. Yeah, AMD, this low was like 82.50, and I think that was like Yeah, look at this, like 82, like let's just round to like 82. I was talking about kind of risking off whole dollars there. 82 is like the low around here. So if it does give a bounce, you know, we could go long here on a bounce, but I want to kind of wait for it to get a little bit closer. Let's see. AMD it was like strong in the morning. I was trying to play the bounce, but then, you know, it kind of just broke down and it just kind of got hit hard by the markets, and it wasn't immune to the market sell-off. That's for sure. Poopy doopy, not sure what you mean by that. Tesla hold this. Let's see if Tesla was holding that 650. We talked about that earlier. It still is holding that 650. Nice tight consolidation here. So, you know, is the break down going to be play? I don't know. But I really want to see if the market's like breaking lows and then Tesla would be like breaking that 650. Then, you know, adding confluence to that trade, that could be a good trade. But more so like the bounce, scalping the bounce off the 650 is probably a better trade.
All right. I know you feel a little bit of FOMO. It's all good, my guy. All right, where are we going to? Market not trying to go back up. Market not really pushing as low as I thought it would. So my trades are once again back into worrisome states. So we'll see what happens. Here's the S&P 500. I just had like one of those grass bugs crawling on me. I don't know where bugs are coming from. Maybe I was rolling in the sand or something. But the market coming to the downside over here. Market's coming to the downside, or at least was trying to, but then held up at the 3,675 area. You saw my short scalp that I had. I covered it at a pretty decent spot. I saw buying coming in. I said, nope, I'm out of here. I'm not holding this any longer than I really need to. So let's see what happens. Market is bottoming. It's better to talk about the stains and the stand. Yeah, pretty much, man. The stain's still here. But you know what? It's going away, baby. It's going away. So every time Ian talks, we'll just keep on working on this one. And
you can't do too much with the tide to go, man. You gotta let it dry and then like air
out.
And
Yeah,
then
I'm letting it do that. You know, I'm letting it air out. Thank you, Mr.
Every time
Laundryman.
I see you, like,
because there's a different spot. There's a different spot every corner. I'm like taking my time with it. This guy's acting like my mom here. Yo, chill, man. My mom's in India. I don't need a new one right now. Okay.
So, some people are calling out Coin, and I think Coin's on another stock to add to my blacklist.
Oh yeah, put that on the blacklist.
Yeah, so on the blacklist, I you know, the past 2 days I've been getting run over trying to short this thing, and you know, it gave a similar move today. This 54.50 level has been like this intraday, almost weekly now resistance for the whole week pretty much, and you know, same thing, pop to that and then fade off there. My problem is that I was like trying to like always step in front of that and not like necessarily throwing a little bit too much size and like not necessarily giving it the room that it needs. Like realistically, you probably need to give this thing like a whole dollar or more of space to the upside for it to like eventually start turning around. It is off SSR, so it is easier to short. And you know, once that selling momentum kind of came in below that 54, it took a plunge, right? And it plunged all the way to 50. That's where it kind of bounced. You know, maybe another area of confluence again for a little market bounce play, but yeah, it is still kind of respecting that 54, 54.50, 55 range for this intraday resistance for the week. And Bitcoin was like kind of like not making a move that much today. Like we kind of saw it test 20 yesterday, 20,000, but today just kind of consolidating above, right? So those plays not necessarily on the radar as much as like some of the other things on the watch list or some of the big tech stocks.
Yeah, baby. Where are we going to after this one? So yeah, you covered Coin. You said you're not going short because it's on the blacklist. Well, you know what? It might be on my blacklist, but that doesn't stop me because I see an opportunity. I pounce on it. That's my job too.
There, and like I really like the trade, I'll dabble.
I love this trade. Okay, if I loved short 52 yesterday, I love short 53 right now, and I even more love short 54. So right now, getting back to that 53 area, I have my orders thrown out. We're trying to go short. Roku just pooped itself. Let's go. This is what I need. Cash me out, baby. Cash me outside. Roku about to pay me. Microsoft already been paying me. Coinbase, I don't have enough size to pay me, but we're gonna get paid anyways at the end of the day. Let's start taking some profits to the downside over here on Roku. I'm actually gonna take some liquidity out instead of holding that like a dummy. Here we go. Now time to change my stop to a different size that I actually am holding to. Microsoft pushing to the downside. I know I said I won't be saying the same things again, but man, you know, I'm just focusing on these stocks, so I apologize. I sincerely do apologize. Let me just talk about the market drop over over here and then jump right over to you guys. So let's check out what's going on in the chat. Once, okay, anyways, ADN popped. I think you're trading ADN, right? So I'll give it back to you to talk about ADN.
Yeah, ADN popped, and I'm currently sitting on the offer to try and get filled. I did take some out there to kind of manage my position a bit more. See how I'm like kind of scalping out in front of high a day, right? And now it's kind of running away from my order, so I'll just kind of cancel that and see if it kind of gives another pop move. But now it looks like to kind of, more volume coming in above this 3 level. I really want to see it like kind of break out now, break out high a day, and see if I can get like a little bit of a runner on my hands. I'm still holding like more of like my like a little bit of my core position there, kind of scalping it out as it goes. But ADN is quickly turning into my best name on the day, so love that, and let's see where it kind of goes. All sell before lunch. Market failed. Key uptrend. Low key, yeah. We don't get us wrong, guys. Like, this is still a very bearish day on the market. It is still respecting the lows, right? But we are kind of putting in lower highs, if you will. So kind of just manage that. It is coming back down to the low. So let's take a look at Apple again. Maybe I can kind of get long here in front of this 130. And kind of do that. Actually, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, go for it.
I got you. So I already managed my positions. Now I have my stop sent out. I can just sit back, kick my feet back up on the table, and relax. Let's go take a look at what you guys are talking about. Diamond Reality, Golden State Warriors closing it out tonight with Curry and Clay, each hitting 40. Listen, man, my man over there's got Tatum on the money line to win the cup or win the ring. So I gotta go with my big dog Sean over there. I gotta go with him. At the end of the day, this is what I told Playmaker. I have zero care about who wins. All I care is about them doing the bare minimum. If you don't get a single 3 this game today, I'm done with you. I'm absolutely done with you. I mean, I was never with you. I never cared about you. But if you don't get a single 3 today, I'm done. I'm over it. So that's the only thing I care about. My teams are already gone at this point. It's just the fun about the sport. But, we can talk about sports later. More importantly, market, man. S&P 500 trying to go lower. So if you're short on anything, hold on to your shorts. Let's go take a look at some of the volume leaders today. I know you already talked about ADN with the boy Ian over there. SIDU also with him. So let's go check out what SH and Revlon are doing at the moment. SH, I'm guessing, is on New York. Nope, NASDAQ. Nope, Amex. What are you on, Pink Sheets? Let's go find out what it's on real quick.
Someone said Sega, so while you do that, I'll take a quick look at Sega. And I looked at it briefly earlier. It is like that monkeypox play from before. It is up 10% today, so catching a bid. I don't think monkeypox is really like a thing right now, but it is catching a bid above this 10 level, so maybe it's just like a pure momentum. Dip buyers kind of running over some stops, or maybe some shorts kind of covering here, right? So, watch out for this one. We've kind of seen this one kind of explode to the upside and catch some momentum. Lower volume today, so obviously keep that in mind, but yeah, it could be a runner for sure.
Yeah, I'm just managing my position. But I found SH. It's on Amex. So actually, I want to see what SH even is. SH is ProShares short S&P 500. Oh, okay. I didn't even know that was a thing. A little voice crack over there for fun. But no, okay. So this is basically like TQQ and SQQ, I'm guessing, but for S&P 500. So if S&P 500 is going down, you basically just go long SH and profit to the upside because, for traders like my father who don't really like going short, the idea of holding a short, it means infinite losses in the future, most likely if the stock keeps on going. So they're fearful of that. So if you have that notion in your head, you could go long SQQQ or SH apparently and take profit of the downwards move that the market's giving us today. And these books are thick, man. These levels on SH are thick. It reminds me of SQQQ back in the day. So SQQQ back in the day, the levels were infinite size, as Luca likes to call it, unlimited size. And you could just load up on those sides on SQQQs and trade them however you want. And looks like this could be something that we could keep our eyes out for. Something that I found out today, actually.
I hate to keep bouncing back to the same stock, but a lot of buying volume is really kind of coming in on ADN here. It's up 200% on the day now. I'm kind of scalping it out here. I think I'm just going to keep holding that. Oh, it just got kind of rugged there. But now I kind of moved up my stop. So let's see where this kind of goes. Like that's like a common saying. I'm sitting pretty here. I'm long 287. So, you know, well away from my price here. Yeah, let's see where that goes. Let's see if some real momentum can really start to pick up. And this can be a runner. I am long Apple again, so I did go long there, just risking off of the 130. So if the market bounces here, I want to participate in Apple, and let's see if I can get like a VWAP reversion play, maybe a VWAP breakout, and then I can start scaling out to above there. So it's kind of still sitting pretty with that. That's not really doing anything for now. You guys are missing Tesla. Like we've talked about Tesla like a few times now, kind of bouncing back and forth. It did break down 650. So, you know, I was talking about potentially taking this breakout, but kind of not really. Like look at how bad this breakout was if you would have taken it. Maybe like $1 quickly, but you know, on breakouts you want to take more size and kind of scale it out quickly. That wasn't a great Tesla breakout that we might be accustomed to, so probably just going to stay away from that one. The market still hasn't breached lows. Excuse me. Let's see if you know, the likes of Apple and let's see AMD can kind of give that bounce. No, AMD broke the low of the day there, so that's still apparently a little bit more weak.
Yeah, man. I'm not done holding any shorts. Like, period. As long as the market doesn't really go back to VWAP, I'm not done with my shorts. I came into the day prepared for this Uno reverse card that the market was going to pull upon us. And I guess a lot of people were prepared for that, right? So that being said, I'm not looking for longs at the moment. If we do go back to the bottoms and break that bottom, then you know, I would love that. I would love to be part of more shorts at that point. Instead of showing you the same stocks, well, I guess I show you the same stock. Roku is now almost $1 in the money. Microsoft $1.60 in the money. Coinbase did not give me any size, but we are 50 cents in the money on Coinbase. So let's go over to what you guys are looking at. TLT ripping, hold the shorts. Yeah, TLT is ripping, so hold the shorts over there. Prad, real quick. What's up, brother? How can I help you? Will Save go up after the JetBlue deal? I thought they are rejecting the deal from JetBlue, but are taking the Frontier deal. So they are pretty much still messing around with the deal over there. You know, we don't really know what exactly is going through with Spirit Airlines. I believe it's Spirit Airlines. Until they really finalize that deal, I think the best thing to do is just stay hands off. Something like to do on Twitter. You know, Twitter is giving you beautiful opportunities. They actually have that all hands-on employee meeting today that Elon Musk is supposed to show up to, and most likely, at least the articles that I have been reading are claiming that Elon is supposed to express his you know, he wants to go for the deal kind of idea at the meeting, but we still have to wait. We still have to wait until that confirmation comes out, until that stamp on that paper is put down saying, okay, we're actually going to go through with this. Until then, it's still a no trade for me. I know ADN is a buyout, right?
No, ADN, they got like some new funding from Europe. They got like 700 mil in funding. So,
okay.
Yeah, a little bit of a boost there, so that's why it's got like a little bit of a catalyst and up like 180%. My Apple is kind of working now. That's in the money about like 15, 20 cents. I want to see it break out like of this like 130.80. That was like the previous high here. So if it breaks out of that, then I'll be kind of sitting pretty and more comfortable with it. But again, you know, it's still far away from where I'm risking off of, and I don't really see it getting back down there. Unless like the market really starts to kind of accelerate back down towards the downside and break out to the downside. So that one's just kind of chilling for now. AERC about to go crazy. Yeah, if that starts going off, you best know that I'm going to be watching it. Oh, we already talked about the save deal. What trades are you kind of in?
It's just going to be the same old stock,
Yeah.
so I'm just going to be looking at the chat here. Prad, tell me about the trading journey with Sean and Neil. My trading journey with Sean and Neil, or their trading journey? Trust me, I haven't lived long enough to see their trading journey, man. That was a little dig at their age over there. But no, you know, you can ask themselves. They have their YouTube videos over there that you can take a look at. What's going on with Twitter right now? It's like Twitter getting pooped to the downside as I was talking about it. Volume's actually increasing on Twitter to the downside for some reason, and the market's not really moving the way Twitter is. So maybe Elon said, hello, we're not going through with this at the meeting, and the meeting secrets are falling out over here or something. You know, I'm just guessing over here, theorizing while I'm talking about the stock, because why else would it show us that volume increase and to the downside? Maybe they're talking about the TV behind me. No, nothing really is going on that I could tell, but I guess wait and see. BOVESPA short. Now, there's a stock we haven't talked about all day. BOVESPA, or how Ian likes to call it, BOVESPA, you know, has moved up to the moves up for 2 days in a row now, and has been looking good for the past few days, with the news coming out from China saying the COVID cases have been going lower, and you know their side of the world is opening up a little bit more. So hopefully less restrictions around the around supply, not restrictions. Hopefully less shortage supply issues and so on. BOVESPA has been taken off that catalyst, but today, sadly, what goes up must always come down. Maybe not always, but usually comes down. And BOVESPA right now is coming down to about 5.7% on the day, almost $100 coming in very soon. I don't know if we see 100 today, but that is in place though.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, it looks like this, like, after that strong decline at the beginning or the end of last week, rather, it looked like this $100 level gave like kind of a dead cat bounce almost. It did pop to like 108, but then, you know, obviously down a lot today, down 6% again, kind of reversing that move and creeping back towards that $100 level. So going to be something to kind of watch if it kind of does get down there. Is it going to give like another bounce, so to speak? We will find out. AMD lower lows and lower highs all day. Yeah, no, I've been talking about how AMD is like super weak today. After that like shelf at like 86 kind of broke down, it's just been weakness ever since then. Trading like far below VWAP, kind of respecting the 50 EMA here. And as the market is trying to bounce, like AMD is like going nowhere. AMD is in fact like making new lows, right? So you are right, new lows on the day for AMD. Google. Let's take a look at Google. Google is obviously doing that split in July. July 15th is the split date for Google. So, you know, going to be interesting to see how it kind of reacts to that. The splits have been, well, Amazon, I guess, is the only one that we've kind of seen. July 18th, okay, yeah, so July 18th, the split for that. But, yeah, I'm watching more so like the 2000 level. Like, if it breaks below there, then it could be in a lot of trouble. This 2100 level seems to be like the most closest support, or this like not intraday, but like this little shelf here. So it can stay above there, and you know, as long as the market kind of holds up somewhat, I can see Google kind of bouncing there. But yeah, having a little bit of a weaker day today, just kind of with the market.
Yeah, so time to do the YouTube spiel a little bit. You know, only 1.7 likes. Looks like the volume on our view count has been going down. Not too long ago, we were at 9,000 viewers. Yesterday, we were at like 7,000. So a little bit of a dying on the volume end for viewers. And this is actually a pretty good indication usually as to what's the volume in the market going to be like too. You know, sometimes when back in the AMC and GME height of those days, the volume on our view count was just elevated to the north side. I think we were like at max 20K at one point. The view count at once, 20, 10K or something.
Yeah, more than.
Yeah, like the GME, AMC days, we had like those crazy numbers. So this is a pretty good gauge to see volume on the overall market. A little bit of a sample size, obviously. So you know, just for fun, let's start talking about the other YouTube stuff that helps out our algorithm. Every time you hit that like button, subscribe button, even the notification bell, it helps us out with our YouTube algo. Sends our channel out to more traders out there and new traders out there who are YouTubing questions such as like, what is VWAP, what is this, or what is that? So if you can help us out on that end, we would appreciate that. Just smash that like button, smash that subscribe button. You can also join our member site. So everyone in the chat that has their own little green colored name, they're actually members, and they do that by paying around $5 a month. You get custom emojis, custom badges next to your name to show you how long you've been our supporter for, and you know, that's also another way you can support us. And my favorite way is actually the merchandise. You know, I love merchandise. I love our merchandise specifically. quickly. The hoodies, that's my favorite one. If I could wear the white hoodie on show, trust me, I would wear that every single day. But yeah, if you guys ever do purchase any of our hoodies or any of our merchandise, make sure to take a picture of yourself, post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter, and you know, Sean, Neil, Brandon, myself, even the Trader TV live account will be sharing that with our community. So we love watching people share that. I think we actually do have some pictures on our Trader TV live Instagram already of some of our community members wearing that. So go show some love. Go hit that love like button, subscribe button. Those are technically the only things you need to do on a daily basis, or we would like you to do on a daily basis. But there's more ways to support us.
I just took some out of Apple there, just kind of in front of these like little consolidation highs. Again, with the market kind of pushing up, I want to manage this trade accordingly. If it comes back down closer to 130, then I'll keep adding to it, and so on. But right now, that trade seems to be working. So yeah, Apple and Microsoft bouncing. That's exactly what we're looking at. Let's take a quick look at Microsoft. I haven't looked at that. I know Prad's trading it, but you're short, right? So the bounce
What?
on Microsoft.
Yes.
Yeah, so the bounce might not be good for you, but yeah, it looks like it is kind of bouncing here.
What do you mean? It's just more short loading opportunity.
More
babe.
short loading opportunities potentially. You know, the market is having more of a bearish day today, so any bounces may be short-lived. So that's why I kind of scalped it out and, you know, kind of taking profits when they're offered to me. Oh yeah, I remember what I want to talk about now. Someone said NIO, and you know, I've been talking about NIO being on my blacklist. It did kind of reject today. This 20 level, man, like it is a level for sure. Now it's rejected. It's been trying to get like reclaim this level, but it's been rejected like so many days now. And today the same kind of story. This person said NIO is more bullish than the market today? Question mark. I do not think so at all. Like it is kind of fading some of this move. But you know, obviously, really big up days the past couple of days. So for it to like kind of pull back like this, it is kind of expected. I think we're gonna jump over to Brendan at the big screen for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, pretty ugly afternoon developing here. I'll show you that in a second, but here we go. Almost now, you can see the NASDAQ there, 4% day. To the downside, 3% for the S&P, 3.12, 2.4 for the Dow. If you go to the bottom end of the screen here, Bitcoin and Ethereum continue their slide as well. A couple things we were talking about, guys, in the pre-market. Intel popped up initially in the pre-market with some of the chip makers higher, you can see, but back to day lows here, 37 gets touched. There was a note suggesting that they could have some delivery delays coming for Intel products in the near future as supply constraints continue to hurt. Tesla as well just made a day low, trying to bounce right now for Tesla, but price increase across the board for Tesla announced this morning. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, we were just talking about some of our possible trades coming up tomorrow. You know, we have the beautiful quad witching coming up tomorrow. That's going to be a crazy event. Lots of volatility in the market. Options expiring. We can dive deeper into that tomorrow itself. But, you know, part of that is the reason why I'm not really looking to push too much of size around today. I'm just willing to trade, take executions, be part of trades for sure, but not really willing to push too much size around trades because I wanna keep all my energy for tomorrow, which is going to be tons of trades around the board, especially during the last 10 minutes as the market's going to start closing. So keeping my eyes ready, keeping my energy levels in check for that. Sick hair, dude. Yeah, I guess they're talking to you. I'll thank you.
No, I'm talking about
I'll talk
you,
them.
bro.
No, I'm pretty sure they're talking about you. Market's putting higher low, but can it create a higher high? It's creating higher low, but can it create a higher high? Yeah, I do see that, but you know, if the market does pop, I don't think we see a bigger pop than VWAP right now on the S&P 500 or even on the NASDAQ. So if it does pop over here, that pop most likely going up to 3,700 on the VWAP area, most likely going to on NASDAQ going to /U22CM. most likely going to the 11,300 area or so. I would be very surprised to see the market completely reverse a 4% negative move and go to only being down 1% on the day. It would require some sort of drastic news catalyst for the market to come out with for me to even take a long just on the hopes that the market's going to bounce just because it created a lower low or a higher low or whatever, right? So we are forming a wedge pattern, lower lows, but higher lows at the same time. It's going to break out at one direction either way, but I don't think that direction is going to come in for another hour or so. And that's because we're now into lunchtime. Market's going to go into a bigger volume depletion event than it's already been in. And if volume's dying out, it's rest in peace to your longs that you're looking for, because the only way the longs are coming in is when the shorts are covering their profits. When the shorts are covering profits, you'll see some scalpers coming in for the long side on scalper to the upside. No one's really going long today. No one's really going long today.
Yeah, as you kind of say that, I'm thinking about kind of adding to my Apple trade there. I did scalp it out. I'm going to try to add on this dip here. It kind of reclaimed this 130.80, so it did make like a newer high here as the market kind of comes back in. But if we are going to get a VWAP reversion, I kind of want to participate in it. So here I am, and there you go, just getting my fill here. So it does bump up my average, kind of still risking off that 130 if it comes in. But yeah, let's kind of see where it goes. With that one, it seems to be working for now.
VIX is at 33, man. Holy.
Yeah, I know VIX is kind of going crazy. Usually when it gets up to there, you're going to get a lot more action and maybe a little bit more volatility to the downside as kind of more fear sets into this market. But yeah, definitely something to watch. Like I do kind of watch the UVXY. I'll kind of bring that over. I do watch the UVXY. To kind of as my SAR chart just as reference. But always watching the VIX as well. Yeah, UVXY, VIX, pretty much same thing. Let's take a look at, you guys keep talking about this ELMS. Yeah, not really going parabolic. It is up 200% today, so that seems to be like, obviously a big move. I'm not sure the catalyst on that one. 80 and yeah, that's still kind of working out for me. I did move up my stop. Kind of want to see if this can kind of catch more momentum to the upside. There was that little flurry of buying momentum to the upside. I didn't get the top tick. I kind of saw a little bit late, and I kind of scalped it out there around 340. Still winning trade. It's turned into my best name on the day, so liking that. And now Apple seems to be working more so, trying to reclaim that 80 level. So, if the market does bounce here, I think I'm in some decent positions to kind of participate in that.
Sorry, can you talk for a little bit longer?
Yeah, for sure. Ian, tell him to give the Tide pen a rest. Man, are you still going off with
Bro,
that
it's actually working, man. Look at it.
Tide to go actually works like
it's
super well.
It's killing it.
Yeah, no, it works super well. I was on Webull Top Gainer. Yeah, I do use Webull as well for the top gainers. That's something to. GGPI is still SPAC. GGPI is like that EV company, right?
What?
Polestar?
Nice.
Yeah, it's Polestar. Yeah. So, it's similar to Lucid with CCIV. Oh, that being said, let's take a quick look at Lucid. I saw someone mention it earlier, and we didn't get a chance to take a look at it. Just kind of in the EV sector as well. Having a down day today. Is it SSR? Yeah, it was triggered SSR, down 10%. I feel like Lucid, out of all the EVs, has like kind of been the weakest out of all of them for whatever reason. Well, I think I kind of know why, but that we'll kind of keep that off. Yeah, it's kind of bouncing here around like 1550, but making new lows on the daily, so super weak. They're still talking about your Tide to Go stick, man.
Yo, you guys want one, man? I'll ship it to you guys. Let me know. Right now, Procter & Gamble is going to sponsor me,
yeah,
right?
A little sponsor.
We're about to get a Tide to Go sponsorship at this rate, but no, all fun and games. Trader Pride is going to make a hole in that shirt. Yeah, next thing you know, it's not even a stain. It's just a straight out hole straight through the pocket over here. That's going to suck, isn't it? Why is GGPI at $9? It's still a SPAC. I guess you answered it right there. It's still a SPAC, so that's why. I don't know if the SPAC is 100% confirmed, Polestar. Like
every SPAC has a $10.
$10 level.
So you theoretically have $1.
Profit, yeah, that's true. That was a strat that we used in high liquidity days back in the day. Every time a SPAC went down to the downside, even $1 or $2, you just go long and watch it go right back to $10. And if it popped up, you shorted it, watch it go right back to $10. So yeah, GGPI right now, man, still holding on SSR though. It is SSR, so it should be technically harder to short this stock. For anyone who's wondering what SSR is, it is actually it's a mechanic in the market called short sale restriction. It's supposed to make it harder to completely pile in on the downside for one stock and just demolish in that position. It has helped the market a lot, especially during the height of COVID-19 era when the markets were just going into halts. It was almost a no-brainer for anyone in the market to just pile in on the shorts on the stocks. So that's the reason why that mechanic is there, and it's applied to stocks only when they're down 10% or more. And if it is down 10% on that day, it will be SSR for that day and the very next business day. So if it's SSR business 2 today, it's going to go on SSR also tomorrow if it triggers it again.
Someone said Tesla is free falling. I wouldn't necessarily say free falling. Like, it's just kind of trending downwards.
650 broke. I would say that.
Yeah,
free fall.
that 650 did break down. More so interested in 620. So if that kind of comes up and it starts really accelerating, but it might be SSR by then, so it might not even be a good break.
SSR level for Tesla is exactly what I have the number right here. It is 629.1.
Yeah, so by the time it gets there, it probably won't even get there then, considering that it will turn SSR before then. I'm thinking about adding to this Apple, and it seems like the market kind of fell off there, and Apple is kind of doing the same here. So I'm still like, I want to defend this 130 level, play over under there until that breaks. That's when I'll know I'm wrong. So if it kind of dips below my initial entry, I'll kind of add to it to kind of bring my average price a little bit better there. I don't think I'm wrong in this trade yet. We haven't broken down new lows in the market, so it's still kind of relaxing and chilling. Other than that, I still have my 80 yen trade that's kind of working out, and we're kind of going from there. 450 coming on Tesla, yeah, that's a ways away. Maybe after the split. After the split.
Timber! Market's going right back on the downside, baby. That's right. Microsoft and Roku, once again, $1 per share in the money for me. We're making money here, baby. Let's go. I hope you guys are too. I hope you guys are fine, having some fun in this market. Tons of opportunities every single day. Don't go anywhere. Couple of news announcements over here. I think, I don't know if Brando already mentioned this or maybe one of the other guys did, but doesn't hurt mentioning again. Adobe having earnings after market today. I'll be taking part of that after-hour trade. I love trading Adobe. Tons of moves coming in on that share especially. And let's go check out what Adobe is right now. And real quick, while we had GGPI up and we were talking about it, GGPI is supposed to close on the June 22nd. So coming up very soon. GGPI, I don't know if they're changing their ticker, but the deal is supposed to close very soon on the 22nd of June. And that should maybe bring in some volume for that stock around that day and some more excitement for some EV stocks such as NIO, maybe some Lucid, and other stocks around the board. Going back to Adobe here, 1.5 million shares traded today, down 3%, but it looks very sideways to me. Not really doing anything, even though we're doing this nothing in a whole new 3% down range over here. They can do whatever they want over here. Something that I do keep in mind, I have this theory. Well, it's not a theory. It's kind of proven that people know things before us. There's somebody out there who knows, for example, Sky News. I was going to say Sky Sports because of F1, but Sky News yesterday tweeted out that the U.S. market has a 0.75 rate hike before the rate hike even came out. Almost
I heard about that too.
Yeah, almost like they knew about it. But it could be we could play the good side of this, where maybe they were getting ready with the 50% and a 0.75%, and they just have ready on their hands on the button on two different computers, and somebody just split their coffee and just clicked the wrong keyboard, right?
It was kind of like the CPI number 2, if you recall.
We could go with that, but listen, I'm a conspiracy theorist.
You got your tin hat on.
A firm did this off their earnings, where they came out with the earnings report without on the perfect time or whatever they're supposed to. We saw the Skies news coming out with this numbers. So I got my 10 hat on. It's never coming off. So according to that theory, I think people already know that Adobe might have bad numbers, and that's why it's down today. But also, if that was the case, Adobe would be pushing way much to the downside, way more lower to the downside. So this could just be the market beta. So this is me talking myself out of that trade.
Yeah, no, it's probably better to talk yourself out of trades as opposed to talking yourself into trades. No, what I was gonna say is like it's similar to that. If you recall from last week, the CPI number. The day before the CPI number came out, the market like plunged. The market plunged, right?
They know, man. They know.
And the next day, lo and behold, higher inflation. The top is not maybe in, and here we are today, right? So. Definitely, there's always going to be someone that knows more than you. That's a given. That's why we always say like participate, don't anticipate. Wait for the news to kind of drop. Wait for the things to kind of come out, and then react to it and create trade plans around that. I'm just kind of watching my Apple trade on the side here, just because I kind of added to it, and I just want to see how it's kind of reacting on the tape. So I am reading on the tape here, and there's not too much size on the level 2. So, but it was kind of trying to like reclaim the 40s and 50s area and got rejected. So all of a sudden, maybe it's not looking too hot, but just going to be patient. Just going to kind of, the market hasn't put in a new low yet. So until that kind of breaks down, until 130 breaks down, then I'll be wrong in this trade and I can walk away from it and, look for a different opportunity and manage my day that way. But for now, still kind of chilling, still adding to it. Prad's still going on with his.
Can they hear that?
With his Tide stick. I don't.
Oh yeah, we can hear Prad scrubbing. They say, okay, maybe
the
that's
stain
why.
Cam. Hashtag
maybe
stain
that's
cam.
why they keep mentioning it, because they can hear it. Okay, I gotta mute my mic then. Okay, my bad, chat. My bad. That's my fault. That is my fault. Luca, please teach a guide about tape reading. Yeah, Luca will be on very soon. You can ask him. You can directly go to our YouTube channel and learn from the people who taught Luca himself, which is Neil, Sean, Brandon. Even Greg. I don't know if Greg has ever shown up in a record in one of these videos before. But yeah, go to our homepage, click on this little search box over here, and type in level. I can't spell. Level 2. Yeah, I cannot spell. Level 2, or you can even type in VWAP, or whatever you want. You can type in a trade of the day, trade of the day, and I'm pretty sure we have a playlist for trade of the day. If not, we should be having a playlist for that somewhere. Maybe I should be. There we go. We do have a playlist, trade of the day, and just go watch these millions of videos in this trade of the day. This playlist will probably teach you more about the market than any book ever will. Right? These are live examples with Sean, Neil, Brando talking about exactly their mentality, their mind state, the reasoning why they took the trade, how they prepared for the trade in pre-market. Like, this will teach you more than any book ever can. So it's like going to a university, going and getting a degree, compared to directly working in the field of job and learning from the guy who did the degree himself, right? So it's like mentorship versus opening a textbook and reading a textbook. So yeah, Sean's I have a bad frame of him over here. I'll get rid of that frame. Just for your sake, I'll get rid of that frame.
Yeah, it's like you're just putting him on blast with that screenshot there.
But yeah, go check out those videos. Insane amount of information, just hidden gems in there that people are not taking advantage of. I don't know if it was you or another viewer, and they asked me, how can I learn the things you're learning, Prad? I said, YouTube, man, just go watch these guys, go watch their trading videos and take notes. Take tons of notes.
The amount of things I've learned from like when I was trading at home, like watching YouTube and obviously like watching these guys every day and watching all of their content, it was really, really good and, kind of prepared me for when I eventually did join the floor. I didn't know I was going to join the floor, but eventually I did, and now look, I'm on the show.
Look at me now.
What's that?
Look at me now.
But yeah, no, definitely some great vids. So definitely check them out. Search around and you can find what you're looking for on the show for sure.
Sean is eating. Yeah, he's having his lunch.
Yeah, they're having lunch.
He's getting his energy ready for you guys, man. You think that just happens from nowhere? You need some espressos. You need some lunch in there. I actually don't see Sean drinking espressos like Luca does, but
no, I'm sure Luca has already had like
Luca
2 or 3
is having
Spros.
all the Spros for the office, huh? Canadians are a nice bunch. Yeah, thank you for that. We do appreciate it. We don't hear that enough, honestly. YouTube is a great asset. No need to buy a course for anything unless you're lazy. Yeah, I actually say anyone who charges courses is a scam. If anyone who's charging for courses or is charging for Discord groups or anything, that's a scam.
The only things I've really spent money on, like in terms of like trading on my own, was books. Like I would buy books and read books.
Period.
I never bought any courses or paid for any of that, like you know, those groups or whatever, or Discord groups. Even our Discord is free, right? So if you haven't joined that, check that out. But yeah. Ian, challenge you not to say yeah or no for the next 15 minutes. Sure.
Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. Going to short UVXY around $18.08. Yeah, man, we didn't even, there we go. Yeah, look, yeah, like, yeah, there we go, obviously. Sure. But no, talking about UVXY today up about 13.12% and still taking off, man. $18 coming into play very soon. It's on SSR, actually, UVXY, because yesterday we were down more than 10%.
That's crazy.
Revlon's apparently doing something fun. Let's go check out where Revlon is. We do know that the Chapter 11, I think that's the number for bankruptcy, that they were going to talk about recently. Man, woo, what's wrong with this stock over here? Still going to the north side. Revlon does not want to stop. 18% now. I might be missing a little bit of a data over here for about 30 minutes or so. But
no, isn't that when it opened? It was
halted. Yeah. Oh, it was halted.
It was halted,
okay,
right?
okay.
So
that makes sense.
It was halted since like overnight. Like it was halted like after hours.
I did see Luca mention Revlon halted. I did see that.
Group chat.
Yeah. So the stock is trying to reclaim some of those levels, man. Look at the bottom around $1 when the news got announced that they're going to be going for bankruptcy or asking for a loan or not loan, asking for an extension from bankruptcy. And now we're getting to the point where the stock is up 25% on SSR. What did we say yesterday? We got to find a stock that's on SSR and go long. I found it. I'm going long.
right now on Revlon, yeah.
I'm going long.
Yeah, there we go. So Brad just punched into that position. Let's see where that goes. But yeah, it seems like these SSR stocks, the next day, like if they seem to be catching bids, right? And whenever you see sides kind of pop up on the bid there, it can't be slammed down, which makes it even more enticing for the upside, right? So it's much harder to short. You know, that's obviously the case with Revlon. So let's keep an eye on that and kind of see where it goes. I was kind of looking at some of the other small caps that were catching a lot more volume or a lot more buzz today. Sidhu has kind of like tailed off here, not really giving much. It halted once to the upside, halted once to the downside, and then after that, I got a call, whipped around on it, and it was left alone there. Someone mentioned CMRA. That was a crazy one from the other day too. You know, down 8% today. Not as much volume or momentum today. I think it did give one halt in the morning, if that's correct. But yeah, no, the rest of the day just kind of fading off. And then I've been also watching, obviously, ADN. That's still working. It reclaimed this 3 level. That's working for me now. Hopefully it gives another one of these pops to give me another chance to kind of get out and scale out that position. But kind of sitting pretty with this. 174%. Let's see this up like 250%. I'd like to be involved in one of those for once. Rivian ripping for no reason. You know, we've been kind of talking about some of the EV stocks here. Let's take a quick look at Rivian. I haven't looked at that one. Rivian is not ripping, man. Rivian is down 8% on the day, and you know, making new lows testing new lows on the daily. So definitely weaker on that one.
It's a steady pace this past week, 8% overall. I'm not sure what Justin over there is talking about. Maybe some Revlon, maybe. VIX above 36 could capitulate to 55 to 60. Oh man, what are you listening to there, Sean?
You don't want to know.
All right, we don't want to know. But what I do want to know is I want to go see what Brando has for us.
Just be aware, guys. This Twitter Elon meeting apparently has begun. Bloomberg is doing a live tweet or a live blog from this all-hands meeting, again, with Twitter and Elon. So just saw some volume coming in here. Back to the upside for Twitter.
Back to the upside we go, Twitter. And there's Sean jamming out. There's Neil jamming out with Sean. So I'd like to know what song they're jamming out to. We're jamming. I want to jam it with you. All right. Twitter. What's that? It ain't that? Hey, man, it is what it is. It is what it is. But listen, market right now popping. Here goes Twitter. Whoa, volume on Twitter. Right back through VWAP we go. 38 taking out. Look at the stock right now. What the heck? It's like the Brando effect that Neil and Sean always talk about. As soon as Brando mentions something, these stocks pop off, man. It's a volume coming in big time for Twitter. Biggest volume candle of the day, almost bigger than the opening candle, which is pretty rare unless there's a big news event. And looks like obviously we know what the news event is. Now we're just waiting to see if this deal goes through or it falls apart. Absolutely flat on the day for Twitter, and I guess this is the all eyes are going to be on Twitter for the rest of the day now, as the market is at the low of the days and is trying to bounce from the low of days. Goes S&P 500. Sorry, why am I showing you guys the micro futures? Let me show you guys the main futures. Here's the main futures. Higher low, but lower highs, and still trying to play around in the lows of the days for the S&P 500. NASDAQ pretty much looking the same, but NASDAQ looks like it's a double bottom. No, pretty much the same over here for NASDAQ. Microsoft giving me some exits to the downside. Now that we're heading back to the upside, I'm getting ready to take more shares short on all my stocks, and Roku also taking exits to the downside and getting ready to take more fills to the upside. Right now, I actually have an order right here, and they didn't even fill me. They only gave me a 10% off my size, and they ran away from it. So it's like, come on, boys. Can I get my size?
It looks like Revlon's about to break out of that 3 level. I was kind of watching it. There wasn't too much size. It's a $3 stock, right? Like I want to see like a lot of size there for me to like really be enticed about taking it and putting on size. But yeah, you can see there it's like 100 lots. That's like nothing. But I was just kind of watching that.
I'll take my profit on Revlon over there. Thank you for mentioning.
Yeah, you can do that. And you see how it kind of ran away from you a bit there? It ran away from you a bit there. So this is what we're kind of talking about. I wanted to talk about something. I totally forget now. Yeah, maybe go back. Do you have something to talk about?
For sure.
I'm like, my mind is like.
DraftKings showing support for now. DraftKings, DKNG, Donkey Kong showing support around $11. Okay, $10.75. I actually like this a lot. I'm going to go for this trade right here. Let's see if we can work with our trade over here. Yeah, we're going to take a long risk that low of the day. 15 cents risk for a possible bump up to, it's probably going to be a 1 hour trade, 1:1 hour trade, but I still like it. So I'm going to take advantage of this trade. Let's see if this one can help us out as the market's double bottoming or creating a higher low. Maybe DraftKings can find some buyers after being 10% down on the day. Sorry, 11, 12% down on the day. I did say find a stock that's SSR and go long. I found one before. I'm finding another one right now.
Let's do it again. Rinse and repeat. I remember what I wanted to say now. It was about Elon Musk. Yesterday, I said in our little chat, I was like, J-Pow is the hero that we need, not necessarily the hero that we deserve. He kind of saved the market a bit yesterday. Is Elon going to be the hero that we deserve? And he'll come out and kind of save the market. The reason why I said that was because someone else said in the chat, Elon, come save the market for us. So maybe he does that on Twitter. I doubt it. I was kind of watching Tesla as well to see if they got a little bit of a bump off this Twitter news here. And it kind of did, like not really. Like Tesla's still super weak on the day, below that 650. Doesn't look like that's being remotely close to being tested or reclaimed. Man, you guys have been talking about Walmart quite a bit. I haven't looked at it. Let's take a quick look, a quick peek to see what it's been doing. It is up 1%. Nice uptrend today, but I'm trying to see on the daily, to 120 seems to be this level, but below more so 117, let's call it 115 to the downside, is giving a little bit of a bounce here. It isn't immune to the weakness in the market. Retail, I want to see how retail kind of gets hit with the rest of this bear market, and if a recession does kind of come, there I said it, the R word. How retail is going to kind of.
Recession's here, man.
Yeah, no, it basically is here.
For anyone who thinks it's not here, you're delusional. Maybe not, but I think it's here.
It's coming. It's coming. If it's not here already, it's coming for sure. But retail is obviously going to get.
Winter is coming.
Winter is coming. What was the bad guys from that show, Game of Thrones? The White Walkers. The White Walkers. Yeah, they're coming.
Winter's coming.
They're coming.
Yeah, winter is indeed. As what was it? The CEO of Coinbase already called it the crypto winter. And I saw a lot of White Walker memes with his face on it.
Isn't it like the summer supposed to be like crypto winter and then?
Well, summer is going to be crypto winter technically.
Okay,
so crypto winter is coming. Markets are obviously pooping on themselves. Since we're talking about cryptocurrencies, let's go check out how our favorite coins in the world are doing today. My favorite coin right here, Bitcoin, right back to that 20K barrier to the downside. Ethereum down 9%. Solana down another 8%. Cardano down. Everything's down. I don't know why bother saying them all separately at this point. The whole market's bleeding. I think people are even expecting Bitcoin to go to like 10, 15,000. At which point it's like, why even bother having my account anymore? Just burn that account, burn every dollar in that. It's already burnt. Look at Palantir. That account's already gone to zero, but thankfully it's not a margin account, so I'm not getting margin called. Otherwise, I'd be crying by now. I'd be crying looking at my positions going to absolute zilch. SoFi, surprisingly, not really breaking that $5 bottom, man, and I love you, SoFi, for doing this for me. But at the end of the day, opportunities are dime a dozen right now. For stocks like Apple, Microsoft. Who would have thought you would have been able to buy Microsoft at 240s or Apple at 130s? Because I was the one who said Apple never goes below 150. Here we are at 129s on Apple.
I think it was Luca. He was like, man, imagine Apple is 120 by October. Guys, we're at 130. Yeah. It's a lot sooner than anticipated. I have taken out a little bit of profits on Apple here. I am kind of trying to manage this position accordingly. If it is going to trade the range, right? So adding at the bottom of the range, scaling out at the top of the range. If we get a breakout at the top of the range, obviously I'm going to try and hold as much of my position as possible for that upper move. But as the market is kind of bouncing here off the lows, Apple is doing the same thing, and hopefully it's going to lead the way and drive up my P&L. And then also too, ADN seems to be catching a little bit of a bounce. That's kind of chilling above this 3 level. So I'm relaxed with this one, and we're going to kind of see where it goes for the rest of the day. I know Luca's going to sub in here for me soon, but some good trades today. I'm almost overcome that Sadu loss. I took a bigger loss on that this morning, but that's okay. I managed the rest of my positions pretty well. Apple may come below 100, y'all. Yeah, maybe it's 100 by October.
Nah. Apple's not going lower than 100.
Hopefully not.
Listen, if Apple goes below 100,
market to zero?
It's like NASDAQ to zero. Like Apple's not going below 100.
We'll see. And what is probably going to creep to 100 is Amazon. We've been talking about this level for a long time now. Let's see Amazon get to that $100 level, and let's see some fireworks. I was hoping for it to kind of get there a little bit sooner. Not really giving. Oh, I'm on the 1 minute. That's why. Let me change this back to the 3 minutes so I can see a little bit more of a consolidated view. Not really. It is kind of giving a bounce off 102.50, but is that really a level of interest, of super interest? Not so much. So I've kind of left this one alone, more so waiting for that $100 level.
Right on. Why am I even trying to take that trade? I don't want that trade. What's up with Revlon? I thought it's going to bankrupt. Yeah, I think everyone's just waiting for that news to come out. So one day they did say bankruptcy. The next day I think they said no fear of bankruptcy or something along those words. So we're just waiting to see what actually plays out on Revlon to see what happens. Who makes iPhones? Some third-party retailer probably who's partnered up with Apple. Apple going to 100 since you said never. Hey man, if it does go to 100, I'll be there to trade it without a doubt. But in my opinion, I don't think we see 100 on Apple. I can see Apple at 103, yeah, just like Amazon at 103, and then bouncing off of there. Anything is possible. At the end of the day, listen, 100 could break, and I'll be the one to say I'm wrong first. Right now, market is bumping up from the bottoms over here, pushing up to the north side, so I'm catching more shares on a trade such as Roku. Maybe I get more fills on Microsoft, and Netflix right now heading right back to $174. I think if I can see $174.50 on Netflix, I'll think about shorting that. I see a trade from Sean real quick, and this is Sean's trades going longs at I can't really see the number. Apple, there I can zoom in. Sorry, 130 long and basically holding for that dollar move up to 131 or so. So beautiful scalps coming in for the homie Sean on Apple over there. And I guess you could do the same thing on Microsoft too. Microsoft 244, giving you multiple opportunities to load up long and ride that ship to the north side every time the S&P 500 and NASDAQ keeps on bouncing from the lows.
I think we're going to head over to the big board for Brendo.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay,
you
yeah.
gotta wait for them to talk in your ear.
Right.
Ian.
My bad. Yeah, no, I just scalped out some profits here in front of VWAP on Apple too. So similar to Sean, I'm long 130.30. So this trade is working now, and the market is kind of getting a bounce. It did kind of reject this 36.80 level, which has been kind of like this chop zone, if you will, on the ES. So that's why I was kind of like, I want to take out the profits when they're presented to me. In front of VWAP, that seems good enough for me. If it does kind of continue to break out, then I'll keep holding, and we'll hold for the dream kind of thing. But yeah, this is what it's all about: relaxed trading, stress-free trading, if you will. And we're enjoying this one. And now we're heading over to Brendan at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on how the market overall playing out as we head through lunch hour. 3.25% there for the S&P, leading the way. It's pretty ugly. Still kind of bouncing around that 4% mark. For the NASDAQ, worse off this afternoon. It's all about tech stocks to the downside. 2.4 for the Dow. TSX here in Toronto, 2.5%. Brazil, there's a holiday, so we're back open higher, playing catch up a little bit. Crude got back to positive territory. 5.25% for Ethereum. A couple of things to mention. Twitter still kind of on watch here. We had the initial spike, but this meeting with Elon is underway. There is a blog, apparently, that you can watch what he's saying, but no real significant movements from that other than that initial move. That's Newmont, NEM. That's about it. Everything else is very, very red. Tech still leading, as I said, consumer discretionary to the downside as well, banks and industrials. It's not good. Let's put it that way. Very, very red board, guys. Back over to you.
All right, back to me. And yeah, I think my beard looks nice today. I put some beard oil in there, I combed it up a little bit, put in some work in there. Maybe because I have a little special someone to please right now. So, little work, little manicure, little facial cure. Is there a facial cure? I don't even know. But just trying to look nice for you guys, most importantly. Move incoming. Yeah, I think the market did try to bump up over there. Not really doing anything after that bump up, though. So more conviction for me to just load up on my shorts. So you saw me take more shorts on Roku. Roku, after getting filled right away, pushing back to the downside. Microsoft didn't really give me any fills. I'm not taking fills below VWAP. I only want fills where I want them, or I'm not taking them. And Netflix also didn't give me the fill. I have my order sitting right there, trying to wait for that trade to come into play for me. And when it does, we'll be able to take advantage of it. Right now, DraftKings is about to break the low a day and most likely stop me out. That's fine with me. I take a 5-cent hit on DraftKings for a potential reward of 10 cents or more to the north side. No complaints at all. Looking like a snack, boy. Aw, stop. You're making me feel special now. No, SIGA breaking high a day. SIGA, SIGA. Man, I remember this stock was monkeypox stock, sorry, and was elevated to the north side. It still is. Ooh, looks like the fear of monkeypox might be still something to think about because this stock is not done taking off just yet. After coming back down from those numbers like 2017 highs or whatever, coming back down to $10, now looks like we want to head towards that direction one more time over here for SIGA.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great day. And yeah, I can just, it's, yep, I just got to fix this here. There we go. And yeah, guys, you guys were talking before, and I overheard you saying Apple. So first of all, me and Ian were chatting before, and I was like, yeah, Ian, it's going to be like October. Apple's going to be at like 126 or something crazy. And look, we're literally test 130 today. And I hear you guys saying oh, Apple's not going below 100. I revised my estimates. We broke 150. I'm calling it now. Apple's going to 80.
No.
It's going to 80.
No. I'll put $20 on it.
This is my bold statement.
I'll put $20 on it.
$20? How long do...
I'll put $20 on it. Listen, I put dollars on my bets, man. You don't know who you're talking to when it comes to betting, okay? It's very calculated. It's all about risk to reward for me. It's a risk to reward
Okay,
for me.
what's the-
It's
what's the-
about winning. It's
we
all
gotta
about
do-
getting the
listen.
dub. It's all about the dub gang. That's it.
$1 bets.
$1 bet. It's all about winning.
bets
It's all about winning.
Before the end of the year,
Yeah.
Apple will touch $80.
End of the year,
$80.
Done.
That's
You
it.
guys
I like
you
these.
guys let's shake on that, man.
What's the trading places that show they do $1 bets just for the sake of it? Do you ever watch the movie?
Nah.
Oh, it's a great movie. Yeah, it's so it's like these two like billionaires who are brothers, and they essentially do $1 bets between trading places. Yeah, and they do $1 bets between each other because doing the bets between each other, money isn't a thing when you have when you're a billionaire, right? So I like that because we're billionaires in the making. So
Mentally,
essentially,
I'm a trillionaire, baby.
That's it. Always rich, always rich. And so I'm calling it now. $80. It's an obscure statement, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, guys, today market extra interesting. Like yesterday we had the Fed news and market popped up and it was insane. The move up was like it was weird because there was no reason. So I was watching the tape and like my take was there was no reason for the extreme move that we had. And I'm going to pull up the SPY for you guys here. We had that extreme move higher and I was listening to the press conference. So they came out, obviously everybody knows, they hiked 75 beeps. And then Powell was talking, and this move right here, this move was actually extra interesting because I think the only thing he said to cause this move, and there was no bids that stepped up on a lot of the stocks that I was looking at. It wasn't the same as last time where the surprise effect was extra bullish. And all he said was, I do not believe quantitative tightening will cause liquidity issues. That's what he said. And I guess you could make the assumption, okay, no liquidity issues means risk back on, so money flows back into risky assets. And with that one small statement, we ran, right? We ran. And this was we had from 375 to 382. This was a huge move, right? And everything just ran up. But at the time, I was watching a few names, and there was no real bids that came in and stepped up. It was just sort of algo action, and it kind of felt like we rallied so hard on very, very light volume. And so as we moved higher and then kind of consolidated above VWAP and then had that next leg up and then kind of pushed down, and then we had the sell in towards the end of the day. I was talking to a lot of the other traders. I was like, okay, you know what? It really does feel like we're going to reverse this whole move. I've seen it before. I'm like, okay, we're probably going to reverse this whole move. And go figure, coming in today, and let me just pull SPY up on this one here so you guys can see the 10-minute. Coming into today, it's we were up here, and I was like, okay, if we open around the 380 level, which was support before, it was the low, and then we kind of opened here, and now it's acting as somewhat of a resistance. We literally gapped all the way back down to the lows. And then we broke lows, so now we literally had fresh action. We had Apple 130 new level. We had a lot of new levels. I think Meta 160 was a new level, and it's weird because the market is not giving the clean flushes to the downside that we normally see. It's some slow type of action. The spread is just not there. It's very, very slow. And so I say to myself, okay, I'm not used to this type of environment, so it's kind of interesting. And I would have really loved to see us open over here so we could have had that nice push lower, and that would have been solid. But I mean, when you gap down 2%, and then we still did sell off in the morning. But I found that extra interesting, and it kind of worries me for the long-term accounts because obviously we're testing fresh levels now, and I think there's more downside. So that's why I say the bold statement of Apple $80. At this point, Amazon is going to probably test 100. I would be surprised if it doesn't. It's holding up pretty well. It's holding up pretty well, and 100 is definitely psychological. But my next question is, when is the next leg down coming? I'm talking to Ian, and every morning Ian is guys, look at the ES. This is the abyss level, and I'm okay, we're getting that waterfall flush. We're getting that waterfall flush, and we're just not seeing it. We're not seeing the flush. It's almost we grind lower into new lows, then we pop back, and the big selling happens at these resistance levels. So for anybody, this is you could short, but you're almost better off shorting the tops, and then you got that kind of that nice move down as opposed to smashing the lows. That's kind of been the common theme that I've been noticing, and I'm going to pull up the daily here. It's the grind lower, the grind lower, the grind lower, then the pop, and then this is your short opportunity, big red day, right? Then you get the pop, back up here, little resistance. These are your red days, and now these are little, look at the low here, 3,800, call it on the ES. It's the grind lower, kind of not this huge move. Like it's like we moved what, like not even 50 handles intraday. So it's like the move was like overnight, or like you're better off like popping and kind of shorting that area there. So yeah, I don't know. It's just been the common theme and kind of something I'm taking a look at. But yeah, so I mean, we'll see like what happens. I want to believe like Amazon 100 is going to be like a huge level. And I was very surprised the way that Apple today broke 130, and like there was so much size on the level. I'm sure you guys were watching, and like you saw like either Neil, Sean had it. I'm not sure if they did, or if they like interacted at that level. But like we literally broke that level. There was like maybe 2,500 lots, like 5,000 lots, something like that. Broke the level and then just did nothing. And it was like, I found that like weird, because normally it doesn't do things like that. Like I think the low, I want to say the low on Apple today was like 129.89. So it's like, you know, you had all that size, you had all that volume, it took the level, and then just nothing happened. It just kind of went down, went back up, went back to VWAP. Like, are we going to break out? Are we just going to stay within this range? And so like, you know, it's, yeah, like look at this. Like we sell off into the level, take the size, and then just like reverse the whole move. Like that's something new to me. That's definitely like an interesting environment to be in. So yeah, like we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. I love that saying, my man. I love. Now you got me saying that on the morning. Like, well, we'll see where this goes. So I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it. Golden crossover on the Dow 1 minute charts. Time to go long, says Chaitan. So yeah, I mean the markets have been bottoming out, not really doing anything. We're already down almost 4% on NASDAQ, 3% on the S&P 500. I think that's enough bottoms for today. So clearly the idea of going long, at which Sean mentioned coming over to the show, before coming over to the show, still playing out, man. Unlimited scalp opportunities off the bottoms on Apple, on Microsoft, you name it. On AMD, maybe, most likely not on AMD. Yeah, AMD has been struggling a little bit, but look at AMD forming a nice little base over here, slightly under 82. So wouldn't be a bad idea thinking about maybe working along on AMD while I'm working a short on Microsoft. That way, if Microsoft starts popping because the market's popping, AMD will start popping. I get stopped out on my Microsoft trade for a small loser, but AMD will end up being a big winner for us. That's a good idea. It's like kind of hedging yourself, but you know, I'm just prepared to go short when the pop does happen. So I'm just getting ready over here. Netflix is my recent new trade that I got ordered into over here near what's my average price? 173.89. So, and I have more orders on the north side to take more fills in case Netflix starts popping up a little bit more over here. And we saw how Netflix traded yesterday. Crazy move to the north side on Netflix and Roku, and they were pretty much trading exactly identical. It was a little weird move that was happening on both of them. We do know that the rumor came out not too long ago about Roku and Netflix, so I think it makes sense why they traded in tandem, but it's still, at the end of the day, it was very question marky of a move for me on Netflix, on Roku. And even today, they look pretty much identical, you know, just trading sideways. They both are down 3.5% and are moving or popping at the same time and are going down at the same time. So you know, not really hedging myself over here by trading both of them in the same direction, but my idea is to the downside for both of them today.
Guys, ADN, something I'm looking at this morning, ADN had a huge move, and like I was looking at the news, and it was actually like extremely good news. Like, so it's quite a lot of money that they received to be received over, I think, the next 6 years. And like obviously, like this is the pre-market move, and this is like classic action, right? I think if anybody was looking, they had a run up as well on like April 6th. I want to say it was like April 6th. So I'm just going to pull up the daily for you guys. That $4 level is actually interesting. So keep in mind the float on this one is around like 13 million, I want to say, and institutional ownership is like 65%. So like when you get these small caps with, I think it's like $100 million, or at this point probably more, probably double, triple. So maybe like 200 mil market cap. When you get institutional ownership upwards of like 65, 75, 85%, the tape is going to trade a little bit different to these low float stocks with no institutional ownership. You'll tend to see like a lot more, I'm not going to say games, like maybe that's not the correct word, but it's just like the tape has a different feel. And so something like when I'm looking at small caps and I'm trading these, I say to myself, okay, like if I'm going to short this, but the institutional ownership is high, there's probably going to be a lot of games, like they're probably going to defend the stock. Whereas if it's not that high, then it's more attractive for the short. And then those tend to be like, you know, maybe maybe it's a little more expensive to borrow because like everybody knows that they're probably going back down. But yeah, guys, like I think the news on this one was actually pretty solid, and that $4 level to me is interesting. That $4 level is interesting. Like we got above 3, so like obviously you had the whole daily move being in the pre-market and then kind of opened around 3, and now it's like making its push. But I would not be surprised if this makes a push towards 4 and then has like a nice little breakout. Like it could set itself up. And I mean, if we like the high of this was April 6th, the high was 4, right? The high was 4. So if we get above that $4 level, I mean, like, you know, on the catalyst decently good, right? I wouldn't be surprised if this is a multi-day runner, right? And then kind of runs up and tests 5 area. Because then at this point, it's like, look, resistance is clearly at 4. Maybe you got some resistance at 450. But like once we clear that, like this could you know maybe test like 5 breakout. Like who knows? Anything's possible. Traded 127 million shares today, right? And the float is 13 million. So like obviously float rotated more than 10 times. This is when it starts to get interesting, right? So yeah, guys, just keep that $4 level in mind. Like that could be a solid play. And like we obviously had like the move and then the fade. I'm not really sure like what the catalyst for this move on April 6th was. But like, you know, today it's doing basically around the same volume. If it continues and makes higher highs, like I'll keep my eye on for, you know, I keep my eye on this one. And yeah, going back to just the 1 minute, like if you pull up the 1 minute of April 6th, it sort of has like the same kind of look to it. It's like the whole move was in the pre-market and then it kind of barcoded, not really barcode, but it kind of went sideways, but like held level, held VWAP, like sort of support here. And then, you know, it's the classic small cap, guys. Keep this in mind. It's always going to hunt for new highs, do a lot of volume, and then quickly reverse. But the fact that it's holding trend, I mean, you know, RDBX, AERC, they had very similar setups where like, you know, it does this, it makes the higher reverses, but it still continues to make higher highs. And again, you know, looking at the catalyst, good catalyst, strong catalyst, like keep that $4 level in mind.
Yeah, I'm actually watching AMD here as the market's getting ready to most likely start moving to the north over here. I did push along on AMD at 82.03. And I punched out 82.03. I did not like it. I don't know why. You know, maybe it's a little bit of a stupid decision to punch out 82.03s right away. I got out flat. I collected fees, so I actually made money at the end of the day. Yay me! I collected fees, a whole buckaroo. So you know, we'll take that. That's not something to beat my chest about. I just didn't like the long, man. I liked the long, then I didn't like the long, so I'm out. I'm not looking for it. Instead of trying to build into a long, I'm just gonna keep on adding to my shorts across the board. For example, Netflix giving me more entries over here to the north side, and it's near the 100 period EMA right now, slightly above 174. I'm taking fills all the way till the high of day / pre-market high, and then if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. Roku also giving me more fills over here, but not all my fills that I want. So let's see if Roku can work for us. Microsoft not moving back up yet for me. I know some of you are talking about Revlon still. Revlon took out $3, and that was my idea for punching that long at 280s. I punched long at 280s, and then it tried to go to 3. It didn't really manage to go to 3, so I punched out. I took my 10-cent scalp on that trade. It broke 3 by about 6 cents, and now coming back down to those same areas where I was long around on Revlon. The question is, where do we see the support coming in, and do we see the retest of the high a day around $3 for this stock, and maybe a breakout of 3 towards 4, which would be pretty insane to witness, to be honest. So just waiting to see what we got over here. Sean's putting in his stocks right now that he's part of, so let's take a look at some of those positions. I see long Meta 161.75, and if you see me doing this a lot, it's because the AC kicked on and my hands are freezing, baby. My hands are
I was
cold.
freezing back there. I was freezing, and I'm like drinking a lot of water too, trying to stay hydrated. It's just getting me more cold.
My hands are cold.
Good thing I got the vest.
But yeah, so let's go take a look at Meta real quick. META at 161.75 is where he's long. I'm guessing that's the low of day. Yeah, baby, almost near the low of day. Getting launched right now above VWAP as the market's trying to go north. So I guess that AMD long doesn't look that bad now, does it? Apple 130.25. So Apple 130.25 going long again, and almost $1 in the money for his long over there for our boy Sean. Need a 2-point move in AMD to be able to break even from here. Hopefully you get that 2-point move on AMD for yourself over here, man. Market's already trying to go north, so that long on AMD looks way better now than it did earlier.
Yeah, guys, I'm trying to fix my charts for you guys to show you the symbol here. So I'm just going to do this for the next 1 minute. So maybe you're looking, that actually, so that 130 level, now that I think about it on Apple, is actually, like the fact that we took the size and now we're sort of above it, like I want to believe that, I want to see that waterfall flush on the market before I start to say to myself, like, okay, maybe the longs are going to be amazing. But yeah, definitely that 130 level, super interesting. I see Sean just posted 130.25 long. So like, guys, if this can get above VWAP, like it's obviously been below VWAP all day. If this can get above VWAP, then like, we could really push towards 132. But at this point, like, VWAP kind of trading sideways. I wouldn't be surprised if we're just sideways. And even, like how many times have we seen the ES do something like a similar setup where it's like it's down all day, right? And we talked about this before. We talked about this, I think, all week. Like, it has a similar setup where it sells off, right? Then it makes a sort of bottom, and it like breaks the bottom, right? It comes back up, goes back down, tests the bottom area, comes back up. Maybe it's going to go back down, test the bottom again. But then what we might see, like I always say, I say this to myself. Look, if selling is going to come in, like selling, it's the beginning of the day and the end of the day that does a lot of volume. Like obviously, in the middle of the day, like things sort of channel, right? So maybe we go back down, maybe we go up. But if real selling comes in, like it most likely come in towards the end of the day. But that other day, maybe not yesterday, but probably, Tuesday. I want to say it was Tuesday or Monday. Like we did make a push towards VWAP before we then sold off and like made a low towards the end of the day. So like what I tell myself is, look, obviously like Apple's down today, but like you have that 130 level to play off. If the market decides, okay, let's make a push towards VWAP, and then more selling comes in towards the end of the day, like these names are going to break out, right? So Apple could make that push, right? And I want to say that 134 level is like the real level of interest that I would say is like, okay, that's like real resistance, or maybe just keeps following it down type thing. But like, yeah, like, so that's solid, and actually that's a solid trade there. But yeah, hopefully I can fix these here. And I see people also saying ADN. Like I have this here now on this side because like, this I want to believe this is going to test for. It's like, it goes up, goes sideways, does its thing, but now holding trend, right? Like makes the high. And this is something that like we can see like over and over in the small cap world. And I'll say the same thing, right? Makes the high, reverses, right? Because it's like huge volume spike, comes back down, holds trend, right? Holds trend and then inches its way back up, right? So this is kind of like, it kind of feels like this could easily like test for and then break out. So yeah, keep your eyes there.
News on Twitter. Elon Musk says it makes sense to integrate payments into Twitter, currencies as well as crypto, virtual Twitter staff meeting. So Twitter, obviously we know that the meeting going on with the all employee on hands meeting where Elon is actually is supposed to show up and clearly is there right now as the updates are coming in from, I guess, the Bloomberg terminal or someone is what the Brando said earlier. So Twitter getting some nice volume off of that. I want to go see if cryptocurrencies by any chance got some volume off of that. And here's Bitcoin moving to the north side a little bit. Let's go. Cryptocurrencies might just have caught some wind off that catalyst and is moving to the north. And if cryptocurrencies are moving, most likely Coinbase is moving too. I was short Coinbase. Oh yeah, I am still short Coinbase and I got more short. Let's go. We're in the money, so let's actually start covering some of these positions. I've come to a point where I have too many positions going on today and I don't even know what's going on. That's not a good thing. So let me quickly go manage this one here. Take profit, a new order to take more shares short, and ta-da, we're good to go. On to the next one. Whenever Elon adds comments on crypto, Doge gets a push. That is very true, John Lewis, very true. Elon Musk says he does not care about being CEO. I guess that's a good thing for Twitter overall. I'm not sure. You know, Elon has a lot on his plate, so that's a good thing for Tesla. If Elon doesn't want to be CEO of Twitter, that's a good thing for Tesla. That's a good thing for SpaceX. That's a good thing for Boring Company and every other company that he's a CEO of or a part of. So I want to see if that catalyst has affected Tesla and helped him find some buyers by any chance. Looks like not yet, but maybe, just maybe, we are able to see that theory play out for us over here on Tesla. ELMS is moving again. I have not looked at the stock all day, so let's go check it out. It's a penny stock. Makes sense why I have not seen it all day. Not on my watch list because I'll filter for stocks above $2, I believe, so it doesn't show up on my watch list over here, or my scanner, sorry, not watch list. Up 226% today, man. 184 million shares traded, and look at the bid. The bid is literally 100,000 shares trying to go long, and they're just filling all the size in the world on that 46 pennies right now. Looks like a little bit of a iceberg order, maybe. Not really, because I'm not seeing the order refresh. I just see it getting decrement. It's not really refreshing itself, so I'm not sure if it is a iceberg order just yet.
Yeah, guys, I'm looking at the comments here. Sergio, you're making me laugh, saying, I've never seen a profession that pretends to know so much what they're doing like this. That's actually hilarious, but a lot of people think, as traders, you're predicting, you're anticipating, but the reality is we're literally sitting here and reacting to moves, right? It's like, I have my bias and I sit here and I'm like, okay, like maybe ADN's gonna come and test 4. But as you stare at the tape over and over, you do this job for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, you start to see similar patterns that set themselves up. And obviously, there's no guarantee that these things are gonna do what the trader thinks that they're going to do.
There's no guarantee I'm going to make money?
There's no guarantee. There is zero guarantee in this job.
I quit.
But that's what makes the job interesting. That's what makes you want to come back to the job. Because as much as you guys say, like, look, I wish I can come and print every day and my predictions come true and I want to be right all the time, like, it doesn't matter, right? I think the main thing, anybody can do it. Anybody can sit down and punch keys, right? But it's a reactive business, not a predictive business, right? Like as a trader, you're not a portfolio manager. You're not saying like, look at this company, I'm analyzing it. I think it's worth this. There's a dislocation in market price, so I'm gonna like buy it at this price and then try to sell it at that price. Like, no, that is not what you're doing as a trader. As a trader, you're literally sitting here reacting to moves and trying to like have a sort of understanding, build that conviction for the trade. So like, for example, on this ADN move, you can say to yourself, okay, based on the structure of it, based on the fact that the float is 13 million, it was like 100 million market cap, maybe now it's 300 million. There's a potential that I've seen these, move from 300 mil to 500 mil, right? It's a reasonably expected move. This doesn't mean that it's gonna happen. It's just, I'm just saying like, look, this thing's not gonna go to 20 today because like that would be like an insane move. So I'm like managing my expectations. Then I say to myself, okay, what is the catalyst? Oh, it looks like a good catalyst. And I can't remember who posted. Somebody posted in the chat, they said, it's like 700 or 800 million euros over the course of 8 years. That's correct. That's what I read. And it's like, so this is a good chunk of change. I mean, like to receive, they're going to now receive 700 million euros when the company's only valued at like 100 mil before the news comes out. That's why you have these insane moves, right? And then I don't know if there's other pump rooms that are on it. A lot of these pump rooms, they get in, they do the pre-market, a lot of pre-market volume, and like their room is like chasing it up. But I mean, this is actually solid news, right? So like, I wouldn't be surprised if like in a week or two, like we're looking at this name and it's around like $5. Like if we break $5, like this could easily like do the same thing, like AERC, like RDBX. It's like we're seeing these moves over and over again. And like you tend to see the same kind of recurring pattern. It's like, large caps do a lot of things and then they kind of slow down. And then, like people in the small cap world, well, a lot of these traders, like they're not really trading large caps aggressively, especially traders with smaller account sizes. So they're waiting, and I said it before, it kind of feels like there's a lot of hungry money on the sidelines, hungry retail money, and they're not dumping that money into Apple. Like they're ready to dump their money into a stock that's at like $3 that's going to show them like a 100% move, right? So they can make like, like 10, like they put 10K in, they make 10K, right? Like who wants to put in 10K into Apple and then it's like you'll wait a couple weeks and now you made $100, you made $500, like it's not attractive. So like when I was saying that before, like it feels like there's a lot of this hungry money on the sidelines because the small cap world was slow. Like we didn't have action for like 3-4 months and then boom, out of nowhere you have like the AERC, the RDBX, now you have ADN moving, you have the CDU, SIDO that was moving as well. Like we're getting these moves and it's kind of the recurring theme and everybody's asking themselves, okay, which one is next, right? So a lot of these companies are going to probably be garbage, right? And these are the companies that you want to short and you want to set it up nicely. But some of these companies there's going to be a real catalyst behind them, and like the move is going to be strong. High institutional ownership, so obviously people believe in them, institutions believe in them, and the real question is, do you think institutions are going to use this volume to exit their positions? I want to say, look, if the catalyst is really good and they're getting this bump, probably not, right? They're holding on, they believe in the company, and maybe it goes. So obviously, going back to the question, it's like we're reactive, right? We're always going to react to moves. Like if you try to predict something, you probably won't be in this business for too long.
That's right. No prediction, no anticipation, just participation. We're going to head over to Brandon to see what's going on with the volume leaders today.
Hey guys, yeah, a lot of them to discuss this afternoon. I'll show you where we're at right now. Count them. 1, 2, 3 in 100 million club once again today. So this ELMS everyone's talking about, ADN, obviously all over that today as well, up 200%. Pretty impressive. Both TQs and SQs on the board today. The past couple of days, it's just been the TQQQs. SQQQ joining the party here as the market continues to move to the downside. Performance-wise, ADN, SIDU, HSCS. Overall, again, this board's going to show you the entire U.S. equity landscape here. 1399 in positive territory, about the same flat on the day. 8,600 plus to the downside, red on the day. 1,900 new lows, 54 only, guys. That tells a story. New highs on the day. Back over to you.
Thank you, Brando. Let's go, Brando. That's right. Let's go. 3,500 on card. Sorry, 3,500 on cards today for. I'm thinking you're talking about. I think you're talking about just 3,500, not 30,500. 3,500, I think, is what you're talking about the S&P 500. Yeah, that's like about 100 points down from here, so we'll just have to wait and see if that does come into play. Market is popping up right now, so my Netflix short, which was in the money for about 60 cents, now pretty much flat. My Microsoft short, which was up 80 cents in the money, flat. Coinbase, 80 cents in the money still on that one, and Roku, 60 cents in the money on Roku. And right now, Microsoft trying to go back up, so I have orders to get more short shares on the way up right now. Let me show you my Microsoft chart. Here we go. Microsoft getting pushed up over here with the overall market. We saw what Sean's position was doing on Facebook, so now Microsoft on Facebook. Almost $1 per share, I believe, in the money over there. Even Apple. So clearly, market's trying to wake up. Here we go. Apple's trying to go to the north side. Market's finally waking up to the north side for anyone who is long. So hold on to your longs right now because the bottom seems to be coming in for the day today. And I think if we go to VWAP, rejection around VWAP is basically what I'm looking for my shorts. And if a rejection around VWAP doesn't come into play, then obviously I'm crying and I'm going to the home without any food on my table today. But that's not a problem because we always have it tomorrow.
It's okay. It's on Spencer, right? He mentioned it's on Spencer,
right.
So we're good.
Peroni's on Spencer.
Yeah, Peroni's on. I'll be there for a couple. And I see Christopher saying small cap summer. Yeah, small cap summer. Hopefully this volume continues. I mean, this is awesome. And literally, guys, as I'm talking about ADN, making the move to 4, so hopefully you guys had that and being patient. One of the other things I was going to say is with these, when it's showing you that, like, if you chase the high, you instantly go out of the money. Like, do yourself a favor, make it easier on yourself and try to buy the dips. Like, for example, you have the high move, right? There's a lot of FOMO. People think, okay, I'm going to chase up here, but then you go so far out of the money, right? So if you get in, let's say at like 340, or you're like, oh, I'm going to take a high day break, like 350, and then you're like, oh, I'll risk like the support of like 270. Like that's like a 70-cent risk, right? Do yourself a favor, allow it to pull back and show you that it's going to hold trend, that it's going to hold VWAP, and try to take entries at like, in this case, you could have had like 310 and scale down towards 3. Maybe you don't get the full fill, but then at this point, it's like a 30-cent risk instead of a 70-cent risk. Then you have the move, you create a free trade for yourself as you scale out, and then maybe you add if it breaks 4, it comes back down, you add some more, right? So be smart with your risk. Don't just chase highs with full size and then make it difficult on yourself.
Is it Triple Witching Friday tomorrow? It is indeed, and it's going to be a lot of fun events coming in onto the market. Options expiring. What is it? Weekly, monthlies, and quarterlies, I guess.
Yeah. So I think initially when options were first rolled out, there was more expiry. So the initial ones came out, and don't quote me on this, but I want to say that the majority of open interest and volume was for the third of the month. That's where the majority
of every month.
The third, but to end the quarter. So it's the third month of a quarter end is where the majority of institutions probably hedge. because a lot of them are like rebalancing quarterly. And so like what they do is they rebalance, they hedge. There's a lot of volume done on these like quad witching days because like they're like hedging their positions. So I think that's the initial reason. But like it's kind of crazy because even like, I mean, before COVID, I was reading like a kind of stat from Goldman Sachs, and they were like, this is how much volume we're doing for clients on options. It's like insanely high. And they like posted a graph. And it was just like, okay, this was like, let's say like 2015, and then 2016, and then 2018, 2019. So basically, common theme is all the volume is done on options. And this is why a lot of traders will say, like, it's the tail wagging the dog theory, where it's like, you know, it's not really people moving shares of Tesla that moves Tesla stock. It's like the options that are moving it, right? You're getting these like little gamma squeezes, you know, and I overuse the word, like not everything is a gamma squeeze, but the ideology of a gamma squeeze is that the option is moving it because then dealers are offside. So it's like, it's the options, like people are trading Tesla options. They're not trading Tesla stock. Like maybe they buy stock and they hold it when it was cheaper and then it has the run. But like even, you know, I have like people, I'm at the gym and like people are coming up to me, like acquaintances that I meet, they're coming up to me, they know me as the trader and they're just like, hey Luca, like what do you think? I have like $50,000 worth of calls, like is Tesla gonna explode? And I'm just like, man, that's wild. Like 50,000 Tesla calls, and like, you know, like you win on that trade, you buy a house, right? So it's kind of insane. But yeah, so like there's obviously a lot of volume, and going back to like quad witching, I want to say that like, you know, it's because of like institutions using these options to hedge. And I read a comment the other day that said, yes, institutions are using options to hedge their portfolios sometimes, or a lot of times, but then, you know, like the speculative side of them, where it's like you have a lot of traders who are like, yes, this looks very attractive. I can put $100 in and turn that into 4,000. Like, let me get involved. So just keep in mind, it is somewhat of a fool's gold. There is no free lunch. Like, there's money to be made whether you're trading like shares or options. But yeah, keep in mind that like, you know, the last thing you want to do is like you buy like Friday calls and it's like Thursday because you think there's going to be like this huge move, and like you're attracted to the position because it's very cheap. Like I call that fool's gold. It's like you're going to put 700 in the hopes to make like $5,000, like probably lose 700 in 2 days, right? So like just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'm just playing with my blotter here to see what I can show the viewers without really showing all the information. But I guess I can just say it out loud. Coinbase 70 cents in the money, Roku 60 cents in the money, Apple short 20 cents in the money, Netflix and Microsoft were in the money but are turning around on me right now. So let me go focus on what Microsoft and Netflix are doing. Here's Netflix, here's Apple actually, that's Apple. Here's Netflix coming back to the upside with the help of the market that's actually trying to break out of the range that we were stuck in. Maybe we actually do manage to break out the range and get above the 50-period EMA, burning some of the shorts over here and making those shorts run for the exit gates. That way I could get my short fills all the way near the high days almost, where I'm trying to build into my position. As you guys can see, 3 short entries on Netflix so far, waiting for more short entries to the upside. Apple was in the money for about 50 cents or so, I think, or maybe less than that, but it's trying to come back up over here with the help of the market. So hopefully that does not happen, so we can smash these shorts back to the ground today. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are actually breaking out of that range right now. So here we go. We might just see that move to VWAP or even slightly higher than VWAP across the board for these stocks. So if you are long, hold on to it a little bit more. Musk meeting looks like to have ended recently, about 3 minutes ago. So let's quickly go over to Twitter to see if Twitter has done anything. I thought we were supposed to get a confirmation of him accepting the deal or something today. So no confirmation coming in has me a little worried about what exactly is Elon trying to do with his trade over here on the stock.
And I'm just seeing in the chat, this was said before, but Liberty Trading, like, thank you for the kind comments saying, you know, Trader TV, there's a lot of other chats that are doing the same thing that we're doing, and they charge and whatever. Maybe they have, like, maybe some of them have, like, manipulative tactics where, like, they're obviously front running, you know, the 500,000, 2,000 members that they have. We're here doing this for free, providing you levels, showing you, like, I'm literally telling you this in real time, what I'm seeing, you know, like, using my experience. And, like, I like to say this. Look, I obviously don't know anything. Like, I don't know anything. I don't know everything. but like I have some experience built up from like taking losses, taking wins, and when I see the same pattern, I'm going to tell you guys, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to say like, look, how many times on small caps do we see the pop, right? So I'm going to say that over and over again. Like, do not chase the high on something that has a high institutional ownership, because it'll just run up and come back down and give you a better entry, right? So it's like we're here literally giving you fire every single day. Neil and Sean providing you fire every single day. Pratt over here providing fire, me making you laugh. You know, like
that's the other way around. I'm trying to make them laugh more.
Well, that's it. Well,
you got the knowledge dropping over here on a daily basis, and we love you for that.
Yeah, anytime. And Kyla, Luca, can you please increase your chart font size? I'll get to that. It's it's easy for me to trade and talk at the same time, but like when I have to sit here and change my font size, it's like this is like now data entry. I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, where how do I do that? But yeah, no, I'll take a look at that for sure. And guys, something else that I wanted to talk about, the oil names. And here's something that we can keep in mind for future reference. And I don't know if this is going to be also like another one of those kind of recurring patterns, but the market was holding, right? So like let me combine both of these charts for you guys and pull up the daily, right? So obviously, energy sector altogether has been strong, and like as the long-term investor in me is telling me that like the energy trade is a good trade. It's been a good trade. It's showing us like we're obviously having inflation, and like oil is very, very strong. So like all of these energy names are holding, they're going up, right? And obviously market high beta tech is going down. But here's the thing, right? You had that bounce. You had this kind of sideways, like these little wicks. Then you had the bounce, and the market was like holding here, right? And it was trying to decide, are we going higher or are we going lower? Everybody probably would have said, we're going lower just because the whole environment, like bear market territory, is what it is, right? But something to keep in mind, like look at this rally, and this is just XOM, right? But like, all the oil names are going to have a similar pattern. So let's look at this one. So, you had this kind of sideways action, right? And this is like, June 3rd or whatever. So let's pull it up. Look at this rally, right? So this is around this is June right here, right? So like you had the move up, right? You had the move up. This was probably led by energy. A lot of other names went up too, but not as strong. This was the energy move, right? Then you had the overall market going sideways as you had like names like XOM, Chevron as well, like oil making highs, right? Going up. So that basically, to summarize, oil is very strong. Oil is clearly very strong.
No, you don't say.
Yeah, before the drop, right? And then here's the thing, right? Oil is strong, so the market is holding. And then at this point, you can tell yourself, look, if oil is strong and oil is holding the market, as soon as oil turns, the market is most likely going to turn, because everything else is being very weak, right? And then as oil turns, boom, then you have the big sell-off. And obviously you have like the CPI, like the Fed, so like that obviously adds to that. But like maybe this is kind of like a recurring theme, and this is what I'm trying to tell myself. Like if we get a similar setup where it's like you have one sector sort of carrying the market, and boom, now the sector cools off. And I told myself, look, we're gonna get maybe that 100 bounce and then probably go sideways, but we didn't. We broke the 100, we went back down, oil kind of fading, and like boom. Like now what's carrying the market? Nothing. So there's no reason to be long, and that's why we have all these red days. We have so many things telling us that like, look, short is good. I think people in the chat, I remember somebody was saying like I had the Apple 138 puts when it was at like 140, and I said like, you could roll those over to 135 because you get better bang for your buck. And now look, Apple 130, right? So like if you rolled those over, you would have made more than you would have, but just make sure that the math makes sense when you're getting yourself into those trades. But yeah, I just wanted to cover this, interesting, because one sector holding the market, that sector fails, boom, market goes down. So if we get a similar setup where it's like, okay, going forward, like even maybe it's oil again, or like whatever other sector holding the market, once that starts to go, boom, there's nothing else to hold the market, so then we drop down. So I found that interesting, and I'm still keeping my eye on ADN here. This thing wants to push 4. It feels like it wants to push 4. What time is it now? We're at like 1 o'clock, 1:30. Like it's like a little bit slower, but this thing did like 25 million shares since I started talking about it. So like this thing is probably going to end the day. I wouldn't be surprised at like 200 million shares. Just insane.
I think Neil will like this one. So Neil alerted, the Boeing one, but maybe he doesn't understand it because his username is Neil Alerts, and Neil Alert is calling out BA. Isn't their username Neil Alerts? Neil Alerts, his username, like how we call Brankos because his username is Brandon and his last name Alert. Yeah, Neil Alerts, and he also alerted in the chat that Boeing is apparently taking above VWAP right now. Sorry? It's trying to break above VWAP. I see it above VWAP on my 5-minute chart at least.
It's above, but it's trying to break out.
Oh, got it. Yeah. It's trying to break out above the range, I guess, is what he's trying to say. But it is above VWAP right now. And we're watching. It's still down 0.26%. I think Sean was mentioning something. I always also say this yesterday, which was, when you get the opportunity to buy Boeing at low prices, when it's a monopoly over here, the company is one of the only 2 commercial airline creators around the world. So it's almost a no-brainer. Yeah, the stock's having issues sometimes. We also know how Boeing handles their internal issues sometimes, and that brings us problems for the stock overall. But when you're in a monopoly type of situation, you go Richie Rich style and just keep loading up on the stock every time we go to the downside. Today, very much flat when the market is bleeding, so that's a good thing to notice overall for Boeing. I can't really pull up Airbus right now, or I would be pulling up Airbus to see how Airbus is doing today. Algo's about to start buying it up. I'm careful shorts. Yeah, be careful for no matter what. Be careful for longs, be careful for shorts, always be careful. Know where your outs are and stick to your outs. Always stick to your outs. You can always get back in. The name of the game is to make sure you can play the next hand, not get liquidated in the first hand. Going to a casino, you go in with $300. You don't go put all 300 on red unless you're maybe Prad. You go put you play some blackjack with maybe $20 hands. You go play some roulette, maybe a little bit. Maybe if you're crazy enough to go waste your money on slots, maybe you go spin the wheel on slots a little bit. But the name of the game is to make sure you can play the next hand, right? So stick to your stops. Don't break your rules over there. I thought NASDAQ was really trying to go up top right now, but no, NASDAQ's still getting rejected by the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart here. S&P 500 pretty much doing the same thing. So my trades that I'm in a Roku short, Coinbase short, Apple short, Microsoft short, Netflix short. Give me some more trades to be short in, please, because I would love to just keep on piling in on the shorts over here. That way, when the market goes up, I get taken out.
So guys, look, ADN made that push to 4. The high was 397, right? So keep in mind the daily that I did pull up before, and I'll pull it up here again. ADN, 4 was the high, right? So, I ask myself this, look, if I hypothetically am loaded at the $3 level and now it made a move to 4, like there's a chance, like this is what I'm talking about, react, right? Like there's a chance that 4 is the high again, right? And it doesn't break. Or it's like the short-term high, and then we go back down to 360. So probably a good spot to like scale out a bit. And then, if it breaks 4, you just kind of get back long again or do whatever, right? But yeah, amazing how this, it's the same classic action over and over. And I'm amazed because it's like, is it going to do exactly what everything else does? And something to be said, as a trader, it's like you see a pattern intraday, and it gives you like one chance to like get in, right? Then it does it over and over and over again. If something does something, and this is very broad. This doesn't mean like it has to be small cap related. It could be large caps. It could be something that's happening like a VWAP like slam down, right? And it could be happening like 3, 4, 5 times. So it's like if it happens once, if it happens the second time, now it's setting up the third time. As I get more wisdom from trading more, learn more, I say like, okay, is it going to happen the third time? Well, the odds that it happens the third time are probably higher than the odds that it doesn't. So like this is like kind of like risk to reward. Like I'll take it, like whatever, see what happens. But obviously, keep your risk in check. Because like look at this, right? This is now 1 minute over here. It's like you push to 4, right? And then you have like a sort of probably liquidity vacuum, like everybody who is chasing. And it kind of dips down, right? And now, if you're looking at like a chart, right? And again, charts don't really mean anything, but if you're looking at a chart, like it looks scary, right? It has that big move down, right? Is it gonna keep going? But no, it's probably gonna go, it's gonna dip lower, it's gonna catch, right? Maybe it has a little bit of support around like 360 to 370 area, and then like boom, goes back for a 4 retest. So literally, like I would say like, you pull up the 10-minute on this, like 350 area bounce play type thing, like I wouldn't be buying here. I'll just, if I'm not in, like I'll be like, okay, maybe 350 holds, like do not chase because it ruins everything. And going back to what you said with the roulette analogy, like what you say, like don't like go all in. It's hilarious. I literally, like, look, I'm not a huge casino guy. Like, I go there, I'll play some poker.
Yeah.
Like, I enjoy myself, like, couple beers, whatever, like, play poker, like, no limit hold'em, just have fun. Even more fun if you're playing with friends. And, you know, we used to play at the office here all the time. And, like, when we have games, I'm so excited. Hopefully we get another one going soon.
Yes.
But, you know, like, I have friends and acquaintances that walk into the casino, and these guys are insane. They're just, like, you know, smashing roulette. I just watched my friend, and I realized something. Like, I don't find joy in sitting at the roulette table and playing with like $10, because I'm like, it's $10. Like, I'm not having fun. And if I play with like $500, like, I know most likely I always lose. So I'm like, I don't want to play with $500, just blow my money away, like 500. So I just sit there and I'm like, let me just get a beer, sit back and watch my buddies play. And I'll just watch these guys, and they're just like smashing like $300 bets, $500 bets. I watch my buddy, like he goes in, he's like, I'm never gambling again. And then like 2 minutes later, he's like, okay, I'm good. I'm up like 1,000. Let's go. Let's get this party started. And then he's like, I'm just watching him. Then he's like back down. Now he lost everything. Now he's down 600 of his own money. He's like, I'm done. I'm down 600. And then like to end the day, he's like up 4,000, like insane swings. So I realized like the key to life, I don't have to make the same mistake. I don't have to make the mistake. I can just watch my friends make the mistake, grab a beer, and enjoy it, right? So that's the type of person I am. But I would much rather,
like trading, you know, you can learn from your mistakes and from others' mistakes. But if you didn't make the mistake to begin with, then you have no losses to worry about, and you're just learning.
Exactly, and it's something else, you know, kind of like a life lesson here is like, you know, like out of school, like you're getting your first job, like you're starting to make some money, right? It's so easy to just go out and start spending all the money, right? But you know,
I know all about spending money.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
But
but keeping this trading related, like, you know, there's going to be hopefully there's a lot of traders that, you know, we have a nice community here. You guys like talk to each other. Like I always talk to Pratt. I'm like bouncing ideas off other traders here, and it's like, look, I make a lot of mistakes, and I say mistakes make the trader great, right? You have to make mistakes to grow and develop. And there's something we said where it's like, look, if Pratt makes a mistake and he tells me about his mistake, I will listen to that mistake, and I will say like, okay, I'm not going to do that. But it's something else going through the actual mistake and then learning, and that's what I call stakes learning. And it's like, you know, like if anybody who like went to school and studied, it's like you can sit there and you can read a textbook all you want, but like it's the practice tests.
Practice?
It's the practice tests that
We're
actually help.
practice?
Oh yeah, it's the practice tests that help you more than just sitting there and reading books and like going through the motions, like because you have nothing to lose. It's when you actually go through the test, or you do the midterm, you do the final, you pass, you fail. Like these are like, it's actual practice. And I heard Pratt saying, like today,
Real
you know,
life situation.
Yeah, like trading, it's like you literally, you come in here, you make a bunch of mistakes, you know, you open your account, you make a bunch of mistakes, you're trading, you're learning from these mistakes. So obviously when you have money on the line, it's very painful, right? It's very painful. But like if you tell yourself, look, I want to do this as a career, right? You make a lot of mistakes, you learn from those mistakes, you write them down, and stakes learning, that's how you learn the quickest, right? So that's how you're going to develop as a trader. That's how you're going to develop as a person, right? Like think about how many great stories for any of you in here that you know, like you had a really good youth growing up, like, you know, like made a lot of mistakes along the way. Like now you're at the bar telling stories. Like those are the best stories. Come on, I think those are the best stories. So it's like maybe you did good things, you did bad things, but like you want to have those stories along the way, right? So like that's what makes life interesting, right? So
as long as you're not taking these crazy bets that Drake's taking on stake.com, like I don't even know what this bet is. Like he puts like a ton of money on 11. Half on 12 and like around 11, then he puts on like the lows and 10. Like I don't know what kind of bet it is. And if you see the bet amount in the bottom right corner, 995,000.
Oh, he's got on that
He's
one.
literally got
$1
million on the spin, and I saw him on this day go from $26 million to like $10 million, and he hits this bet, which ends up giving him the number that he needs, $11, and he wins 17 million back. I literally saw him in 10 spins go from 26 to 10, and he wins it all back in one spin, and I'm just sitting there like, I never want to be that degen in my life. Like, thank God my bets are like never like that. Maybe when you have money like that, you're balling, who cares, right? You go do a concert,
that's
you get a million. Yeah, you get a million per concert, so it doesn't make sense like for me to complain about it.
Yeah.
But man, what a crazy bet style that Drake has over there. But I can't be saying that when I'm here dropping 16-leg parlays every single day NBA's on. I want to talk about Redbox because Redbox got called out in the chat not too long ago. And since I'm short Netflix and since I'm short Roku, Netflix right now 60 cents in the money, Roku 60 cents in the money, Apple 40 cents in the money, Coinbase $1 in the money, and Microsoft 50 cents in the money. They're all short. They're all short. So Redbox over here, man, 8% on Redbox to the upside when the market's bleeding the way it's today. I'm very shocked. I'm 100% shocked. We're not even on SSR on this stock. So that's another thing to keep our eyes out for. I think tomorrow we might see the stock pop up just because it's up still 8%. And obviously half of that move was in pre-market. They did give back a little bit of that pre-market move that they got on Redbox over here. We're still waiting to see where the stock ends up in. I think every day that short squeeze game is still hanging out on this position over here. We know the short float for this game, for the stock, is around 30 to 40%. Thank you to Float Checker. Luca showed us that website, floatchecker.com. You can go over there and check it out exactly how much the float for any stock is around the board.
Yeah, guys, I'm just looking at RDBX as well, and this is kind of giving me, it's hilarious how like it makes, and I'll pull up the daily just to kind of, like look at it more. It's like, those stocks that move from like $5 to like $20 and everyone's like, okay, the move is done. Like the move is done. It's like, this is going to go back to 7 now. And then it like makes a move to like 50 or 70, just like these insane moves. So like, I want to believe that like this is probably a recent IPO, right? Like here. And like, I don't know if this is a true wick, but like the high being like somewhere around 30. Like if like anything's possible in this type of market, and like small cap summer, like the volume is clearly there. So like imagine this thing, like on the daily, it seems to be holding this kind of very loose trend, right? Holding this trend. Could you imagine this thing goes to like 50, 70? Like that'd be insane. I mean, every time I pull up this stock, it's not as low as I think it could be. So like, anything's possible. But obviously like volume, like 16 million on it, like extra slow. And yeah, it looks like the market's making a move back down now. Just classic action.
Extra, market's doing nothing. You got your special edition here. Get your special edition for the market update. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. What are you guys expecting? Market volume is zilch at the moment. Nothing's going on. It's been about 30 minutes that the official market lunchtime has come to an end. We were praying that these longs were going to come into play so I could get my fills on my shorts. But I did not get any fills, or at least we got some, not all of them. So I'm still waiting for this market to pop here, higher lows and almost equal highs. So I think the market still wants to go break VWAP, go test those 3700s highs on the top side. Maybe happens to be the low in pre-market over here. I think a test of 3700 is healthy. It would be the 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart also, and that would give me a ton of shares on the upside for my shorts. So just patiently waiting, I guess, for that pops to come in. And I guess you guys are doing the same. If you're long on any stock, you're just patiently waiting for these longs to come in, and I guess it might come in around the 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock is my guess. That's the power hour, always known as the volume, regain volume event hour of the day from 9:30 to 11 or 9:30 to 12. Usually you'll have volume. 12 o'clock to 1:30 or 12 o'clock to 2, you'll see volume die off. And 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock again, you'll see volume slightly coming back into the market. But as Luca was saying, what was it? Hot girl summer? What were you saying? No, I'm just joking. You were calling it, I was just joking.
Somebody in the chat, yeah, small cap summer.
Small cap summer, yeah, small cap summer, hot girl summer, whatever summer it is. Yeah, if small caps start heating up in the summer, maybe we see some moves. Here we go, market's waking up. Netflix just launched up here we go. That's what I've been waiting for. Netflix just popped up like $1 or something randomly on my second screen while I'm watching it. Netflix is the only one I'm watching on the screen apparently. So let me move some of these other stocks back over. Apple's trying to get up there. Microsoft's trying to get up there. So market's actually showing us some strength right now. So longs, like I said, time to start getting paid on the long side.
Yeah, guys, I want to quickly talk about gold too. This is something like in terms of a long-term move, something I'm looking at, and I want to believe that, you get that kind of, it looks like it's going to break out, and I call this GLD 175 area. It looks like it's going to break out, then you like flush down, and then you get the move. And like if you move this rally away and you look at like something like this, right? It literally looks like, okay, 170, like maybe we're gonna get the breakout here, right? And then this is the daily, guys, right? This is the daily. We get the breakout, then we get the flush down. Everybody kind of gets stopped out, whatever is what it is. Boom, then you have the rally up, right? Then you have the rally up. So it's like kind of has that same feel. It's like you have the 175 area. It looks like it's going to break out. It sort of makes a high. It flushes down. Fed is now over. Now we're inching back towards that high. I wouldn't be surprised if this breaks 170 now and keeps going. But guys, this is the daily. It's obviously going to be very, very slow. Not as fast as something like ADN, which looks like it wants to push forward again.
Yeah, we're going to head over to Money Talks with Brando. Let's check out what's going on with that side.
Hey guys, yeah, big moves in currencies so far today. That is an hourly chart of the Swiss franc. So the Swiss bank, I guess, comes out with a surprise rate hike in the middle of the day today. No one expecting that. After, there's the British pound, 1.6%. The Bank of England this morning, before we even came on, got their fifth rate hike in a row. So monster moves here today. 1.6% there for the British pound. Look at the Swiss franc here, 3% after that surprise rate hike midday, 103.5 for the Swiss franc. U.S. dollar to the downside in a big way, also helping with some of this strength in other currencies. 1.4% in a post-Fed sell-off for the U.S. dollar. Canadian dollar basically flat on the session. Australia and New Zealand, both big moves to the upside here today after being negative early on this morning. So huge reversals right across the board. Not much change here for Bitcoin, Ethereum, still hovering around that 2021 area, guys. Back over to you.
Brando, yeah, market's clearly trying to pop over here. S&P 500 pretty close to VWAP, and NASDAQ a little bit of a ways away from VWAP. So clearly all of my trades that are popping against me, which is good for me in my opinion, because that means I'm getting more shares on my short trades, and I can just keep on scalping them back to the downside. Netflix giving me more shares too. Trading above VWAP right now, waiting for Apple and Microsoft to pop up and give me more on that side. Looks like Apple's about to go towards my next order, slightly below the 100 period EMA, and Microsoft might be trying to do something similar over there. Yeah, there we go. So just getting ready to load the bag, baby. Load the bag across the board on my shorts, sorry, not shares. I guess both, never mind. Bears are strong at 36.90 on the ES. We're currently at 36.86. I think we could see a retest of 3,700. Not that it's a too significant of a number as 3,800 was yesterday. I believe we saw yesterday 3,800 coming into play to the north side once, and then 3,800 came into play again later on, which we actually broke out of and went a little bit higher off that. Why can I not find a 3,800 level right now? What's wrong with me? Wait, did we not come into play with? Oh, that's a 15-minute chart. That makes a lot more sense. There we go. So 3,800 over here. Yeah, we broke out past it. Going into FOMC time. Should be right here. 1 o'clock was FOMC. 3840 was the big number that came into play over there. So not that 3,700 is not significant, but I don't think it's too significant either to say that we might see barriers coming in. I'm just throwing out a number out there, a number that I noticed based off of the pre-market lows. 3697, 3700 also happens to be the 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Every single of my position right back in the money. Booyah shaka.
Nice, awesome. Solid trading. Yeah, it's the question here, Luca. Can you talk about sizes, please? I have no idea what that question means. Maybe you want to elaborate on that. And yeah, guys, a lot of these large cap names are like pushing lows. And like I also want to bring up coin. Do you know if Bitcoin broke 20,000 yet?
No.
I don't think it did. I'm only asking because I saw that kind of nosedive into
the low is 2727.
Okay,
like the Boeing 727.
Yeah. It's funny. Like
then it's gonna crash then.
Literally every single low on Bitcoin is like a washout and then pop, right? What are the odds that 20,000 is going to be a washout and pop? I feel like 20 is like huge psychological level. And maybe quick move down to like 18,000. But that's definitely something to keep your eye on if you guys are trading coin. Like coin extra week seems to be holding. This is now the hourly that I'm looking at. And obviously, you had the gap down below 50. Now it like seems to be holding. I think 145 is the low here, and it did like quite a bit of volume. But you know, if Bitcoin like flushes and just kind of gets destroyed, like this obviously going to move in tandem with it, and this can't seem to hold above 155. Like it's creating this sort of range here, right? So again, you know, maybe smashing lows is not the right way to trade this. Maybe, you know, as you get the pop, you short into these levels and then like look for the move down to 50, especially if Bitcoin's going to break that 20,000 level soon.
Man, these AMD has been holding 82 so strong. It's actually beautiful. You know, I'm an investor in AMD. I love AMD. You guys have made enough jokes about me being married to AMD and so on. But look at this consolidation. For how long have we been doing this? For almost an hour and 30 minutes now at the $82 level. My shorts are once again being back to flat on the day, so that's great. You know, they keep going in the money, flat, in the money, flat. That's because the market doesn't really know what it wants to do. So we're just waiting to see what happens over here. You know, the S&P 500 very close to VWAP, very close to VWAP. So that's my opinion on the short side. Is we just see continued rejection of VWAP on the S&P 500. The only way I see S&P 500 breaking past VWAP, going above VWAP to the 100 period EMA, or even slightly above VWAP to 3705, 3710, is if NASDAQ gets ready to go to VWAP. Notice how NASDAQ is a little bit further away from VWAP. If NASDAQ finds buyers to go to VWAP and then reject from VWAP, I think S&P 500 goes towards that 3705, 3700 areas while NASDAQ is launching, and then come back down with it. I've seen this happen multiple times, you know, back-to-back days. I've seen this happen. So using that theory to my trading strategy, I'm not going to punch out if S&P 500 starts going really above VWAP. I'm not going to freak out about it. I will freak out when NASDAQ starts going above VWAP. When NASDAQ starts going above VWAP and I'm still holding my shorts, then I'm doing something clearly very wrong with my trades. Once again, as you see, they're back in the money for me, and they just keep going up and down.
See, you know, a legendary trader once told me, and this depends. It depends the style that you're, the type of trader that you are. But it's like, you know, while everybody is making decisions, oh, it's going to break out, oh, it's going to break down, oh, I'm going to get short because it's going to break down. Like in that process, there's a lot of money to be made if you're a very fast scalper, right? So it's like, as everybody's like for example, like look at ADN here, like, and I just still have this on my chart. I'm gonna keep going back to this one, but like as everybody's making a decision, oh, it's gonna go up, oh, it's gonna go down. Like you can just scalp like a maniac around this level because there's a lot of volume. Everybody's like punching the highs because they think it's gonna break out. Everybody's selling the lows because they think it's gonna break down, and you could just take so many fills in this level. So the real question, and this kind of begs the question, the real question is this: do you make more money as a day trader, not a swing trader? Do you make more money trying to get long in this area and then it finally goes up and then you sell it? Or do you make more money if you just scalp like an absolute maniac? And there's a lot of successful traders, very successful traders in the day trading world who are prioritizing scalping in this range as opposed to saying, okay, I'm gonna like buy it and then sell it over here, right? So there's so many different ways that you can make money. There's so many different approaches to this game that you can take. You don't just have to buy here and sell here. You can buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, and then just say to yourself, like, look, it's a bullish catalyst. So I'm gonna like, let's say I'm gonna buy 10,000 shares. I'm gonna sell 9,000. I'm gonna buy 10,000. I'm gonna sell 9,000. So you're always holding the core long in case it does break. And then if you get these wicks, or if you get these extended wicks to the upside, you sell it all, or you sell whatever, a good majority of it. But like, there's a lot. Point is there's a lot of different styles. There's a lot of money to be made, and just do what works for you, right? If you're somebody who can't hold on to things, me, then you know, recycle a lot, recycle like a maniac, right? And you know, but if you're the more patient guy, or if you're trading your own account and you say to yourself, like, I think I like the catalyst, I think this could make a multi-day move, then obviously, like, you know, you're buying, let's say here, and you're maybe taking some profits, creating a free trade for yourself in case, you know, you get the gap down and you lose like 50%. If you made 50%, then you break even, and then you hold for the multi-day run. Let's say like you're gonna associate swing trading with the day trading, whatever, then, you know, you're that type of person. But for me, like over here as day traders, like there's a lot of money to be made of just like taking fills, especially when the volume's there. Like keep in mind the algos are doing that, right? And you can do that as well. And I saw one question here saying, do you guys use algos to assist your trading, or are you just using like MA with VWAP, time and sale? So I'm trading manually. I'm not using an algo. We do have API that you can connect to, and you can like set up an algo to trade for you. Like Baxter's over there. We talked about this before. Baxter's over there using 5-second charts, trading algos, like having his algo trade. He's sitting back, the most relaxed guy in the office. So there's a different approaches that you can do. Personally, I'm manually trading. I'm just making decisions. I'm very discretionary, and that's kind of my style. Like I don't really have any coding background, so I'm not going to try to get into it now. But it doesn't matter, right? A lot of people who do code and like have algos. Mate. Yeah, never too late. A lot of people who do code, right, and kind of use algos to get in and out, they also say that it's quick, right? If you're going to take like a lot of fills, like 10,000 fills a day, like sure, obviously you're not going to manually do that. It's going to destroy your brain power. But like you could still manually like get in is almost as quick. Like just make quick decisions and route your orders accordingly.
So yeah, you know how you were talking about the algo trading over here? Look at this fills on my chart. That's how some of the trading is if you're a maniac, right?
That's awesome.
Or you can do it this way where you can just take a nice little fill pre-market, let the stock work for you, catch the fill at the end of the day. That's not even that's 950. So there's multiple ways of trading. At the end of the day, this is a profitable trading setup. This is a profitable trading setup. It just depends on how active do you want to be. Are you okay with being that active? Do you have the mental, as a trader, you're not only putting actual capital to work, you're also putting emotional capital to work. Do you have any more emotional capital left in the bag for you to use anymore? Lots of factors come into play for that. Real quick, as we only have 20 minutes left, I want to go check how many likes we got. Are we above 2K? We are. Let's go. We still got 3,700 beautiful people watching us right now. 2.1K likes so far. Let's get that number a little bit higher if we can. I know 68% of you are subscribed, but we have whatever the other percentage is. I think 32% needs to smash that sub button, ladies and gentlemen.
Get those likes up.
Yeah.
Get those likes up.
Those are rookie numbers. Let's get that numbers up. Bump it to the north side. There's only one direction these numbers could go, and that's north. You could also support us by joining to the member side. Anytime in the chat you see someone with a green name on it, that's because they paid us $5 a month. They get cool little badges, cool little emojis, and they get to stand out in the chat with a nice little green colored name right here, like Kaisa Smith standing out real quick. And last but not least, you could head over to our store, buy some merchandise, some merch, look as swaggy as me. Maybe I'm not that swaggy. Or look as clean cut as this guy. Or on casual Fridays like tomorrow, you'll see us in hoodies and whatnot, and that's what you can buy from our merchandise store. Some hats, some hoodies, some coffee mugs, even an iPhone case, right? I don't know why. I would not be selling that, but we know there's a lot of Apple users, so sell them the Apple stuff. Real quick before I send it back to Luca here, I just want to give you an update on my trades. Roku 60 cents, Microsoft 50 cents, Coin 60 cents, Apple 16 cents, Netflix 70 cents. Right back in the money on the shorts.
That's it, solid. And I see people showing you love in the chat. They're like, let's go, Prad, loving the energy. Yeah, same here. And the sound effects too. Brrr, let's go. Brrr. That's amazing. And there's also some other questions here that I wanted to get back to. Just let me see if I could see where they were. Shorts, wish I could. Guys, going back to mental capital, okay, this is huge, right? Like as a trader, we are mental athletes, right? So you want to preserve that mental.
I like that a lot.
We're all mental athletes, right? Like think about it this way. You're sitting in front of the screen all day, you're making decisions. The other day I had like 1,000 trades, It's not easy taking 1,000 trades, taking 1,000 fills. Like it's a lot of decisions that are going through your head taking those fills, right? So you want to preserve your mental capital for the big game, for the big days, right? So I was saying this yesterday, like we obviously had Fed Day. Like before the Fed, I was not wasting my energy taking dumb fills and even though I had a lot of fills, it's like smaller size. I'm not like reducing my mental capital. And then boom, Fed comes around. Okay, maybe there's a lot of opportunity, and I'm gonna put my energy to use, right? So like if you screw up 2-3 days that are not really good days for the setups that you're trading, and then the Thursday or the fourth day comes along and you have no energy left, and then you miss that trade, like you don't want to put yourself in that position. So preserve mental capital for the trades that you trade best in your particular setup.
Oh, okay. That's why people showed up in our chat as Tommy Pham. I was wondering why someone in the chat is named Tommy Pham, because we know someone who's named Tom Pham.
Yeah.
So I was like, is that our Tommy? He's a baseball player. That's what I find out right now. That makes a lot more sense. Talking about baseball, did we win yesterday? Yeah. We won? We lost? Damn, sad. But man, I'm having a great day so far, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are here. Let me show you some of my trades. Netflix, they won by one? Nice, let's go. We understand though. You have a little kid, you gotta take care of the kid and whatnot. All right, Netflix over here, man, heading back to VWAP. Woo! Let's go, baby. My only real negative stock of the day, Netflix, is because I diddled in the middle and I fiddled like an idiot. And then I said, forget about this. Let me wait for my extreme corners. Let me play in the edges instead of diddling in the middle. And I played around the edges, and now we're capitalizing. If Netflix can flush down below VWAP, more money in Pratty Daddy's pocket. That's right, I said Pratty Daddy. Microsoft also getting back below VWAP here. Instead of diddling in the middle like Netflix, I diddled in the right areas and I made money over here on this one. Apple not really giving me the true size that I want on it, but whatever. We're still short. We're making money. There goes Apple right back to the downside. Exact same setup as Microsoft, right? Here's Coinbase. Coinbase, exact same setup once again. Not giving me shares though. Can I get my fill? What's going on that one? And Roku. I'm not sure if I showed you Roku. One of my most active stocks today. Taking all the look at this fills, Luca. No stop. Nope. Can't stop. Won't stop. I'll only stop if you show me $85. Period. I'll only stop if you show me $85. We're taking this fill, every single fill.
Those are solid. You know what? Picture perfect. Picture perfect.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You looking at anything?
Well, I was actually looking at CCL, and like this is probably the last thing. This is. CCL obviously selling off huge, and this is me being dumb. I'm literally saying to myself, I'm like, who goes on cruises? I don't know. I don't even know one person who's been on a cruise. I've never been on a cruise. I've never been on a cruise. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. The stock is going lower, and it's just kind of making new lows. I think I had a trade around 10, but it was just a bad trade. But I looked over at Ian, and I was like, Ian, CCL is the stock that is going to be $5, and we're going to be looking at. I make these calls all the time. I'm like, Ian, this stock is going to be like $4. I'm like, you can't imagine it when it's at 13. You're like, no, there's no way. But I'm calling it now. CCL, $5. That's where it's probably going to find support, arbitrary number. And as I say that, I'm pulling up Hood. And I remember this was when we were at the old spot, and somebody on the show asked me. They said, Robinhood had earnings. What do you think is going to happen after earnings? So obviously we're quite a bit away from where earnings happened. But I literally said to myself, I was like, off the top of my head, I'm like, Robinhood. I think it was around this area. I'm like, Robinhood. I'm like, you know what? This is gonna be in my head, I'm like, this is a $5 stock. I'm like, this is a $5 stock. And at the time it was maybe 11 or let me zoom out here. I don't even remember when earnings was, but I think it was around this area. It was above 10, and I was saying to myself yeah, we're above 10. Maybe this pops to 12 or whatever. Maybe this was earnings, this big spike here. But I literally said to myself I could see them spiking just because, obviously Citadel is sort of involved in the stock,
Citadel?
Right? Citadel always involved in the stock. And, look at this, right? Obviously the whole market going down, but, Robinhood, no bounce, just, complete down. So, I said to myself in my head, this is also a $5 stock. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised if this thing just gets down to, $4, $2. And just because, I don't know, all the people who use Robinhood, they fill their account, they dump it, and then they lose everything, and then, it's I don't know, they're just, all their order flow is pegged, it's not free trading. And so, I don't know, I don't like the company, I don't really trade Robinhood, I don't own Robinhood. And this is just another bold statement of mine.
Their name was perfect. They're robbing the hood.
Robbing the hood, exactly.
Their name's
so
perfect.
This thing, $5, $4. My bold prediction. I don't know who's buying this stock. I can't see it running.
Wood.
It literally IPO'd. Yeah, Kathy
Wood
add to the portfolio of destruction.
The bottom's here.
Add to the portfolio of destruction. there's actually a meme, and guys, I'm gonna work on getting a bunch of memes that I can share because I literally see all these memes and they make me die. And the meme was like, blah, 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 the bottom is in, I'm telling you. And then somebody's like, okay, thank you, Kathy Woods. And then he reaches for like the McDonald's bag. And he's like, anyways, I'm gonna go now. And she's like, okay. And she just hands it to him like she's at McDonald's, right? It's like, welcome back, diamond hands. But yeah, no, that made me laugh because, you know, but obviously, like on a more serious note, like I'm not throwing shade at anybody. Like she's obviously positioned for like the future growth of what this world could be.
Yeah.
But obviously, you have to go through a lot of pain to get to where you want to be. And like we are going through the pain right now, right? So, you know, it looks really bad on paper, and it's easy to like throw shade at her. But like obviously, like she has conviction in her trades, and like, you know, maybe she's holding them, whatever. I guess it's easy to do when it's not your own money. But like hats off to anybody who has conviction on their trades. Keep doing the do's. Keep doing the do's.
Keep doing the do. That's right, baby. That's what we're here for. We're here to do the do. Right now, Roku, man, doing the do for me. $1.23 in the money. Netflix, 1.64 in the money. So here's Netflix shorts. Here's the Netflix shorts. Okay, maybe this time. Here's the Netflix short. It took a while for my chart to load up for a second. But here we go, man. Finally, the stocks are paying us. We are no longer looking at impending doom for our positions and for the day. We can keep our money keep on stacking over here, like Frito-Lays, like Pringles, what's the good chips that you like to eat? Lay's and Pringles, Doritos, like we're stacking the chips, baby.
Are the best.
Cool Ranch?
Yo, guys, in the chat, let us know right now your favorite Dorito flavor. For me,
Cool Ranch?
I Cool Ranch and Sweet Chili Heat are like
my
top.
boy.
Those are top. And then
Flaming Hots.
What is that like? No, I don't like the spicy Doritos too much. No, like those are like at the bottom for me, right at the bottom. We got Cool Ranch. Yeah, see, who doesn't like Cool Ranch? I mean, like if you're not going to meet girls, then like load up on the Cool Ranch, right? And you know, you got the barbecue that's also solid too. Like you got some hot over here, spicy nacho, Cheetos, zesty. Oh, that's real plain zesty. I remember I ate zesty as a kid. I loved zesty. I was like, okay, I love this. Then as I grew up, I tried other flavors, and I was like, okay.
Yo, this market's actually dropping right now, man. NASDAQ's going to the downside right back to lower days almost. So that higher lows pattern that we've been having so far, not sticking out like, not staying in the same pattern anymore. And I don't know why I'm not covering any of my trades. Maybe because I don't have enough size, or I don't know what the reasoning is. You know, I'm just waiting for the dream move on the market here, I gotta think.
This. If not the long, do not abort the if the long is wrong, do not abort the short.
Yeah.
So that's why you're holding. If the long is wrong, we're going down, do not abort the short. Hold on to your shorts. We're going down. We're probably going down. I mean, it looks like we're going down. So, you know, why not make even more money? Why, you know, you're here to make unlimited money, right? You're here to take unlimited size. Then, you know, why give up too early, right?
Like I turned my worst stock of the day into basically flat on the day, to the point where now I have no negative stocks on the board anymore, and now we're just stacking the money, baby, stacking the money. Bring me to the downside, break the lows, take out the 8660 to the downside. Let me see a negative 5% across the board on S&P 500. Sadly, long-term accounts are obviously bleeding. We know that. I know that. I don't even look at my long-term account for that reason anymore. I'm scared to open it, right? But what I'm not scared to do right now is punch every single short opportunity I get on a day like this, baby. Let's ride this market right back to the downside. LCID sinking below support. Lucid. What am I typing? LCID sinking below. What'd you say again? Below support at lower day right now. Volume is about 0.5 of average day volume. Yeah, taking out the lower day, going on to SSR not too long ago, being 10.8% to the downside. Clearly struggling on this one. I really need to go cover some of my trades, so I'll let you take over here.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, I see people saying like Lucid, and the first thing that comes to mind is, you know, I think Ian mentioned that his girlfriend works there, and I'm just like, Lucid. I know nothing about this company. I think the last time I traded it was at 40. So I'm like pulling it up at 15. I'm sure it wasn't at 40. Like I'm just like pulling this up here. Like okay, I was at 20. But like literally, this was at the last time I traded this name. It was at 40. So pulling this up and seeing 15 right now is like, wow, that's insane. But yeah, I guess this is another name that like is gonna test 10. I don't know, like whatever. Anything's possible. But Yeah, and a lot of people talking about Mullen, like that's still moving. And Charlie here saying, I want to be richer than God. Well, you know, rich is a mindset. And as long as you are always happy, then you are the richest person on earth. And it is your job to make everybody around you happy.
That's right,
and
man.
then it
Well
just
put.
happiness breeds happiness, right? So, you know, that's how we make everybody rich together. This money stuff, you know, the money comes,
It's
but
just
it's all
numbers,
about the
man.
mindset. If you're rich in your mind, then the money rolls in. So, you know, get the mind right and everything else works out.
Bob Marley puts it best, I think, in an interview. They asked Bob Marley, are you wealthy or are you richy? And Bob Marley goes, what is wealth? What is wealth to you? What is wealth to me? What is richness to you? What is richness to me? And the other guy is just talking about like monetary stuff, like, you know, just this, not monetary. What am I talking about?
Oh, I remember this interview. Yeah. And he goes,
he's like, that's rich for you?
And he
that's
goes,
not rich for me.
Well, you know, like money is tough, right?
Yeah.
Because money is numbers, and the numbers can be unlimited. So at what point is that going to make you happy? I'll tell you right now, and this is not me telling you, this is all the billionaires that are telling you. They're saying, look, I mean, obviously you need to be taken care of, so everybody has their number to have a nice life. Like, that's obvious, right? But, you know, like after a certain point, it's irrelevant, right? Some of those people might not be happy.
Material things.
Right?
Thank you, Paul.
I have 1 cent in my bank account. I am the happiest person around. I'm going around, I'm happy, I'm cracking jokes, I'm living it up. Like, life is good, right? And I almost feel like there's like an inverse correlation. Like, I don't even want money, because the more money that I get, the worse that my life is going to become. All these problems, you know, money and problems, they go hand in hand, right? You got issues like, okay, now I got to spend it. What am I going to buy? Like, clearly, guys, I'm wearing the same vest, right? I recycle every day the same vest. I'm like, this is good enough. I don't need another vest. I don't need to buy more things. More things are going to make me less happy. I'm already happy as it is. So let me try to give away stuff. But I say to myself, okay, maybe I gotta, you know, get some stuff before I give it away, because I got nothing to give away besides my jokes, right? So that's why I'm here telling you guys jokes every single day.
I don't know if you've seen that meme where it's like this Arab guy in Dubai, and he's like, Habibi, whoever said money hasn't bought you happiness clearly hasn't been to Dubai.
Yeah.
And he just shows you like the background, like fountains everywhere,
It's
Lamborghinis everywhere, cop is driving a Ferrari, and it's like a little joke on that side.
Yeah, you know, like I'll feel like I officially made it when I'm in Dubai, driving a Ferrari through a sandstorm, not caring that the car is getting scratched up because it's gold plated. So I just say, I don't care. And then that's how I know, like that. See, that's the thing, right? It's like, I don't want to buy a Ferrari and worry that it's going to get scratched. If I buy a Ferrari, I want to have like 10 Ferraris, and I have like a, you know, like an everyday Ferrari that I drive and it gets scratched and I don't really care.
Okay, guy, listen, if I see you with the Ferrari, I'm stealing the keys and I'm driving that right to the Lake Ontario.
Yeah.
All right?
You know,
you can put my name on that.
There's a Jay-Z saying as well. He says, look, if you can't buy it twice, you can't buy it, right?
That's right.
And I think this goes back to what I'm just saying now. It's like, if you buy something and you're so worried that you're going to ruin it, then, like, you know, you probably shouldn't have it, right? Because it's probably going to get ruined. I mean, so I say that to myself with so many things, and yeah. It's been working out for me. You know,
I always lie to people about this rule that I have in my mind, which is if I can't afford 10 of the same things, I won't buy it. But that's an absolute lie, because I still go out there and I buy things that I can't afford 10 of. So it's a good to have that rule in your mind, to stick with it. Right now, guys, we only have about 4 minutes left, and I am just mind-boggled with my Netflix shorts. $2 in the money on Netflix, $1 in the money on Apple, $1.30 in the money on Coinbase, $1.30 in the money on Microsoft, $1.40 in the money on Roku. Just name it, man. Name a stock that I'm not short. Just name it. We're short all across the board, and thankfully the market's coming back to the downside. I did say it's going to be hard for me to see the market break VWAP to the upside, right? So thank you, market, for sticking with that, not breaking VWAP to the north side, coming right back down. And let me actually cover some orders over here on Netflix, because I have more size on. No, we're holding these trades till the end of the day.
That's it, hold. You want
auto.
That's it, hold. You close it at the close, you know?
I have my mocks already sent out, dude.
That's it. Close those. I make the joke all the time. I say, like, look, if you buy and sell intraday, you're a trader. But if you MOC that, you're a portfolio manager. that's it. I'm a portfolio manager. That's what these guys are trading, probably. That's where the volume is. So it's like, you know, like they're, you know, it's like you wanna, you know, be sophisticated. You know, you use the orders appropriately, right?
That's right. IMPP being called out in the chat. Oh, man, I'm going to put that on my Twitter portfolio today. Portfolio manager, because I mocked 10 shares of Netflix. Let's go. 10 shares of Netflix mocks, portfolio manager, baby. Now, IMPP being called out in the chat. Man, I know this stock was having a bad 3 days ago. Yeah, 3 days in a row, actually. Never mind. I thought only 1 day it was bad. 3 days in a row, it's been bleeding. But today, with SSR day 2, because yesterday was down more than 10%, 10%. With it being on SSR day 2, it is absolutely taking off. Notice that size on the bids. That size cannot be punched. That size can only be punched by the long traders who are long trying to get out of their trade because they're not getting filled on the ask. So that size can only be punched by the by the longs. But that being said, it's a penny stock. 20,000 shares of a 50-cent stock is irrelevant. So it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really mean anything. So more upside indeed is what the market for sure wants to go here. Sorry, IMPP wants to go. NASDAQ is taking out the low a day. Is that right? NASDAQ looks like it wants to take out the day, and it did take out the low a day. We are on a new low for NASDAQ, which means S&P 500 might be pushing to a new low here to the downside. And if we take out the low on S&P 500, oh, baby, hold on to my shorts because there we go. I'm more in the money than I previously was. $1.92 in the money now on Microsoft, $1.60 on Roku, and $2 on Netflix.
I wouldn't be surprised. I see people saying Mullen. I'm looking. This thing had like a 10-cent move. But you know what? This is a gut feeling. There's a gut feeling. But I wouldn't be surprised if this makes a move to like 150. Maybe not today, but like maybe I'm just looking at the daily, and it's like it's slowly picking up above $1, and like it had that like this is like right. This was like the kind of the recent big move up to like 168. Like I wouldn't be surprised. Like there's quite a bit of volume coming through on this. So like maybe there's some reason that's going to drive this thing up. But yeah, something to keep your eye on. And guys, going back to ADN before we pass you off. ADN looks like it's holding trend, came down to that 355, consolidated just a bit, and now we're pushing back 380s. This is probably going to test 4 again. Wouldn't be surprised if we break out above 4. But, you know, keep in mind that that was the high. So, yeah, all eyes on ADN for me.
All eyes on ADN, and while we send you guys off to the closing show, you guys have fun. Come back tomorrow. You know, don't go anywhere. It's going to be me and Luca first, then me and Ian, or Ian and I. Sorry, I'm bad with English right now. And it's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. So take care. Have fun on the closing show with the main guys. Peace. Ciao.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back. Yes, it is another red day, a big, big red day. Back to low of days, in fact, for all U.S. markets right now. Ugly looking board right now, 4.3% for the NASDAQ, leading the way to the downside, 3.5% there for the S&P. As I said, just making fresh lows for the S&P as well. 2.3% for the Dow, also under significant.